to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone.
I am ready to go.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Wednesday in the Bay.
Yeah.
Piece of sad news to pass along. The Golden State Warriors, their game tonight's been postponed. It was supposed to be a 6 o'clock start in Salt Lake City. Warriors Live was supposed to start at 5, but the Warriors assistant coach Dejan Milosevic. Dejan Milosevic. Say it one more time. Miljovic. That's right. Okay. He suffered a serious medical condition while eating dinner with the team last night, and he's been hospitalized, and apparently it's very serious. And the game tonight has been postponed in Salt Lake City, so that'll be rescheduled.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely, positively. We're talking about pressure and who it's on for the San Francisco 49ers. And
we're back up on YouTube. We had a glitch, Donnie, so let the people know we're back up and running.
Oh, we're back up on YouTube. Yeah. Hey, before we get into the Niners, I want to hear this because I was talking to Sam Lubman, who produces the morning show. I guess
Sammy.
We have a soundboard here with a bunch of sound, obviously, and I guess we got a call from a Philly radio station, not us, but apparently they're not handling the loss well in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
you want to have a little fun and make some fun of an Eagle fan?
Yeah.
All right, I heard this is pretty funny. This is an Eagle fan apparently calling in to a sports talk radio show in Philly after the Eagles got edged. Oh boy, tough loss. It is WIP, 94 WIP. This is Chuck in Mount Airy.
94, no better way to start it off than Chuck in 94, no better way to start it off than Chuck in Mount Airy. What's happening, Chuck?
Hey, listen, let me tell you something, Jack. Jack, what's going on? What's going on, man? Let me say this to you real quick. All 4 of these teams is boom. All of them. You hear me? I'm talking about the Sixers, Eagles, Flyers, and the Phillies.
Flyers are hot.
3-2 lead. You gave a 3-2 lead, got us up to the highs of the Raptors, and let us down, as always. The Flyers, you suck forever. And the Sixers, you haven't won this since 1983. You stuck there, you want to call up here and brag about Joel Embiid in a regular season game scoring 41 points. Who gives a crap? Okay? Nobody gives a crap. You want somebody to be impressed about that? Tell them to get to the finals.
All right, just get to the Eagles. We don't need to talk about Embiid today.
Okay?
I don't care about Embiid. Just talk about the Eagles.
I'm coming at everybody, okay? Let me get to my point, man.
I'm waiting for your point.
Man. Stop cutting me off, Jack. I'm rolling, man. Let me get to my point, okay? Because you freaking Phillies started it off.
Oh, I don't care about the Phillies.
Okay?
Who cares?
Now,
Talk about the Eagles. Talk about the Eagles.
Man, let Chuck cook, man. Let him cook.
No.
Let him cook.
No, you're like Jalen right now. You're being stubborn. I'm trying to point you in the right direction. Get to the Eagles.
See, this is why. You cut off a great rant, man. That I had.
It wasn't a great rant. I don't need a rant about the Flyers.
You disrespectful.
Oh my God! Would
man.
you talk about the Eagles?
You know what? You a screwed up host. You know that? You suck as a freaking host.
I don't suck. I'm actually very
suck
good
as
at
a
this.
host.
Nah, disagree.
You sit there and you run your freaking mouth.
Oh, would
too
you
much.
stop being a baby? Would you just talk about the Eagles? Oh, wow. All right, Chuck, why don't you take a chill pill?
Well, I hope you called that.
Yeah,
man
Buzz.
right
I mean,
there.
holy cow. What a baby. Rios is in North Philly. What's happening, Rios?
Just remember we're out in the open.
I know. It's just, come on. Jesus, whatever.
What's
Rios,
going
you're-
on, Hard
yeah, what's up,
Charges?
Rios?
I'm not easily entertained. That was entertaining. You cut off a great rant. Can't say that about your call, can you, Snotty? He sound like Tracy Morgan. Dude, that was great.
And that's the bottom line. No matter what happens to and that's what I'm talking about with pressure. No matter what happens to the Niners this week, next week,
Yeah.
Super Bowl, fans aren't going to be like that.
Well, we got Phil
No
Mike,
pressure, no
Robin.
pressure on this team.
Nah, Stoney, if they
Come
somehow
on.
slip up,
What do you mean?
Bontan Shasky will keep it real. Like, nobody's getting fired, but you have painted a picture about Brock Purdy. I didn't come in here with the premise that he has enough equity in the bank that Kyle does. There's no doubt. But my whole point is, if this kid is who I think he is, and we seen him win 2 playoff games last year, and the one that he lost, he wasn't there. Come on, Steiny. If he goes, then your chances of Kyle getting his team to the ultimate prize, that takes a hit. I think Kyle knows right now what they've built, and with his excellence and what the way he's calling plays, you got to believe is set up like this is the year, because he's experienced heartache. You know what I'm
Do
saying?
you think it's setting up to be the year in Baltimore?
I would say no, only because I think the Niners, or I went into this season thinking the Niners were better than the Ravens.
Okay, but the Ravens beat them.
They did, and I still hadn't gotten over that one. But that leads me more to believe I could hear a Raven fan think that, but they're kind of new booty to, watch out, the Ravens, as far as that just happened Christmas. It just happened this season. The Niners came in with, James Brown, the big payback. We should have beat the Eagles, but we didn't get a chance. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Baltimore fans we beat them, let's go, but not like the Niners when Norm placed that bet for them to go to the Super Bowl. The Ravens weren't right behind them. They were probably up there. I don't have the exact, but the Niners, Donnie, it's just so the
Ravens,
like
Ravens had a better year than the Niners, didn't they?
Yeah, but
they were 13-4.
But coming into the season, I don't think that was the expectation. Like the Niners, it was Super Bowl or bust. I don't know if that was the case for the Ravens, who have exceeded expectations.
I mean, if the 49ers get to the Super Bowl and the Ravens kick their ass, how do you hold that against Kyle Shanahan? That sounds to me like that would mean that the Ravens handled the Niners twice. That to me would be like, then they're just a better team than the Niners.
Are they a better coach team? Because that's one thing you got to look at too when we talk about coaching. Okay, what about when it's for that winner take all? Steph Curry, when he won his first championship, he had to win it against LeBron James. That's a tall ask. He did it, man. So I'm just saying, I don't think Niner fans are going to be, we lost to, a team equally or a slightly better than us, because I don't believe the Ravens are.
Well, it's a big difference. If you lose if you lose to the Packers, the year's a failure. If you lose to the Ravens in the Super Bowl, maybe you were the second best team in football. Well, no, you were the second best team in football.
What do you think that line would be now if they were to meet right now? And I think Christmas Day and I hate that Christmas happened, because now it kind of goes to what you're saying. It might be a pick 'em or -1, but I would expect, had Christmas not happened and they had not played, it would be the Niners -4 or 5.
But they did play, and the Ravens kicked their ass.
It's incredible, that game, man.
925 on the Comcast business text line. There's no such thing as Super Bowl or bust. It's the faultiest premise in all of sports. I don't disagree with you, 925, but I'd love for you to explain a little more what you're saying on the Comcast business text line. Why it's the faultiest premise in all of sports.
And my only point was just like Marv Levy. I would never talk. He's a great coach. But, I mean, after they kept losing Super Bowl after Super Bowl, Steiny, the only way he could exercise those demons, I believe, to Bill fans, if I were a Bill fan, would be to go win it all. Get the monkey off your back, like Peyton Manning, Jordan.
Yeah, see, like,
There might be a monkey on Kyle's back, like if they were to lose this year and not get it done. Like, yeah, you're a great coach. You can call and scheme it up, but when are you gonna do the Bill Walsh?
Be like a little chimp.
Or the Seifert.
A little chimp on his back.
I ain't into monkeys.
Little baboon. Little baby baboon would be on his back. That's all that would be on Kyle's back if he doesn't win it this year.
I'm saying I ain't into monkeys.
Baboon.
And I used to watch hey, monkeys, just monkeying around.
Hey, with the monkeys.
Remember the show?
Yeah. All of us here at 95.7 The Game want to thank Dub Nation for making this the 500th consecutive sellout dating back to 2012. So that's going to be Friday. Friday's game is going to be the 500 straight sellout. 500 consecutive sellouts for the Golden State Warriors dating back to 2012. So at 11:30, 20 minutes, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to Friday's game, which will be the 500th consecutive sellout.
Wow.
Dating back to 2012. And I'll tell you what, if you win those tickets,
you and I on the
maybe
spot.
Steiny and Guru will throw in a little bonus with We'll Meet You.
Yeah.
We'll shake your hand.
It'll be payday too.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Let me tell you something. That Chuck rant in Mount Airy.
That was entertaining.
I don't want to talk about. I want to talk about the 49ers, but I saw something today that's just. It's almost like a Steiny gripe.
Oh, I love it.
Okay. And I got into it a little bit, but so the NBA has come up with a statistic. I'm going to do this while I'm making eye contact with Evan.
You do a lot.
Yeah. Because
he's learned to ignore you too. People sometimes.
He's not afraid.
He don't give it to you.
No, he's not afraid to shake his head or roll his eyes right in my face.
That's my guy.
The NBA has come up with this contrived cockamamie statistic, but it's more than one statistic.
Okay,
it's called clutch. Okay, and the NBA has come up with this cockamamie contrived statistic that if you make a basket in the last 5 minutes of a game and the game's within 5 points, they consider that a clutch basket. All right. So I looked at some stats on this cockamamie stat, and let me ask you this, and I got to start here, but it's not necessarily to criticize this guy. Who do you think has the most clutch points in the NBA?
Oh, I think I know. Luka Doncic.
Nope.
Durant.
The most points in the last 5 minutes. Steph Curry. Steph Curry has more, quote unquote, clutch points than any other player in the league.
I understand that.
Oh.
Does that shock you? Because
now it's
not about if the two he made against OKC a month ago that Friday and they lost when Draymond fouled.
That's a crock of bull.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he's played in 5 more, quote unquote, this contrived cockamamie stat. He's played 5 more games than anybody else. Okay? So Steph Curry is the most clutch player, according to this stat this year, on an 18-22 team. Now, that's not what I'm here to say. Because it's not about Steph Curry.
Maybe they would have 12 if they didn't have his clutchness.
The stat.
Yeah.
Then they had, this is why the NBA sucks.
Well,
they say Steph Curry is the leader in clutch points. You know what the next thing is on the next stat is? Field goal efficiency during this cockamamie clutch time. Well, Kerr's not even in the leaders in terms of field goal percentage in clutch time.
Man, that's like an oxymoron.
So the problem with the stat is it's got nothing to do with Steph Curry. But this is why the NBA sucks. And this is why the NBA is getting less and less interesting, because they continue to promote individuals over teams. Why do they continue to do that? Why would you create a stat that is so flawed and so nebulous to attach individual names to something like clutch or not, when one examination of the stat in and of itself renders it foolish? Like, can we stop getting off on individual players? Like, it's about team. Like,
well, they do have an award called MVP.
Fine. But most clutch? Get out of here. Don't tell me who the most clutch player is in the NBA.
I will say this. I hear
Buddy
you,
Hield.
but at least it
that?
ain't Harrison Barnes. Like, it's a top 10 player, top 5 player at Curry. You know, it ain't like it's
My question is this.
bums. And I take the 18 and 22 is that the Warriors may be without those clutch points, Donnie. Maybe they'd be 12, have 12 wins. Because I've seen him make buckets and get somebody else make a blooper or a blunder, and then he don't even get credit for the game winner.
What do you mean?
Like against OKC,
Right.
I keep going. I won't forget it. He went to the basket like 3 times under a minute.
Right.
You thought he'd won the game. Then Draymond fouls. OKC wins the game. Like, he gets no credit for that. But in this instance,
that's because they didn't win the game.
Yeah.
You have to make a game winner, and you have to win the game to get a game winner.
But with this stat, he gets rewarded for it, is what I'm saying.
It's everything wrong.
Well, how did you
with the
find
NBA.
that?
I don't know. It's on some. I really want to throw profanity around. It just annoys me so much. I can't tell you.
Who did I hear cuss on?
Why
there?
do we not care about teams anymore?
Well, come on.
We don't. How the hell can Steph Curry be? I don't want Curry. I don't know the story.
So the record
Who's
is what's
number
got
two?
you mad. Because the team's got a losing record, but I kind of get it.
Well, yeah. You know why? Because we're promoting these individual players ahead of the teams. How the hell can a guy, 4 of the top 6 clutch players, so-called clutch players, play on teams that are not 500? What are we doing? That's all I'm asking. What do we like? Why? I'm done.
No, I hear you.
You don't care because you tend to be more individualistic than me, and
Please.
and you're more selfish.
Oh, Steiny.
The game breaking news.
Well, there is some news. Speaking of the NBA, according to Wojnarowski of ESPN, the Indiana Pacers are finalizing a trade to acquire all-star forward Pascal Siakam in a deal that will send Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round picks to the Toronto Raptors. New Orleans is the 3rd team in the deal, sending Kira Lewis to the Raptors. So, Pascal Siakam's off the board for the Warriors.
Wow. And they didn't have that any 3 first rounds?
Who'd they give up?
Man.
Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round picks.
So what is Bruce? How did the money match up?
Makes 22.
Oh, Bruce Brown makes 22. Yeah. Siakam's like 37.
That's the guy I said Denver.
Siakam makes 38, I think.
Obviously it works.
Yeah, they found filler through the 3-way.
Indiana going for
who's the 3rd team? Can you?
New Orleans.
And what did they get?
They just sent a player named Kira Lewis.
What do you think, Goo?
That I was foolish to think the Warriors could even.
They could have.
You think so?
Yeah. I love that they didn't make this deal.
Yeah. I'm shocked. I didn't even see Indiana doing anything.
Did you say Indiana gave up 3 first-round picks? Do we know any protections on those? Not yet. There are none, or we don't know yet?
We don't know.
Okay.
He's a pacer. Him and Halliburton.
Well, I love it because that means the Warriors did not want to give up multiple first-round picks for Siakam.
We know that the first rounders are 2 first rounders in 2024 and a 2026 from Indiana to the Raptors.
If you want the Warriors to think a little more long-term, then you got to like seeing this deal. Siakam to Indiana, and it took 3 first-round picks and Bruce Brown. That tells me maybe you could have done, the Warriors could have done a Wiggins and 3 future firsts for Siakam. And the Warriors said, no, we don't want to do that.
I mean, that's your future.
So what? I thought we're doing everything under the sun for Steph Curry.
Yeah, man.
Seriously,
this Warriors, I don't even think Wiggins is going to be moved, Stoney. I think it's going to be within, or you're right. They just ride this out. And then we talked about it, you, Evan, and I in the green room about their how they could get a pick. Everything's impossible. You can't just, I'm not saying tank. You can't get rewarded for a bad season if you're not in the top, 4 or 5?
Yes, if the Warriors will lose their pick unless it's 1, 2, 3, unless it's 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Man.
If the Warriors end up with the 5th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the pick will be conveyed, I don't even know to whom now, Portland?
Man.
I think it's conveyed to Portland.
Oh, that's sobering right there.
Yeah, well, that's what Andre Iguodala got you.
Yeah. And people thought Miles Turner was available. They're going for it. Indiana.
701, spot on, Steiny.
With the stat or
no, but you know what? And I don't know. Maybe this is interesting. I wish I could have done. I swear to God, Goo, I wish I could have done the clutch thing without using Curry because it has less to do with Curry than the stat itself. Mm-hmm. I think people are going to think I was taking a shot at Curry. I mean, he's scored more points in close 5-point games within 5 minutes than anybody else. That's a fact. But what do you think about this, Goo, from the 701? That's why the Dubs fan base has become toxic. 85% of Dubs fans now are just Curry fans who believe everything needs to be done for Steph. We need to start thinking about the Warriors, not Steph.
Right. But the cap situation is bigger than Steph. So you're going to deal with that regardless. To that person and you, if this is who they are and they're going to play this type of ball moving forward, when do we get excited?
A couple years.
That's sobering.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're coming to the end of a dynasty, right?
Oh, man.
But no, the thing I'm talking about with Curry and the Warriors is they're 18 and 22. You got the trading deadline coming up. Siakam just went to Indiana.
What else is out there? Nothing.
That means
a wrap, man. The store's closed.
But Indiana, I tell me what you think. Okay, I'll set it up this way.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that Steph Curry didn't want Pascal Siakam.
Oh, right.
Okay, fine.
No, totally agree.
So let's just bear with me for a minute. And I'm not saying I'm necessarily right. I think Curry probably wanted Siakam. And Dunleavy said, well, we can get you Siakam, but it's going to cost us 3 first-round picks, whatever, 26, 28, and 30. And Dunleavy's like, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. So in other words, I'm telling the chef that we got to start thinking down the line. And no, I'm not giving up 3 future firsts for Siakam, particularly if he's not under contract for next year. So maybe this move is the first sign that we're not bringing a veteran in here because we don't think a veteran can help us turn this thing around fast enough.
And you know what? I'm not mad at one individual, but I guess it's a bunch of outlets. for the last 2 weeks that have buttered the bread to where Warrior fans, buckle up. The Warriors are looking to make a move. And now you look out yonder, what's available, and the Utah's hot as any team. They ain't getting rid of marketing, I don't believe. So now I'm despondent or I'm down because I'm going to get in the car on the way home today just thinking what I thought was out there, maybe they could go shopping. So now this is just one of those. You might be right. Curry, you want to do it? We're not. That's too steep. I'm going to be here long after you're gone. I don't know, Steiny. So now it's all about, can they fix themselves to get back into contention? But I'm
in contention.
Yeah. Got to go.
Play in
I need
contention. We need bloodies is what we need. That's really what we need.
And I want to read something to you on the other side.
Okay. Yeah. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Also, on the other side, your chance to win 2 tickets to the Golden State Warriors Dallas Mavericks game on Friday, the 500th consecutive sellout at Chase Center dating back to 2012. That's coming up on the other side.
Advertisement by Zimmerman Reed of 2381.
What could have come out of my mouth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Dal the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. All right, let's get right to it. Let's give away a couple tickets to Friday's game at Chase. All right, here's what we want. It's time to thank Dub Nation for making this the 500th consecutive sellout dating back to 2012. That's right, 500 straight sellouts for the Warriors on Friday against the Mavericks. You want to go to the game tomorrow? We'll give you 2 tickets. And here's who we're going to give them to. The 5th caller at the following 415-523-4652. That's our contest line. The 5th caller at 415-523-4652 wins a pair of tickets to Friday's game against the Dallas Mavericks. One more time, caller number 5 to the following number, 415-523-4652.
Bam.
All right, if you're just joining us, we've been talking football, talking about Brock Purdy, talking about Kyle Shanahan, talking about how overwhelming the 49ers are in terms of favorites. But there's been a trade in the NBA, and it, as far as I'm concerned, it peripherally involves the Golden State Warriors. And the move is that the Indiana Pacers are sending 2 2024 first-round picks and a 2026 first-round pick to the Toronto Raptors. New Orleans is going to send a second-round pick to Indiana, but the bottom line is Pascal Siakam is going to Indiana. And Indiana included 3 first-round picks, and Bruce Brown was also involved in that deal.
We were talking about him today,
So the reality of the situation is, and we have a salary cap guru here on staff, and his name is Rotz. And Rotz is telling us that because the Warriors have they have a pick, a first-round pick that's going to be conveyed, that they only actually had 2 more first-round picks to offer, not 3.
All right.
Nevertheless, if you're telling me Bruce Brown and 3 first-rounders got it done for Pascal Siakam, that tells me the Warriors, if they really wanted Pascal Siakam, they might have been able to get him. I mean, clearly they could have gotten him for Kuminga, right?
Yeah.
Clearly.
And you got.
And I get it. They would have had to throw somebody else on, but would you rather have Bruce Brown or Kuminga? I kind of like them both, but
I'll take Kuminga.
So there it is.
But what you said before, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the message that sends to me is Mike Dunleavy does not want to send future first-round picks out of here in a trade.
I'll tell you this. You got
Hopefully
me
he's thinking about
and I'm
the
mad
future.
at you because it ain't about you, Matt, and I love you. It's about what you asked myself and the listeners before break. Do you think Curry wanted Siakam? So now I don't know what's going on, but I know what the record is. I know, and I heard a great interview yesterday with Coach Kerr on Willard and Dibbs. And you know, Steiny, the coach was saying, hey, we're trying. The guys are trying.
That's good.
And I know, but I'm just
that's
like,
nice,
that's
Goo.
a given. Coach, you shouldn't have to come
Did you
out
see
and
the
say
Eagles?
that.
Did it look like the
that
Philadelphia
I did,
Eagles
no
were
doubt.
trying?
And the Dallas Cowboys. But my
Exactly.
point is, this is the first time you just painted a brush of if Mike is telling Steph or whomever, hey, we ain't going to spend all that capital to get a guy in here right now. How's he feeling? And if I'm correct, or if my worst nightmare comes to fruition, then this could be the first to where, you know, oh, man. You know what? To where Curry's like, oh, okay, maybe it ain't all just about me and because my phone's blowing up right now with Warrior fans. Oh, the future's now. The Warriors were sleeping. Well, obviously not. Mike is telling you that he didn't want to part ways.
What does Siakam do for you?
Oh, a lot. I think, man, Steiny, with Clay Dre and Loon Dog or whoever have you, I think you got action.
Okay, then but you can't re-sign him.
Well,
because you're trying to cost cut. See, that's the other part of this. Siakam's a free agent at the end of the year. So he's either a rental or he's somebody that right now you are willing to say, we want him around for 3 more years.
Which Joe Lacob has done before. Like, unless you're right, Lacob won't do that because he's tired of doing it, or he looks at
Exactly.
Siakam that he could keep the window open.
What window?
The Steph Curry window.
How's Steph doing keeping that window alive?
I just really would
maybe
love
if
to take
Steph
a pulse
could do
of Steph.
maybe if
he's
Steph could
upset.
do a better job of prying that window further open, it'd be more realistic to try to help him to open it further.
So what he said a couple games ago about the definition of insanity, right? I mean, it looks like that's what they're going with, insanity, Steiny. They're going to try to tip the ball with the same team.
Yeah. Try to catch lightning in a bottle, which is kind of what you were advocating.
Like, you couldn't even throw a name at us right now, Warrior fans, that, just a guy that you might trade and get in say today.
I got a name.
Because marketing is on a team that Utah's about to be a problem.
Utah's the hottest team in the league.
Yeah.
Again, I've done it before, and I'll do it again.
Not yet. No, Lord, people. It's not this dude.
What?
Even a lottery pick. Go
Was
ahead.
Draymond Green a lottery pick?
No, he wasn't.
Thank you. Look, the future, ladies and gentlemen, is in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, boy.
The future is in Knoxville, Tennessee. You just have to be bold enough to look there. Dalton Next. Woo! Did you see him yesterday?
No.
They were on at 2 o'clock. They played Florida. Oh, this guy's got a chance. If he gets some coaching, I'm telling you, Dalton Necht. Just note it, my friend. Yeah. Just note
I'm worried about this year. I ain't worried about the draft.
Well, this year's over.
Don't say that.
Don't
know that.
They're 12th in the West, Goo.
Yeah.
Get
right
over
now.
it.
Damn you.
Yeah.
This glass half empty.
No.
And what about your rant about the dishes this morning?
What dishes?
That all of them are missing. You went
Not the dishes.
The glasses.
Did you see the company email from Robert, our office manager?
Now that I didn't.
Okay. So in other words, you're ready to jump me without knowing the whole story.
Okay. Because I'm like, if it's that serious and you're the dish police, bring your own.
You misrepresented the entire
my man's
story.
in there talking to other people about them missing glasses.
I'm trying
bring your own
to prepare for my show, and the next thing I know, the boss, 2 other bosses are talking about what has happened to all the water glasses. I don't know. Apparently, we've lost 11 water glasses, and they're not laying around the studio. We're in a relatively new studio. We got a lot of company Odyssey coffee mugs. But I'll show you on the YouTube. Hold on, everybody.
But you were in on it. I was like, man, he's true detective.
But we have these really nice glasses that we use for water.
What?
Boss will fire him if he sees it's in the studio. Nevertheless, we got stocked with. We had to have 12, 18 of these bad boys.
And we got about those many people working here, so maybe each one has one at their desk.
No, they don't. Don't you see? Nahigian went and skulked around. There's only 2 left, and nobody knows where the other 12 are.
I don't have them. Yeah.
They're not.
Sticky fingers.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. Steiny, tell Goo it's over. If we don't make a move, it means the season over, they wave the flag.
I can't even come up with a name. I had a short list.
Well, this is usually where you're good for a name or two. What about Zach LaVine?
Yeah.
Zach LaVine. There you go. What's he making, 40 mil?
DeRozan. I'm laughing, but I'm not, man. We'll be out there Friday to see him take on Dallas, and hopefully whoever wins the contest will be with us.
Yeah. Hey, back to the Niners. They play the Green Bay Packers. Did you hear?
And Willard sent us a text. He agreed with me.
On what?
What would be the spread when I asked you guys if they played the Ravens right now? What do you think would be in the Super Bowl? He said my Niners minus 3.5.
What did you say?
3.5. Might not have came out.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay. I want to get into this. Did you hear about the Mike Wagner story on ESPN?
No.
To me, it's fascinating. So, according to ESPN, before this season started, Kyle Shanahan told Brock Purdy. Hey, seriously, have you heard this or no?
No, I have.
Okay, yeah, no. This is This is true. In fact, I'm gonna get the right.
I can't. Where are you going? He told Brock
this is
Purdy
great.
what?
This is good stuff. So early in the offseason, 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Brock Purdy and assured Purdy if Purdy was healthy, he would be the starting quarterback of the 49ers. This is in the offseason, early in the offseason, so let's put that Super Bowl February. That's March or April of last year.
All right.
Unless he told Brock Purdy, you are our starting quarterback if you're healthy, unless. You know what the unless was? Unless Tom Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown team. So Tom Brady, who didn't play this year, but he was still out there, I think we can all assume that the 49ers and Brady talked, and Brady said, you know what, I'm good. I don't want to play another year. And then...
Well, if I'm a Niner fan, it kind of bothers me because you had a chance to get that Tampa Bay Super Bowl when he wanted to come here, and it sounded like from all reports you shunned him off. Kyle didn't want to share the power. So now, all of a sudden, after the fact, you want to tell young Brock Purdy, and shout out kudos to Brock for, I don't know, Steiny, how that would have affected your confidence, but obviously it didn't happen, so he didn't have to deal with it. But damn, did you have to be that open? And this is the thing, that this is like backwards. You had a chance to get him years ago. You didn't want him. Tampa got him, won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
And then now you would have told Brock Purdy, hey, good job last year, but the old Gipper's coming in here and he's a quarterback. Like, what changed?
Tom Brady became available.
Well, he was available 3 or 4 years ago and you didn't want him. And you and I were on the station cutting promos about bring Tom Brady in.
But here's what I don't get. Because you're always the guy who talks about reacting to new information. What's wrong with, when Brady left New England, they didn't want him, and then 2 years went by and they wanted him. They changed their mind, right?
Yeah, well,
it's like
I would ask
to
what
me,
changed your the Super
what changed
Bowl,
your mind?
Obviously, him winning the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay,
Joe
when
Lacob.
You might have thought he was done.
Like, I'm sorry, but Joe Lacob, real quick, Joe, when you came into 95.7 The Game, did you really think this was a title team? Yeah, Matt, I really did. Okay, well, you've clearly changed your mind now, right? Yes, we're not a title team. Like, that happens. I mean, how many Warrior fans through the first half of the year have finally given in that this thing might be over?
Oh, right now, I'd say 70% are like, oh, boy.
So the minute you think that, you change your strategy, right?
Again, if I'm a Niner fan and I hear this, I feel like, damn, maybe we would have a Super Bowl if you felt this way. I would just want to know why, and I know I'm not privy to the info, what changed, because if you would have just acted when he was available and by all accounts wanted to come here, that Tampa Bay Super Bowl could have been yours.
Because he thought Garoppolo, like he believed in Garoppolo, maybe.
Man.
The other thing is I think Shanahan was probably less secure coaching Tom Brady the first time as opposed to the second. Let's go to Jay. Jay's in Miami. Wants to jump in here. What's up, Jay? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Been listening for a long time.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, and I feel like not a lot of people are willing to say with respect to the Warriors. When you think about us being, the Warriors being light years ahead, I think it was really mostly about Steph Curry being drafted and then Jerry West joining the staff. And I think if you look at what happened after Jerry West left, I think it was 2016, 17, that's when the drafting went to crap. And that's why we're in the situation we're in now. And so I'm actually optimistic for the Warriors. I think I'm really thankful for what Bob Myers did while he was here, but I think him leaving was probably the best thing because I'm a little more optimistic about Mike Dunleavy. And I personally think that if Joe Lacob really wants to bring light years back, he should go to Oklahoma City with a blank check and offer Sam Presti the job because I think he's hands down the best talent evaluator in the league. Was wondering what you guys thought about that.
I mean, yeah, Presti's
Why
good.
would he want to leave before when they're on the verge of getting, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't coming. They're here. Why would Sam want to dip out before they, have a parade? Man, oh man.
916 Bro's asking for a talking to from the boss by calling out Lacob. I wouldn't call out. I'm just saying some guys change their mind. If Joe Lacob thought this was a championship team a week before the season when he came in here, and that's what he said, well, at some point, if you ask him again, would he say, I still believe that, Matt? Or would he say, you know what, we played a half a season. The writing's on the wall. We're not a championship team. Like, that's not a big deal one way or the other. But until Joe Lacob figures out the avenue the Warriors want to go down, then we'll probably be in the same place.
And I'm over here stuck and paralyzed by or blinded by names. And this is when you put that Joey Light years to test. And you know what I mean? It's like, and I know he didn't name himself, but good God, Steiny, when they were winning and Joey Light years.
No, he did name himself.
Oh, boy.
He named himself. He said, frankly, what we're doing here in Golden State is light years ahead of the NBA. So he did. So he kind of like Guru.
Pete Franklin gave that to me. But anyway, where's the light now?
The light?
It ain't. I'm not letting you and your stanky outlook on this season poison me.
Okay.
It looks bad.
They
are 12.
Doesn't look bad. It is bad. Oh. So look at the standings.
Right.
Okay.
Well, season not over.
No, not at all.
You can still fall further, or you could get up like champions and fight. And that's what Kerr told Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, good. So, well, then it's all. Then there's nothing to see here.
I didn't say that.
No,
we're watching.
Guru, then we're doing exactly what you want. We're continuing down the same path. And Draymond, Steph, and Clay, they'll be better. Get better.
Well, Lightyear signed that check. That's where it starts. It ain't
criticize him.
I already did.
Ah, please. Remember how? Well, remember that day he came in here? No.
I did jump in your picture. That's the one thing I've ever done, even in high school. That's kind of the man's.
I know how you get around important people.
I thought you were saying, "Goo, get in here."
It's a little embarrassing. But, like, it's one of those things where, if anybody else did it, we'd be mad, but it's you.
They told me
to
get in. Oh boy, I didn't even post. I think I did.
All right, can I hear? I'm gonna play some sound that has nothing to do with anything because I heard. Here's another piece of sound that somebody said is pretty funny.
Nothing was funnier than that. Your boy.
Who?
Tracy Morgan.
Oh. Well, let's see. Let's see. Todd Bowles was asked about the weather.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we've seen it drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? They got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Can I just share with you what went through my mind?
What?
That silence, and what would Dave Chappelle or Richard Pryor responded to that question? Don't you know it's in a dome?
If she
that's want to get away for sure.
Well, she still could have salvaged it by saying,
how?
I'll tell you how. So if you're talking about the weather, now say it's in the. Go ahead.
Who am I?
You're Bowles. Go ahead and make a horse's behind out of me. You thought about the weather?
You do know we play indoors?
Of course. I'm asking you about the weather. Might it affect your travel time to the game?
Look at you.
Will you have to leave a little earlier from the hotel?
Look at you.
Do you need? Are you going to need an escort if it snows?
Wow.
Does that?
What did her boss say? What did her friends? She asked about. Now, I've got my mess that we can put the greatest hits. That is the ultimate one to get away. When she realized, oh, boy. Man.
Yeah. Anyway.
How much dead silence? There was dead air. It was silence.
There was.
Yeah.
There was. The thing we're talking about with Brock Purdy and Brady, that apparently Kyle Shanahan told Brock Purdy that before the season, early in the offseason, he told Purdy, you're going to be our starting quarterback. Only way you're not is if Tom Brady wants to play for us. And
if I was Brock, I'd been, why didn't you do it years ago when you could have had him? Huh, bud?
If you were Brock
Purdy, a Super Bowl.
If you were Brock Purdy, how would you respond to that?
I mean, I don't know, Steiny. Brock didn't let it affect him. He's out here balling, man.
I mean, to me, the thing that I find like the most interesting about that is, when you look at all the quarterbacks that I really do believe that Shanahan, there's a certain type of quarterback that he really kind of wants or needs to coach, and it's a guy like Purdy.
Yeah.
It's not a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, to me, was a little too set in his ways after coming from New England, and because he played for Belichick, I think Garoppolo just bucked Shanahan a little bit. But you look at a guy like Brock Purdy who gets picked in the 7th round. I mean, all he can be, all Brock Purdy can be is coachable. That's what Shanahan wants out of a coach, wants out of a quarterback, and it's like he got the most coachable quarterback probably in that draft.
Well, he wants one that he can control.
Exactly.
And I go rap. Dr. Dre, he produced Snoop Dogg, Eminem, and 50 Cent. And the one thing about those 3 Hall of Famers, Steiny, Dre was behind him. And that's how Kyle did. That's what Kyle did with Jimmy. He got, it wasn't Peyton Manning. I don't think Kyle was in on Brady coming here, looking at him like, dude, I'm going to call my own stuff. I know as much or more than you. So at that point, that's how we wrote off why they didn't pull the trigger on Tom Brady back then. So that's why I'm just flabbergasted that now he would tell his young stud, or maybe he wasn't playing with him, but, if he wants to play, it's okay to play now. Well, what happened when you could have got that Tampa Bay shit?
Like, I don't understand why you're mad. Like, you're the king. Not king.
Yeah.
I'm not
mad. I'm just curious.
You're the one who says.
But what changed from Kyle's vantage point? You didn't fire when you had a chance. He went to Tampa Bay. He didn't what?
He changed his mind.
Okay,
he reacted to new information. He thought Brady was washed. Brady won a Super Bowl. Like you
didn't say that earlier.
But he's being goo. Yeah. He reacted to new information. You said you thought Brady was washed after New England.
Oh no, I'm the
His
one.
last pick was a pick six.
That was Vontae. I'm the one that cut it a promo. I love you, B. I'm the one that cut it a promo saying, "Bring him to town."
Okay.
A lot of people thought his last pass in a Patriot uniform was an interception in the playoffs. I was saying, maybe he's got something left.
Well, you knew more than Kyle at the time. So. We'll talk about it on the other side. We will. By the way, next hour, don't forget, coming up at 12:30, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Autographed jersey. All right. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, that segment was sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced.
with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Simon's there with the Guru Johnson with you, 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, coming up at 12:30, your chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. That's coming up at 12:30. Between 12:30 and 1:30, you'll have a chance, so you got to be listening. It's a signed Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's framed. Somebody texted in yesterday, Goo. I forgot to pass this along. I thought it was kind of funny. They said, hey, what size is that McCaffrey jersey? I said, yeah, you ain't wearing this one. It's behind, it's a framed jersey. It's a really nice piece of
no, it is beautiful. The scarlet red
swag
ones that they'll probably have on this Saturday, no doubt. I can't wait for the game.
Also, some sad news to pass along, Warrior related. Their assistant coach, Dejan, Aaron, I'm going to ask you to help me again here.
Aaron?
I'm sorry, Evan, with Dejan's last name, please.
Dejan Milojevic.
He got a serious medical condition last night, and the NBA has postponed tonight's Warriors Utah Jazz game. If we get any news on that reliable, we'll pass that on to you. But the Golden State Warriors Utah Jazz game's been postponed. It was supposed to be a 6 o'clock start, and because of the assistant coach who suffered a serious and sudden health issue, the game has been postponed. If we get more news on that, we will obviously pass it along. We're also talking about the Packers and the 49ers. 5:15 on Saturday. And I don't know why this continues to come up on the text line and on the YouTube chat. Can you trust me that even though I'm bringing this up, it's not me. It's just I keep noticing something.
Oh, wow.
People are really coming down your road about they believe you are giving off a faulty weather report.
I got it from Larry Kruger, our guy Larry Kruger.
Right, he's not a meteorologist, God love him.
Right, that's my guy.
Right.
You do know weather, they're 50-50.
No, they're
some
better
are
than that.
40-60. Come on, yeah. Only God knows.
See, here's what I'm going to do now. Santa Clara weather.
Oh boy.
Now you hit
that. Hey,
you hit return.
I'm just telling you where I got my info.
I see
from.
Friday.
I don't care about Friday.
You know those little blue dots that indicate rain?
Yes.
I see blue dots on Friday.
How about Saturday?
No, I don't see one blue dot.
Something changed. But when my guy got
Friday rain, Sunday rain, Monday rain.
Nothing.
Looks like Saturday's going to be okay.
Well, I told you his was 70% chance of showers, 87% chance of showers, 17% chance of thunder showers, and winds.
What's he doing right
17 miles per hour from the southeast direction.
Did you memorize those?
No, that's what I told you. I appreciated the intel. Can I tell you something before I veer off?
I'm ready.
I do wonder, some of these guys that train these kids, when I go to the 24-hour fitness and there's like 50 kids with their parents and they're little kids and they're paying about $25. I ain't in nobody's pocket. Sometimes $30 for an hour session. Pascal Siakam is in his final year of a $137 million contract over 4 years. Steph Curry signed one for $215. And my point partner is, damn, you're telling me Siakam, before he ups his new deal, is going to have $137 in the bank? This, I want to use S, is crazy. And we could go baseball, football, whatever, but basketball, Steiny, the money is crazy. And that's why these parents are doing what they're doing. Little Johnny needs travel ball. Little Johnny needs this. Little Susan needs, I get it. Because if you can get this type of payday, partner, generational wealth. I failed at it. I had 3 shots, 3 cracks at it. Donovan, Milan, and Daryl. Damn it! I wouldn't even be here. I'd be T. Morant.
Oh my
you have
God.
only yourself to blame.
You know what?
I would be T.
He's
Morant.
the only guy I know who would say that proudly.
Don't blame the kids.
My son, I made him. I got my shades on. I'm sipping. We got the bills paid. Where we going? I'm with my son. Oh, T. Morant's living the life. I'm saying what people want to say, but they wouldn't. Imagine Grace in the WNBA or a tennis play. You would be on the road with her. I'm your manager. Come on, man.
Problem is that
3 shots at it.
Well,
I blame the missus, her gene pool.
I blame probably you spent too much time trying to teach ha-ha and not fundamentals.
Well, we pay some people to do ha-ha too, Scotty.
You look at a guy like Dalton Knecht. It's clear that kid's already had a lot of great coaching, and that's why Dalton Knecht's old man might be a man who's getting generational wealth.
Boy.
That's all I'm saying.
We're going to get to my exercise.
I thought your knee hurt.
Like cardio?
How about this? You know what Goo did to me this morning? It kind of pissed me off.
Boy.
He walks in, right? He walks in, and I say to him, I'm like, you know what, Pete? Hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm good, Stein. Hey, how's the foot? Because I knew he went to the doctor. It's my knee.
I just told you.
It's my knee.
Right.
Okay. You know what? You know what?
Well, we only spent like 15 minutes yesterday going over why he couldn't do the splits.
People are tired of the
because
plane, everything. They don't want to hear nothing else about the flight. But anyway, I said my knee, bud. Today, 250.
I don't care. Go have fun.
I really believe you don't.
I don't care.
And I asked you about your procedure. Could I come see you at the hospital? I really meant it, Evan. I said, could I come see you? Because I'm that guy. I'm coming to see you, pal. You looked at me.
You just reminded me of something. I don't even want to say this.
Oh, no.
This is on the heels of the...
Be careful.
No. This is on the heels of the woman on BART who said, would you like my seat? So, I'm going in for the surgery on Tuesday, and I've been getting some calls about, this, that, and the other thing, and I'm, we need to authorize it. I'm like, okay, fine. And then I forgot a couple days ago I got a call, and I was like, no, I'm fine. Don't worry. And they're like, well, you should. It came to the door yesterday.
What was it?
A walker and a commode.
Wow.
It's sitting in our foyer, and my daughter laughs and cackles.
See, that's not
every time I said, "Look, I'm not. I don't need this. It's better to be safe than sorry. You never know after a surgery, a hip surgery.
No doubt.
I will not use either. I swear to God.
Now, see, that's what I don't. Don't be. Yeah, that's your ego.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Oh, what? Okay, who's gonna slice open 4 tennis balls for me then?
Oh boy. I know all about the walker.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not taking a cardboard cutter to 4 tennis balls to put on the bottom of my walker. Not now. Right. Not here.
Right. Oh, boy. We'll down for you.
My daughter is so nasty.
Dude. No, it's funny.
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, it's funny.
She's inviting friends over. Hey, look at what my dad got. Right.
Now, see, she'll regret it. But my exercise I'm speaking of was I was going to rank the quarterbacks that are left in the playoffs.
Well, what's funny, and I'll let you set it up.
Okay.
But,
well, I just did.
Well, you need to do it better. But I think I think something interesting is going to happen because I'm ready to make a statement. But go ahead.
Okay.
Tell everybody what you want to do.
Yes, there's some young hot shots. C.J. Stroud, quarterbacks left in the playoffs. Jordan Love. And it got me to thinking, because I do hate that Brock Purdy has a 1 next to the loss column, a game that he didn't even – he was knocked out. I get it, Stoney. But he's actually, in my mind, 2-0.
Of course he is.
But in this exercise, he's 2-1. But this, to me – I'm going to go last to first.
No. No. Can I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can we maybe do it another way?
All right.
Because I think maybe something will happen here.
I got the berries.
Okay. All right. Is there any way we could do it this way? There's 8 quarterbacks left in the draft, or left in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Let's have a draft. I'll give you first pick.
All right.
We'll each end up with 4 quarterbacks, and then we'll ask the listeners who's got the better 4 quarterbacks. But I also think something's going to happen during the draft. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the first.
You're a part of it, so
but I'll give you the first pick. Music. Wow. Any chance you get a little music?
No, I like this.
Okay. Please listen.
Well, we can wait for him.
Okay, we're having a draft of the 8 remaining quarterbacks in the NFL playoffs. Guru, you have the first pick of the draft.
Now, I got to specify, this is not their career. This is how I feel like they're playing right now. My confidence level in these quarterbacks now. So I'm just preparing you for.
I'm just telling you.
Smoking?
I'm putting a team together of 4 quarterbacks, and my 4 quarterbacks will be better than yours.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going first.
Okay.
All right. Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
All right. So I took Patrick. He's off the board. Mahomes.
I'll take Lamar Jackson.
Okay. I got Brock Purdy.
And that's where I start to take control, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
I'll take Josh Allen.
Okay. I know you did, but you look at his career.
I knew he was good. He couldn't.
C.J. Stroud.
He just had to be different. I knew he was going to do that.
I'm going C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
that
the reality
was incredible.
and the reality is, if the draft would have gone to form, okay, so Mahomes, Purdy, and you took
C.J. Stroud. Yep.
Okay.
I know who you're going to take now. He's from Dibs City.
Huh?
He's from Dibs City. The quarterback you're about to draft next.
I'll take. It doesn't matter here, but I'll take.
This is where
I'll take Goff.
Oh my God, dude! Why are you doing it like that? He balled. He won him that game.
Right. Who do you want? Mayfield or Love?
I'm going Love.
I'll take Mayfield.
All right.
Here's the reality. You ruined the draft because the way that draft should go. The 4 AFC quarterbacks should be the top 4 picks.
Please explain.
I'm saying if you think C.J. Stroud's better than Brock Purdy, then the best 4 quarterbacks are all in the AFC.
Well, I don't think that, but to my way of thinking is what's around you. And right now, nobody has anything richer. The wealth is around Brock Purdy. I believe he has a dominant running back.
I thought we were drafting quarterbacks, not teams of quarterbacks.
No, I'm drafting quarterbacks.
Okay, stop. Full stop.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Full stop. Who are you taking, Stroud? Evan, who are you taking, Stroud or Purdy?
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I know. Of course you are. John Lucan?
That shocked me.
Who are you taking?
C.J. Stroud.
Of course you are. Because most people would. So you threw the monkey wrench. You threw the monkey wrench into the draft.
It's called nuance.
With homerism.
No, it ain't homerism. It's what's around them. Ism.
No, but we're just drafting quarterbacks.
Houston's about to get blown off the thing.
So let me get this straight. You just set up let's have a quarterback draft, and you drafted the team.
And I specified, PSA, I said this is how confident I'm feeling about the now, NOW. Just no more exercises because yesterday I said 3.
I know.
You took it to 10. If you could just shut up and do the exercise and leave it where I have it. But now you got.
You changed the rules mid-game.
Oh boy, I'm playing. Right. Yeah.
We got some bad news coming out of the Warriors franchise. Their assistant coach, Dejan Milosevic, has passed.
Oh,
he's passed away.
Man.
So the Warriors lost a 49-year-old assistant coach last night. Serious medical, 46, I'm sorry, geez. Serious medical incident during a team dinner last night.
Wow.
And he's passed. Dejan Milosevic,
Steiny,
assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, and I really apologize if I'm not saying it correctly, but boy, that sucks.
No, all I'll say is, and to everybody listening, and Bonte did it so well when he was in here along with Evan Friday with everything that went down with your dad and Mr. Shasky. But Steiny, tomorrow is not promised. And you think about what he was doing with his teammates, his family, at a dinner, and this happens, and then you find out a day later he's no longer with us. So, this is sad, and thoughts and prayers to everybody involved.
Dejan Milojevic, 46 years old.
Man.
And
you just lost your
listen,
pops, man.
Yeah. This is so much different. It's not even funny. I've actually, people have been great to me, reaching out with condolences. My dad was 90 years old. I mean, I don't want to downplay it, but he was 90 years old. This guy's 46. I don't even want to look about a family or kids.
Man,
I really don't. But the Warriors dealt a really bad blow.
And kudos to the NBA and everybody involved, Stoney, because tonight wasn't about, I mean, you know what I mean? Just watching one of your comrades not make it and go through this, this was a right call. Man.
All right. Let's try to jump back into some 49ers, and let's try to have some fun if we can. But, boy, that's
no doubt.
once again, the Warriors assistant coach Dejan Milojevic has passed, 46 years old.
Man.
And they clearly made the right decision by postponing the game tonight.
Yeah. I mean, now you start thinking about some logistics. And this was at a team dinner where he suffered the serious medical condition. So, obviously, a lot of the members of the Golden State Warriors team and staff saw something traumatic happen last night, probably.
And this was young, man.
Our condolences and sympathies go out to the Golden State Warriors and the family of Dejan Milojevic, 46 years old. I mean, we can spin it a little bit we got 5 minutes before break. We can talk a little bit about the Warriors.
Also, I just wanted to add, I know this news had kind of been circulating through a European, Serbian site. We didn't want to report it until it was officially official, just in case there was a 0.1% chance that it wasn't actually what happened.
Yeah, this isn't about being first to break news on a trade.
Kind of hoping it was wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why you don't say anything.
Good call.
NBA-wise, there was a trade in the NBA, and to me, my way of thinking, it has Warrior implications, and it's this. Pascal Siakam, the Toronto Raptors, he is going to the Indiana Pacers, and the Pacers are parting with 3 future first-round picks. Siakam Guru's been a name that's been out there, and he's a free agent at the end of this season, and he's told teams that he won't sign immediately, meaning he's eligible to sign an extension right now if he wanted to with the Pacers. He's not going to do that. He'd said that prior, but obviously he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
You got to believe the Pacers feel good about him staying, right?
It's a great question.
That's a hell of a
great
roll
question.
Of the dice.
And that's probably what tamped down his value in terms of a player rather than picks. So the leap I'm making, and you can disagree with me if you want, or say maybe there's another way to look at it, is if you're telling me that the Pacers gave up 3 future firsts for Siakam, and Bruce Brown was a player that was also included for salary reasons, that tells me the Warriors had a shot at him. And it also tells me if they really, really, really wanted him, or they felt like they were really, really, really desperate, I think they could have gotten him. They could have thrown 2 future firsts at Toronto and probably given him a player like Kuminga, who they might even like more than Brown, with another player. All I'm getting at is that tells me Mike Dunleavy is not comfortable trading future firsts for what some people might think is a quick fix, Goo.
Yeah, and what you have me, because you brought this point up, what you have me concerned about is the things that we're not privy to. You said, Goo, you think Curry wanted Siakam? My answer is hell yes. So now I'm wondering, how much did he want him, to the point of, is any of the players upset that the Warriors didn't get this guy? So, we'll never find out, or maybe something to come out, and hopefully nothing is there. But now I default to, I do believe this team needs a trade, Stoney. So if there's some way, here I go, holding on, if there's some way to get Zach LaVine or DeRozan, I mean, is that who they're targeting? I just don't understand how Mike Dunleavy in year 1 could see at 18 and 22, the vibes, all the stuff that's gone on, and all we've been conditioned as Warrior fans to believe is a deal was imminent, how February 8th could possibly come and nothing happened.
Because if February 8th comes and nothing happens, What it tells me is we need to get more realistic about this roster and the idea that some of these players are coveted. I mean,
that's coming from the top.
I'm not going to. Why? 888-957-9570 is the number. Take yourself out of the Golden State Warriors for 1 minute. Yeah. Why would you trade for Andrew Wiggins if you're another team? Why would you trade for Andrew Wiggins right now? He's got 3.5 more years left in his deal, and he's had a terrible year, and now it's been parlayed into 2 terrible years. So I don't know what you do if you're.
Would you rather have Wiggins
Warriors.
or Harrison Barnes?
Harrison Barnes, and it's not even close.
Because I think Sack has regardless of that question, Sack has a Harrison Barnes issue.
What is it?
He's just get cold as ice, inconsistent, and when they need him the most, he's not there. And I think they know that. His minutes are dwindling. I'm watching them every night. But again, the roll of the dice would be Mike Brown ain't doing this, Donnie. Maybe we get Wiggins, and I got rapport with them. I can bring the best out of them. But like you said, guys aren't psychologists.
Not the worst idea I've ever heard. That sounded patronizing. I didn't mean to do that. I was going to say something, though.
I'm just telling you. I'm watching Sack. Yeah.
Should we update?
What are you smiling at?
Local odds. Should we update our 2 bets?
Well, it's actually 1.
Because you're saying, are you already taking an L on the one?
Yeah, the Warriors.
Yeah, they're 7-11 on the road. So if they go 17-5 on the road,
that lasted
to win the
2 weeks, man.
No, the other news is, and this game that I gave him may end up being the winner, but I can live with it right now.
Yeah.
Guru and I have a bet that he thinks the Kings will win 49 or more games. I wanted it. He said 50, of course, and I go, I'll bet you. And then he goes, well, they'll win more than last year. And they won 48. So I said, fine, I'll give you 49.
Yeah.
But right now, the Kings are 23-17.
And 2 heartbreaking losses.
They lost a 22-point lead.
In 5 minutes.
With 8:22. I did the math.
Well, it was 17 with 5. That's even worse. Well, 22 at 8, 17 at 5.
Yeah, I know. You notice how Rational Mike doesn't call anymore?
Dude,
Rational Mike.
We got to do a welfare check on
Rational Mike.
Man,
if I would have known the collapse would have happened this fast, I would have asked to play golf at Half Moon Bay before my hip surgery.
I could hear his voice right now, and there's no way he would call. He's nervous. I'll tell you what, man.
Actually, he's not nervous.
Well, I'm just saying.
There's no reason to be nervous. Like, that part of it's over. Like, you don't make up 7 games in 40. It's hard. By the way, can I?
Go ahead, buddy.
You know what?
Go ahead,
I'm feeling a little down, seriously, about some of the stuff that's going on.
No doubt. I'm with you.
You know what I'm going to do? We try to cheer us up on the other side. I'm going to take a victory lap. How about that? I'm also going to give away a shot. I'm going to give away a chance at a Christian McCaffrey jersey. Not the shirt itself yet. A chance for the shirt. An autographed jersey of Christian McCaffrey. Oh, no. Hold on 1 second here.
I got you, buddy.
I
can't wait for you to cheer us up, man.
I will. You're going to love this. Hey, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, one more time, your chance for a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey to win coming up on the other side between 12:30 and 1:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. Have you been summoned to court to deal with
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. And passing along some sad news. The Warriors have lost an assistant coach, Dejan Milojevic, 46 years old. Suffered a medical emergency last night in Salt Lake City during a team dinner, and he has passed away. The game tonight against the Utah Jazz has been postponed. It was supposed to be a 6 o'clock start. There is no Warrior game now tonight, so obviously that's some pretty sad news. Guru and I also talking about the sports world with the big playoff game on Saturday at 5 o'clock, 5:15, Levi Stadium, and also the Warriors. Trade deadline's coming up fast, and we've got a move in the NBA involving Pascal Siakam. He's going to the Indiana Pacers in a 3-team deal, but the takeaway is Indiana gave up 3 future first-round picks, and I guess I'll just throw it out this way. And by the way, and if you're waiting for me to pay off the tease, that I was going to cheer you up. What if I told you I forgot?
That's when you knew you couldn't do it.
No. I said I was going to take a victory lap or something.
Yeah.
I've totally forgotten what I was going to do.
Well,
so
good. A lot of people might be happy. Tired of you gloating.
We are also going to be giving away an opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey sometime in the next hour, but you got to be listening between now and 1:30. Here's the way it's coming down. Between now and 1:30, I'm going to throw a word out. And when I throw that word out, you text that word to 20357. And when you do that, you're entered to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. So that's what's coming up this hour on 95.7 The Game. There was a trade for Siakam to Indiana, and my question is very simple to Warrior fans. Now, they could have only given up 2 future firsts because they still have a future first in play with the Blazers right now, this upcoming draft. So they could only give up 2 picks. But my question is this: Would you make a move like that? If you're the Golden State Warriors, would you give up 2 future first round picks for Pascal Siakam? And it's going to cost you Wiggins, maybe Kuminga, maybe. Would you have done it? Are you I guess my question is, where are we right now with the Warriors? Are you willing to give up a couple first-round picks down the line for a shot at getting a player in here, whether it's
I am.
Whether it's
I've been consistent.
And I'm going to Siakam, even though he's just been changed, Levine, DeRozan, Vucevic. Are you down for that? Yeah. I'm not. Those days are over for me of giving up future first-round picks.
And you may not be by yourself, partner.
Just to think that we can make a run at it the next year or two. 888-957-9570. What do you think? What do you think, Gil?
No, I'm with you. I think the Warriors are starting to think like you because you had me thinking during the break, man. As sad as we're feeling here, thoughts and prayers again to everybody affiliated with the Golden State Warriors and his family. But I'm just up here like I think they're sending a message maybe that we're going to ride this thing out and Clay walks and – there goes some money back into the kitty. I don't know what's going on, but you asked me and you hit me when you said, "What do you think, Steph? Did you think Steph wanted Siakam?" And I do. I would
imagine he wanted it.
No doubt.
Like that's one goo where I get.
He went up and said the insanity is basically running this same team out. That's what he said, and expecting different results. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, okay.
And he didn't mention Turner. He said like we need a change.
Okay, well, you're the reason we're running it back and banging our head against the wall. Okay. Like, if you wanted to be a real
easy for you to get mad at me now, Mike and Joe.
Exactly.
But when we decided together, we thought this was the right way.
No, what I'm saying is, if you want to be cold to Steph Curry, it's like, again, Steph, it sounds like you're part of the reason we're in this position.
Right. Okay.
So now we got to bend over to your beck and call again?
Well, that would be this. No. That would be saying no to Siakam or even looking. What if
Mike Dunleavy said, "Look,"
talking?
Huh?
We saw Mike and what's our guy, the GM for Toronto? The brother.
Messiah Ujiri?
Yeah, Messiah, yeah. We saw them talking. There's no telling what was. I mean, they had a conversation, but Mike was probably like too much. The asking price is too steep.
Well, the other thing is Mike Dunleavy may be the kind of guy who said, oh, yes, Steiny, we could have gotten Siakam. I'm not in love with him.
What'd you say?
No, Matt. 30? Steph does think he'd make us better. I don't. And I'm the GM. Yeah. The other thing I wish I could get to the bottom of with the Warriors is, we know Bob Myers left, but we don't know why.
And he's back in the game a little bit.
Is it because Bob Myers was too loyal to the big three? Did he want to move off Draymond, but other guys didn't? Did he want to do, was he responsible for Wiseman? Did he get talked into it by Lacob? We don't know any of that stuff at all. So, as far as I'm concerned, when I look at Mike Dunleavy, and maybe this is unfair, you could say, I don't even view the Draymond extension as his. That's Joe Lacob to me.
Well, they did have dinner.
It might be Mike Dunleavy.
Well, they did have dinner together, Joe and Day-Day.
The way I look at it, the next move Dunleavy makes will be his big move. It'll be like, to me, his first move. And I get it, he traded Jordan Poole. But I almost feel like those were organizational moves that they were going to do.
Yeah.
908 Dynasty's over. Rip it down to the studs. Follow the OKC formula. Well, they're off to a bad start with that formula because they're down draft picks. They don't have a plethora of draft picks.
Well, where's the good news?
The good news to me is that
if they decide to say, let's tear it down to the studs, at least we know where we're going.
To me, the good news is you can get off Clay. You can get off Paul. Wow. You can get off Steve Kerr. In the meantime, try to get off Wiggins.
Would you look to trade Trey?
Yes. Of course.
Because that might get you something, Steiny.
Like what?
How
many teams out there are clamoring for a guy under contract for 3.5 more years who the next time that he gets into...
only 25 per.
Right, but the next time he gets into trouble, you might never have him again. But that's the other thing. Like, I think what the Warriors are finding
Anthony Davis would love to have Draymond Green do the dirty work for him. And I believe Draymond's respect for LeBron, he would know I'm not – my second heaven wasn't – first one's the Golden State. I think you would get the best Draymond Green. Now, if he doesn't get traded and he's here, we may get the best Draymond Green that way. But, Steiny, the Lakers would covet Draymond Green. The Clippers would. Like teams like Milwaukee.
You're not taking into account that if you're the Clippers or the Lakers and you say, you know what, let's trade for Draymond Green, that if he does one more thing, he's going to be suspended for the rest of the year. So, like, even if his intentions are good, you're going to ask Rob Pelinka to give up a piece.
Well, Steiny, that's if he physically now you may be like, dude, that's on the table. I don't think we're going to get any physical things to get him. He ain't getting suspended.
And if you're the GM of another team, you're willing to stake your job on that. You're willing to be Rob Pelinka and say, we'll give up Austin Reeves for Draymond Green, and then what
You really think he could go off from a physical altercation, Steiny?
Are you really asking me this question?
How many times has he mastered getting the umpteen technicals and needs one more to be suspended? Okay. And you and I were doing pre and post years ago, and he knew it. Like I'm just saying, I give Draymond more credit than that.
Okay,
especially if they moved him and that team was like, man, you ain't gonna, your new team, you're gonna do us like. I think, come on, man. Now we're really thinking Dre has no control.
If you're another general manager and you trade for Draymond Green, and something happens, you're fired. You're fired.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Steiny.
Are you chewing gum?
Yeah, I had to put it in my breath a little step. Hey, I'm just telling you, listen to me. I'm telling you.
You're kidding yourself if you think that teams are knocking the door down for Draymond Green, the number one troublemaker in the NBA.
I get that, but you're saying suspension like it's a technical. Like if he got one technical, he's suspended for the rest of the season.
Well, he's suspended for a game.
It would be an altercation.
Okay, if you're willing to
I would be. Okay. If I'm Rob Pelinka, I would be. And I got LeBron to keep him in check. And
all right.
Yeah. Like, I know Dre's not perfect. None of us are, Steiny, but Dre ain't getting suspended the rest of the season.
You know that. You know that.
You
know what?
Want to bet?
And you know what? You're the same guy that thought the problems left with Jordan Poole.
Well,
you're the same guy who said, now they got chemistry because Poole, the problem is it. Okay.
And Mike Dunleavy told us that the connectivity was the title of the jam. That was the theme of this season.
Right. When are you going to stop believing everything you hear? Yeah. Let's go to Free in Oakland. What's up, Free? How you doing, man? Hey, Free in Oakland.
What's going on, Steiny?
Hey.
What's going on, Steiny and Goo?
Talk to us, Free. Talk to us.
I'm finna tell you something, Goo. When Draymond punched Poole was our star. He was going to be our future star.
Yep.
He broke his spirit a little bit. When Curry made the choice of keeping Draymond, that's been to loom over the franchise for years.
Wow.
Because if Poole was on the squad, when we played Memphis, and if it was Curry and Poole and Clay on that court with Kuminga, we would have won that game. Poole lost that took something out of the swag the young swag that the Warriors had. The young swag that they had. I love Curry, but Curry made a bad choice of choosing Draymond. You see, he's been suspended half of the season. The franchise Poole was a star. When he punched Poole, we all humans. When somebody punch you and you can't fight them back, that took something from him.
Humiliated.
So now the franchise is suffering because of one player, Draymond Green, and make that two, and Curry choosing Draymond Green.
Wow.
And now you see the effect of not having a young star on the side of Curry because Clay can't do it no more. But Poole would have been able to do it to get them 25 points, take somebody off the dribble, free Curry up so he can get an open three. Draymond Green just want to run over people now, and he really want to fight. So now we're going to see as Warriors fans for years to come that decision that the Warriors management made to actually go to Curry and have him make a decision on Jordan Poole and Draymond Green is going to linger for probably 10 more years.
Free, before you hang up, let me just tell you this, man. And Steiny, you can sit this one out. Listen to me, brother. You are preaching to where I'm almost teary-eyed, and let me tell you why. I've been in barbershops. After my doctor appointment today, I see DNR Barbershop. Shout out Marky D. When I try to tell them I don't want to hear a damn thing about Washington Wizard Jordan Poole, I don't want to hear anything about Jordan Poole last year after the punch. He was ruined. He may never come back. But when you talk about what he was, your insurance for Curry, Clay, and now you got Kuminga's emergence, you just lose that, and now we're looking around like, what happened? Could you imagine if you had the good Jordan Poole to count on with Kuminga, where this team might be? He's the one that, other people are like, oh, shut up. That ain't, Poole's done. They forget the context of what Poole was on a good day, Steiny, and Free gets it.
It's too late to be mad about that one now.
Yeah.
You also
you're dealing with what you chose in Draymond Green and how he's let you down.
By the way, keep listening to 95.7 The Game for your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey framed between now and 1:30. We're going to be giving you a keyword. Then you keyword. You take that keyword and text it to a number. You got a chance to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. You got to listen between now and 1:30. We'll tell you exactly how to do it. I'll do it again. Let me tell you what to me is, I don't know, if I were a Warrior fan, like the thing that would just bother me,
tell me,
more than anything right now is, how did it get to this point? The Golden State Warriors have one player right now who's fully guaranteed through 2027. They have one player on their entire roster right now that's fully guaranteed until 2027, and it's Draymond Green. How did we get to that point?
Yeah,
and if is there anybody else out there that looks at that and says, "Well, that kind of stinks. Why is Draymond under contract longer than any other player right now on the roster?"
But what if he hadn't punched Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole would be on that list, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Jordan Poole would be, well, I don't know when his contract is up, but you would have him under control for 2 or 3 more years. We could just dismiss it, and I know it's all the punch, but it paralyzed everything.
Okay, then, and again,
that's Draymond Green. When did it get like this?
Draymond Green is under contract through 2027 for the Golden State Warriors. He's the only player who's fully guaranteed through 2027. Draymond Green. Oh, man. All right. Where do we go with all this?
And the one that you could put a lot of this dysfunction at his doorstep gets rewarded. And you talk about tenure, future tenure, and he's the one on the list.
415 on the Comcast Business text line. I actually agree with this, but it's easy to do the opposite. There is capital N, capital O. No proof that Curry said keep Draymond Green. I completely agree.
Bob Myers went on TV and said every big decision, they incorporate Curry.
What if Steph Curry said, "Hey, Bob, I trust you. If you think moving Draymond Green will get us back to top level, then do it. If you think Jordan Poole moving him will get us back to top level, do it." And they ended up moving Poole. Like I fully believe there is no proof that Curry said keep Draymond. He might have said, "Well, you know how I feel about Draymond, but I'm willing to move on." Like, I agree. I don't think we have no proof that Draymond Green or that Steph Curry said, "Draymond must be here or you got trouble brewing with me." Obviously, he's got some input.
I think the only reason Draymond Green is still a Warrior is because Steph Curry.
Well, then shame on the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And Steph.
And that's why they went and did the whole thing in the match. And Draymond was, what did you call him, tag along? And Draymond knew what he was doing, man. And I get it. It's the Three Amigos or whatever, but he was riding coattails, man. Don't think Curry didn't have any input.
Nobody's saying any input.
Yeah.
But what if Steph Curry, the Steph Curry and this is what I'm getting at, the Steph Curry that I know would be more likely to say to Bob Myers, "I mean, I don't want Draymond to go anywhere, but if you think there's a deal for Draymond out there that will make us better and get us back into contention, then Bob, I trust you." I think that is far more likely than Steph Curry saying, "Hey, you guys trade Draymond or you lose Draymond, I'm out." That doesn't sound like Steph Curry to me.
And who's to say Bob wasn't out because of he knew what he wanted to do and possibly move Dre or not re-sign him, and the organization was hell-bent on keeping him around. Who's not to say that was another nail in Myers leaving?
Yeah. Jose in Daly City. What's up, Jose? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, listen, man, bro, it's a wrap. Ain't nothing going to happen. Kerr, he's probably not going to coach next year. He's going to stay loyal to his guys to a fault to the end of this year, and he's gone. And then here, you deal with the consequences of his irresponsibility. And going back to the other caller, look, check this out. When Draymond knocked out Poole, Kerr was more mad that the information got leaked than what actually happened. I mean, how much of an enabler is that? And now we're suffering the consequences. Durant bounced out. Why? Because Draymond called him the B word. And what did the Warriors do? What did Kerr do? Kerr is going to stay with these three guys. We're done. We're doomed. We're going to have to start all over next year. There's no hope for this year, man. It's not going to happen. This chemistry that they were hoping was going to happen with Paul, who's as old as the Jordan 80s. I don't know, bro, man. It's not going to happen, bro. But I appreciate your show. And Warrior fans, we got to look to next year. Apologies, man.
Thanks,
and
Jose.
Who's to say that's I'm not going there.
What?
I mean, who's to say next year's it's all solved?
Well, it's not. It's going downhill.
Oh, man.
Guru, why? And I ask this
every day.
Why do you assume that this team that has gone through a dynasty, why do you assume that they are immune to the normal 3 or 4 years of not making the playoffs after the dynasty? Like why? Like your people are scoffing at basketball history, which has shown most of the time when you have a dynasty, the end of it, you're going to miss the playoffs for a few years.
I get you.
Like what?
But I'm going to just say this to you.
Why is this? Why are so few people allowing for the notion this team could be not very good for a few years?
Okay, outside of Jordan Poole, this is the same team that dealt with all that Jerry Springer stuff last year. And I didn't tell you this, or maybe I mentioned it to you, but when it was all said and done, they were able to get back on the horse and get to a second round. Even though it took them 7 to beat, they got to the second round with everything that went on, all that drama. So that's why, Steiny, I'm like, okay, all right, you got a guy out of here that maybe some guys didn't like or didn't get along with your captain, Draymond Green. Okay, here we go. New general manager. Here we go. So that's why I'm holding on, because that was supposed to be what it was. Like at least not 18-22 this early.
Well,
leaking oil early.
They were more likely to be 18-22 than a championship contender if you just look at things objectively and where they are right now.
And the quick early start. Like I know you talk about the 20-2 or 18-2. I mean, you got to start somewhere. So when they come out 6-1, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, that made me make the bet. Like I know it's only 6. Steiny, I'm like, oh, it's early proof. Here we go. And then just like a thief in the night.
No thief in the night. Ain't no thief in the night. They're old. Okay, so let me ask you this. Would you take this? The Warriors right now are 18-22. This year, let's say they go 37-45 and miss the playoffs. Okay?
Man, right.
Forget. I don't know how. When I'm doing this exercise, I have no idea if Steph Curry's going to play 1 more year or 5 more years. All right? That's not, because that to me
37-45.
This year, they go 37-45, miss the playoffs.
Right.
Next year, they go 35-47, miss the playoffs. The year after that, they go 41-41, play in, loss. In 4 years, 3 years, because they go 47-35 and begin a run where they go 6 straight years of making the playoffs. You know, they become a mainstay. Would you take that right now?
It's so hard to answer because who do I attach my wagon to?
The answer is
yes.
yes.
What do they look like? Who's the star? You know, who's player number 1?
I just gave you 6 straight playoff years.
What I did? Okay.
You're not taking it?
No.
That's because you don't know your basketball history. You got to take that.
I ain't taking 37-45. Like, I'm fighting that.
You know why? Because they ain't going to be even that good. Things keep going like. So what you need to think about during the break, what's the alternative? I just said to you, you know what? Let's take a step back for 2 or 3 years, and we can get back in the playoffs in 3 or 4 years and be a playoff mainstay for, the next 6. You said that's not good enough. So I'm going to ask you what you expect to happen in the next for that not to happen. All right. Hold on. Hold on to those tickets, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, you're going to have your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey on 95.7 The Game. We'll tell you how on the other side. You're going to get your chance on the Christian McCaffrey jersey. Also, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on the YouTube and Twitch networks powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart.
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 5 minutes, your chance to be in the competition for a signed, autographed, obviously, Christian McCaffrey jersey. We're giving away one to a lucky listener, and what's going to happen is I'm going to tell you a keyword in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and then you text that keyword to a number, and you're in the hopper for a chance to win the Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Also, some sad news to pass along. Warriors assistant coach Dejan Milojevic has passed, 46 years old. He had a medical emergency yesterday at a team dinner, and a day later he's passed. Adam Silver has just put out a statement on it about the NBA losing a member of their family. The Golden State Warriors assistant coach, Dejan Milojevic, who is 46 years old, has passed, and the Golden State Warriors Utah Jazz game has been postponed. It was supposed to be tonight at 6 o'clock local time. No game tonight for the Warriors. Next game is Friday at Chase Center against the Dallas Mavericks. We left the last hour trying to figure out a way to keep this thing going a little bit.
You were going to cheer us up. Oh, you forgot.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. I did forget that. So
we had our rankings.
I want to just. I'm not. I want to. Let me just read some stuff to you, and I want to know what goes through your mind.
Yep.
So the San Antonio Spurs won a title, their last title, years ago, and then they made the playoffs a couple years, which was still considered the dynasty. But they've gone 5 years without making the playoffs, the Spurs, kind of when they put the exclamation point on their dynasty. When the Bulls won 6 titles in 8 years, they then went 6 straight years after and didn't make the playoffs. When Bird left the Celtics and McHale and those guys, they made the playoffs one time in 8 years after those guys retired. And even going to the Pistons when they had Isaiah and Dumars and that group that won 2 titles in 3 years and went to 3 straight titles. Like after it was over, they went 3 years without making the postseason. What do you think of when I kind of give you the last few dynasties like that and how they all went through dry spells after?
Those days are coming. Those days may be upon us. But nobody went into this season, nor did you said 2 years ago, did those words come out of your mouth like, buckle up, be prepared for it, it's here.
I guess what I'm saying is, can't you start making moves now?
Like what?
To try to mitigate what you know could be. Like, do you subscribe to this theory? If you don't think you can win a title, let's start making moves to retool and rebuild this thing.
I totally get that.
All right, well.
The signing of Draymond Green indicated to me, I got no inside sources, that they thought they still could be a player and make the playoffs.
Okay, so the minute, if they change their mind on that, don't they owe it to everybody to move off or to change direction as soon as possible?
I would agree.
Okay. Do you think they're there?
No. And the reason I say that is I think there's some stuff festering or going on behind the scenes, personal crap, that it like has it all mucked up. I could be wrong.
Well, but that's what happened last year, isn't it?
But you still got to the playoffs.
I know. I guess. Let's just go. Let's go to Horace in Texas. What's up, Horace? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing today?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
Guess what, man? I'm gonna look at this in a little different light.
Give it to me.
Yeah, the Warriors definitely have to make they got to do some drastic things. I don't know exactly what they need to do, but here's one thing. I was one of those guys who was about to give Steph Curry a pass on the leadership. But then I started thinking about guys like Kobe, Jordan, Magic. Let me tell you something, guys. There is no way that any one of those leaders would have put up with Draymond's crap this long. They would have run him off or got him right. Because you get in the way of winning, those guys ain't having it. I watched Jordan and Pippen keep Rodman in check. They didn't stop him from being Dennis Rodman, but he walked a fine line. They were not going to let him get in the way of winning or championships. Kobe would cuss you out and run you off if you didn't get right. So, therefore, I can't give Curry a pass. Him and Clay should have checked Draymond a long time ago, and this wouldn't even be happening. They let him destroy the team where Jordan wouldn't put up with it, Kobe wouldn't put up with it, Magic, a lot of those leaders back in the day wouldn't tolerate this. They'd have ran him off.
That's Horace in Texas, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have anything to add to that.
Tell us how you really feel. He did.
Now, this is an interesting text from the Comcast Business text line. He says, I got to give it up for Goo. He's not taking mediocrity on any season. Yes, he is. He's taken it for the last 2 seasons. Like, I believe that maybe to get back on top, you got to take a step back. But it doesn't feel like anybody's ready to do that yet.
Oh.
I mean, if there's a way, if there's a way for this thing, okay, how do the Warriors won 44 games last year? How do they kind of get back to that spot this year? And then next year, it's either the same or better. Like, how do you? What's your goal for the next 2 or 3 years? I guess is what I'm asking. Because then we can.
But see, I'm focused on this year, and I get you on that. You're looking at the macro. I'm just. Operation make the playoffs, especially with the clock ticking on Steph Curry. Clock could be ticking on Klay Thompson.
But you wanted him, so that may mean sitting pat. That may mean standing pat.
And I think that's what's staring us in the face.
All right.
Yep.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. What do you say we give out give out the keyword, Evan, for an opportunity to win the Christian McCaffrey jersey giveaway? All right, it is time for your chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey starting right now. Here's what it is. The keyword to text to 20357, postseason. One word, POSTSEASON, postseason. Also, listen in between the times for the other shows, and you can win. You can qualify once a show all week long. What you want to do right now for a chance to win the Christian McCaffrey jersey is text the keyword postseason to 20357 between now and 1:30. One last time. Let's get it right. Text the keyword postseason to 20357, and you're in the hopper for a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Beautiful framed piece of art.
Scarlet red.
Let's go to Anthony's in Benicia. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks, guys, for having me. So I got 2 points. The last couple of callers had mentioned that Stephen Curry might have been the reason why Draymond Green is still here, but I don't think it's that simple. I actually believe that it has a lot to do with Steve Kerr, because once that season was over, Steve Kerr went straight to Draymond Green's podcast, and they both did a number with the smear campaign of the youngsters. They never used names, but they were saying that, you can't be pouting and this, that, and the third, and they had it all planned out, if you ask me. Now, I'll admit, there were some times where Jonathan Kuminga's attitude wasn't the best, but I can understand both sides because he wasn't being used the way he felt like he should have been used. And we obviously seen the way the playoffs kind of played out. We could have used that youth. So I don't believe that it's just on Stephen Curry. I believe that Steve Kerr has a very, very large slice of this pie when you consider every chance he gets. Up until now, he has always said, we can't win without Dre. We can't win without Dre. And when you have a championship coach that says that, the ownership has to listen because he has 4 chips as equity to back up what he's saying, even if it's not true, because I don't believe it's true. Secondly, this season is over as far as getting to the playoffs, and I'm going to tell you why. It pains me to say this, but if you look at the fourth quarter collapses, that is a clear indication of a team that's not together. When things get tight, they don't know how to band together. They start playing individual basketball and playing the way the Warriors usually play. The Warriors were not supposed to lose against the Memphis Grizzlies down John Morant, down Marcus Smart, and also down Desmond Bane. And you've seen a team on the Memphis side that has camaraderie and they have togetherness, and that famous word people love to use now is the connectivity. And you look at the Warriors and you see the exact opposite. And the last thing I got to say is that pull didn't just fracture Jordan Poole. That punch didn't just fracture Jordan Poole. It put a rift in between the old guard and the young guys. And I think that's really what we're noticing now is that the young guys have seen that, well, they're always going to ride with them. And Steve Kerr is the culprit of that. And that's why I don't believe he'll be here. But Steve Kerr has a lot to do with why Draymond is here. It's not all on Stephen Curry.
I agree.
I think Steve Kerr, there we go. I'm done there.
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call. No, I think there was something to Steve Kerr going on right after the season, saying we can't win a championship without Draymond.
Yeah, that happened.
I'm looking at so Siakam makes third. Pascal Siakam was traded to the Indiana Pacers today. So I guess let me just throw this in. Warriors. Would you have traded? It's tough. Would you have traded Wiggins? And I'm not saying they would have taken this because I don't think they would have. But Wiggins and Kuminga and one more piece and 2 first-rounders for Siakam. Like, would you? That seems like a lot to me.
It is, but I would have did it.
Because you got to add up to 37.
But I would have did it.
Okay, how about Chris Paul and Kuminga, and 2 future firsts for Siakam?
Oh, I would have did.
Would you really?
I would have did it, Stoney. And it's Operation. My boys, Squirt's coming at me. It's Operation. What can we get until this dude, Steph Curry, can't lead us to the promised land? We may be there yet. I don't believe we are. But I would have thought Siakam could change the outlook of our ball club.
Evan, would you have acquired Siakam for Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and 2 future firsts?
No,
I don't think I would have either. But
I wouldn't. A deal including future first is not what I'm into right now.
Okay, so you're all right. So you're not about that anymore.
But how many of those do you have? That's what I'm saying.
Well, 24. You don't have let's assume you don't have your pick this year.
Okay.
Okay, so then you have 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. But
and the end
keep
of
in
Curry,
mind,
that's the end of that's like
right.
the most important. So is he here? Is he not here?
No.
Because that ain't gonna come in and immediately help him. You know what I'm saying? Now we've moved on. And I get that you gotta work, that's part of the job. But my thing is all hands on deck for Curry.
But in 2026, Curry's going to be 38, maybe 39. To me, that's the time you want your picks. Because you're not going anywhere after that, are you? That's the other thing is how long can we? I'm with Evan though. So you're not moving, Evan. You're not. They don't have 24. You can't move 25 right now. So if you ain't trading 2026 unless it's something you love, essentially.
The only way I would feel comfortable moving the 26 pick is if it meant one of your large contracts comes off the books. And that's Andrew Wiggins for me.
Fair enough. Let's go to Don. Don's in Albany. Hey, Don, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing
Hey.
today?
Doing well.
Hey. Good. Well, I'm of the philosophy, if you're not first, you're last, you know.
All right.
That's where I sit in this situation. And I think we've got a roster chock full of guys getting old who are worthy of a lot on the trade market. You figure we've got a roster full of guys who have championship experience. If they were traded to another team, they can add that championship experience to that team and that mentality to it. So I think we're collectively, if you add up all the pieces of our puzzle, we can get way more in trade value for them than they're worth together right now. We've seen what they're worth together right now in the past few seasons here. We're not winning a championship. People are talking about playoffs. Playoffs? Who cares about playoffs? You know, once you get to the playoffs, there's no way we're going to win the championship, and that's all I care about. So I say clear the deck. Everybody's on board. Everybody is. You got to think about the pieces, the trade pieces you could get. Future draft picks. You could chock full this organization of future draft picks if you just clear deck. That's where I'm coming from, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Sound like Skinny Bob.
I do think there's something to we're getting into categories of putting a player above a team. That's one thing that worries me a little bit about the Warriors. Is I get trying to help Steph Curry because he's a generational player. But if you're telling me you're now making moves that are 5% moves in terms of meaning there's a 5% chance this could work, but we're going to give up. I'm out on that kind of stuff now because I also believe that these are the kind of moves. Like I believe right now the Warriors are in a delicate situation, and every move they make, and they've already made, is going to impact how long it goes before they can get back on top. And I'm not for a quick move, where people think they can actually get back on top right now and by mortgage in the future. I'm totally out on that right now because the idea of this team as a championship contender with a flurry of a great move or two in the next month, I can't bank on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Omar. Omar's in Oakland. What's going on, Omar? How you doing, buddy?
I can't complain, brothers. I haven't been on with you guys in a minute.
Welcome.
I want to say I agree with you 100%, Stein. You know, I love you, Guru, but you're stuck in a limbo, brother, because I'm going to give you an example. The Boston Celtics, when they had KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen, they went to 2 finals, could have went to 3 if it wasn't for LeBron in 2012 when he went crazy, and they were up 3-2 on that Heat. You got to realize that if the Celtics didn't trade Paul Pierce and KG, they would have never got Tatum and Brown. And I'm a Celtics fan, but it was hard to trade Paul Pierce. I mean, he was one of the greatest Celtics to ever play. And I look at it the same way with the Warriors, that you got to take the emotion out of it. Klay Thompson is not the same player he was once. And Curry, as great as he is, he's on the downhill. I mean, he can't blow by defenders the same way he used to. And I wouldn't want to hold on to a 36-year-old star because you could get a lot of value. Imagine if you send him to a contender and you get 3 or 4 picks. That's going to boost the future because you guys had Kuminga and Poole. That could have been the future right there. But unfortunately, the Warriors right now, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. And I don't see it happening. It's time to blow it up, straight up. That's plain and simple.
No, I hear you, man, but I'm just telling you, Steiny, and anybody that'll listen, we can play GM and owner all day. I get it, but if this is the end of Curry, I mean, if the era or the big 3, let's let it play out. We can't talk about it. We can 2 or 3 years from now when we don't know what the F is going to happen, but I'm going on what the signal the team gave us, and that was Draymond's contract. We got action. We're going to make a move to get something in here. I thought that's like I'm not, this year's over. This year is bad, and we're stuck in it, but just all this news, man. Tomorrow is not promised. We learned that today with this passing of Dayon. Your pops, you know, Mr. Shasky, tomorrow is not promised. Let's focus on the now. And the now is they got a game Friday. They're playing bad, but until I'm not going to sit here and have say it's over and we still got half the season left.
Okay. They're 12-20. Their last 32, Goo, they're 12-20.
I get that. But I'm not going to talk about life after Curry and he ain't gone yet. That's all I'm saying. And it sounds like that's what you want me to submit to.
No,
and I get anybody out there that's like, I'm over Clay. If you want to tell me to let him walk, I get that, or trade Dre, I'm already there. But I'm just like, damn, the Michael Jackson is Steph Curry. And hearing him say what he did the other day, I thought he was lightweight calling his shot to the org about, you know what? The insanity, I thought that was him saying, okay, something might be done. And maybe that might fail, but it's about me. You know, he ain't going to say that. I'm thinking, you know, it's about him and maximizing this. But they could be cooked. We'll watch it.
But this is this is kind of where if you're not done with it, you're not done with this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not getting. Yeah. If nothing changes, are we just going to be? Are we just going to be ripping the Warriors the rest of the year?
No, it's not.
Well,
ripping.
Yes, we are because if the hope is that they can go from 18-22 to a 6 seed, and they don't, and it starts to look like they don't, all we're going to do is rip them because we think they're underachieving. But I don't think they're underachieving. I think they're achieving what they deserve and what they earn.
But when you talk about moving on it ain't even big three. Steph Curry, Stoney, that's when those are like multiple white flags.
Yes, I never said anything about moving off of Steph Curry.
But we get closer to that.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
He's 36 in a month. I
understand that.
But
he's got half a season left, or they got half a season left. What? And I get you. You're like, goo, ain't nothing but get better.
So if they come in Monday and who do they play Sunday?
Well, I know they got Dallas next.
Evan. All right, with Dallas somebody.
Yeah.
But if they come in on Monday and they're 18-24, what are we going to say? They lost it? Do we know who the Warriors play Sunday?
Our show.
Do we know who the Warriors play Sunday? Do they play Sunday?
They don't play Sunday.
Okay, so if they come in and they're 18-23, they lose to Dallas.
Well, I know it's our show, Stoney and Guru, but at the end of the day, it ain't about what we will say. It's about what is Lake Up and Mike Dunleavy going to say. And we got a trading deadline like that. That could be quiet on the set, but
what I think is disingenuous.
They ride this out,
I hear you.
or
they
make that they do something. It might be small, or nothing to some. That will speak volumes of where this thing is going.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't want to come in here with. I don't want to come in here with us saying, well, hopefully they can turn it around, and then when they don't, just killing them for the rest of the season, because I just don't know if this team's going anywhere as is, and I'm not ready to just say let's kind of play it out and see what this team can make of this season. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation before Willard and Dibbs get here, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and by the Xfinity 10G network, made for streaming live sports. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The matchup is set, and the Green Bay Packers. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in 10 minutes, crossover with Dibbs and Willard. We got another 10 minutes, though, and what do you say we take some calls?
Before you do that, I got to read something to you.
All right.
Because I follow our guy, Larry Krueger, right? Okay? So I came in here for all you smart asses.
Take it up with the
about where I
fans.
got my weather info, and this was yesterday from Larry Krueger. According to AccuWeather, the forecast in Santa Clara on Saturday night calls for wind gust up to 17 miles per hour, blowing in the southeast direction. The probability of rain, 87%, with the likelihood of thunderstorms at 17%. It'll be cloudy, and the rain should last 3 hours. That's where I got that. AccuWeather. So if you got a problem with that.
How long ago was that?
That was yesterday.
Oh, the Dopplers changed.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
The Dopplers changed.
We don't know until Saturday. So we find out Saturday what the weather's like. Because you tried to, what did you use? Cite your sources. I heard you on the keyboard. You went to something.
I wasn't involved in this one.
Oh, okay.
I could care less.
I'm just telling you where I got mine.
Right now, so you're telling me the king of I react to new information doesn't look at updated weather reports. So the weather report you watched, you looked at a week ago, that holds. That will hold.
In this case, it's what I brought up yesterday because I read it yesterday.
I got you.
Yeah.
Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo? How you doing, buddy? Hey, Filmo Mike on hey, what's up, Filmo? How you doing, buddy?
Hello?
You're on, buddy. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for sure. Nah, three things. First of all, I love the Warriors. I love the Warriors to death, but it's not a week. It's playoff football. Let's talk some Niners. But second thing is, bang, bang, Niner gang. Two things, Guru. I love you, but we got to stop calling the Warriors champions. They're not champions. I don't care if it's Wilt. I don't care if Bill Russell is out there. The way they playing, they're not playing. They just lost to Memphis with no John Morant and Desmond Bain. Stop calling them champions. It's unacceptable. My last point, Guru, you keep talking about Steph was trying to put his foot down when he made the comment about insanity. You have to watch the whole video or the interview because he's not talking about trading somebody. He's actually talking about them just stop fouling and playing D. So you gotta know that, you feel me, that reference. He wasn't talking about, hey, we keep doing the same thing, we need to trade somebody. I think he was talking about more so, hey, man, the question was asked, we got to stop fouling, we got to stop playing D. We can't keep doing the same thing because this ain't working.
All right, that's how you take it. You could be wrong. I appreciate it, but that's not how I take it.
Yes, I love you, Guru.
I love you, too.
Guru. You the best.
Usually you say you could be right.
Oh, no.
You could be wrong, but you're right. He could be wrong.
My guy. Yeah. And I saw the whole video. Mike don't come for, he does come for you sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know I can handle it.
Hey, but I got to ask you something.
What you got?
Is there's I've covered the NBA for 20 years.
Yeah.
I don't want to put business out. I've been in locker rooms and stuff. There's something with black guys and lotion, right?
Ashy the classy.
Do you have any right now on you, lotion?
No.
Why not?
Because I put it on when I get out the shower.
Because a lot of guys carry it.
Oh, when they travel.
Because my.
So what are you saying to me? You saying I'm not asking?
I am today. Like my skin's all dry, like
well,
right
you ain't
here.
Black. I can't tell you're ashy.
Well, no, it's like white stuff
like us.
Flaking off right now. So you don't have any lotion on you.
Oh, no lotion.
So it feels like
the brothers had the lotion.
Yeah, it just feels like that a little bit.
I stay moisturized. I stay moisturized.
If I bumped into Alan Style, hey, you got some lotion. He's more likely to have it than Willard.
Yeah, I would think.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at you and you don't. Yeah,
right here.
Yeah.
Right here. I've been trying to put stuff on it. Let's go to D in D.C. What's up, D in D.C.? How you doing, man?
Steiny, you funny as hell, man. Black guys and lotion.
What are you trying to say, man?
I vetted that joke with Guru off the air first, though.
You guys are something else, man. You guys made my day. Hey, what I want to say is they need to trade Draymond, man, because he's the black cloud that is hanging on top of the Warriors right now. the sooner they can get rid of this fool, the better it will be. I'm a Draymond guy, but, I got enough of his tail, man. It's time to let him go. Let him go and hang out with LaFlop in L.A., or send him to Chicago or somewhere, anywhere, any team that would be willing to give us the players that we actually want, i.e. a 7-footer to replace a 6'4" guy, with a big heart. I know what he does is very valuable, but we definitely need to get rid of Draymond as soon as possible. That's all I got.
Thanks. Appreciate the call from our main man, D in D.C. Are you good, Goo?
Yeah. Why you ask me that?
Oh, because I've been asking around if everything's going, if Goo's okay.
I'm
today.
looking at Evan. Is Evan in there by himself, or is that Willard in there?
No, Willard's in there, too.
Okay.
You can't see Willard.
Yeah,
He's
I
sticking
can't
it
see
to
him.
you.
I can see him through my glass. I didn't know if he was out there. That one right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
What else you thinking, buddy? What's going through your mind?
I didn't like how you did my quarterback rankings. Because I told you going into the exercise, what was around them was what I ranked. And that's why Purdy was at the top of the list for me, because he had Debo, Ayuk, and company.
I think it's something we can work together on.
Okay.
I think it's one of those things that we'll just next time we'll be more clear. Just be a little more clear whether we're ranking the quarterbacks or we're ranking the teams.
Of situations.
Do you want to do the teams now? We can.
Let's do
We've got a couple minutes.
We got it. Go ahead. Let's start. You want to do the draft? Thank you, Evan.
I would take my number one pick would be the 49ers.
Okay.
Because they have the easiest road to get to the Super Bowl. That's why I'm taking the Niners.
I got Ravens.
Give me the...
'cause I think that's going to be the Super Bowl, and frankly, I want it.
I'd take the Chiefs.
Damn. Okay, I'd take Buffalo. I know where this is going.
I got to take Detroit. I don't think
But you didn't have Goff that high. I thought you were going to...
I think Detroit... I think Detroit's going to win because they're at home this week.
I got Houston.
All right.
You give them a chance against Baltimore?
Yes.
And Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, why don't we go through the games? Ask me if I give the underdogs chances.
No, well, I know the theme here.
Let's get to the...
What? Give the Packers a chance?
Yeah, I give the Packers a chance.
Really, Steiny. And it's cool. They might come in here and it might be 20-17.
Okay, so Buffalo. Okay, so it's real quick. Packers not favored. Buccaneers, Lions. What's the line of that game?
I think Lions are 6 or 6.5.
I'm putting it all
okay,
on them.
Kansas City, Buffalo. That's got to be close to a pick 'em, maybe.
3 or 4.
All right, and then Houston, Baltimore's what? Like 7?
9.
What underdog do you give the biggest opportunity to pull off an upset? Is it Buffalo or whoever the non-favorite is between the Buffalo and the Chiefs, or is it another one? See what I'm saying?
Well, no, yeah, that's the close one. I don't give Green Bay a chance in hell.
Okay.
I give two chances
of the big underdogs, I think is probably
that's
the
what
best
I'm trying
way
to say.
Yeah.
I would give Tampa more of a chance to beat Detroit than Green Bay or Houston beating Baltimore and Green Bay beating the Niners. I really like, I'm going heavy on that one, Steiny. I like, there's no way in hell Baltimore is going to let Stroud, who's a great story, and I think the same thing here. And I know Niner fans, Guru, you're jinxing us.
So you would say the surest bet is the Niners, the second surest bet is the Ravens.
Right, and the third one of who could get knocked off, Baker Mayfield and his broken digit going up against Detroit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Willard and Dibbs in the house on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be...
I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, joined by Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. It's the crossover on 95.7 The Game. Welcome, gents. How are you?
Y'all made it. Congratulations. You made it.
To the end of the show?
Yeah, you made it. You made it through another.
But this is the toughest part.
Another journey.
Oh, by the way.
Why is this tough? We're so friendly.
And why are you laughing?
That's a joke. Yeah, because this is the toughest part.
Joke.
Dude, so we have a friend, common friend, Dana Ali.
Who's we?
AKA
And actually, Guru knows.
Okay.
AKA Dana X, AKA Dana Duffner, AKA the human rain delay.
You have too many AKAs, by the way.
No, there's so many more. AKA Waglosaurus.
Why the human rain delay?
Because when he goes to hit a golf ball, hits whack.
He's like Mark Hargrove.
Whack. And then, so he hits a shot,
I used to do
and then,
that.
you got to force him. And normally, when you play golf, whoever's furthest from the hole, it's your turn.
All right.
You go next. All of a sudden, he's on a call. Yeah, Jim, I need you down at Los Gatos. I'm a tech short. It's like, Dana, it's your shot. He's the human rain delay. I love him.
I like that.
Shoot your shot, Dana.
So last week I was off a couple days, and Dana was nice enough to kind of pick me up and take my mind off some stuff. And we were listening one day to you two guys, Willard and Dibbs.
There we go.
And there was a line delivered by one Dan Dibley off a line that you said where Dana Ali and I looked at each other, and we just started rolling. And we then talked about how funny Dibbs was for a minute. And it was the line where I forget why it came up, but you guys had mentioned insomnia.
Yeah.
And Willard goes, yeah, insomnia. He's like, well, what's the one where you fall asleep right away? Yeah. And narcolepsy. And Tibbs goes, yeah, that's what happens between 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game.
It was a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. Mark
no, it was totally cheap, but it was funny. It was
Mark,
funny.
I only
guess
do
he
that.
had to be there.
Well, and I know that it's my partner
He
appreciates
built it out so great.
No, it was a great line.
I actually didn't take it as Dibley saying you are the reason for narcolepsy. I thought it was a self-effacing
No,
R2 to 6
it was definitely pointed at me. 100%. It was pointed at me.
Mark always says at 5:57, shoot your shot. It's all you got. And I shot my shot. And I know that he knows that I love
Dibbs,
him. And
between 2 and 6 every day says very little. Let's be honest. Very, very little. So,
well, I lost Goo today for a little while, but he bounced back.
Well, no, you want to get real?
Oh,
that Warrior news hit me.
I know.
And we're railing on the Warriors.
And I didn't.
And I'm like,
no
you
doubt.
know what? And I thought about everything that's going on here. You're dead. Yeah. Just, let's switch it up. That's all. I should have conveyed that.
No, I know.
No, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me about an hour ago, somebody walked by and said, are you all right? And I didn't really answer. And then the person said, are you all right? And I said, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm working through it. The man was 46.
No, that too.
And, it's one thing, whatever. Like, your dad was 90, right? Yeah. And I know your dad. I knew your dad. And for the past however many years, your dad has been in diminishing health. And so when it ends at 90 and you've got health and you know that it's going a certain way, the shock value
no doubt, man.
is lessened. It doesn't mean that the loss is lessened. The shock is lessened. When you have a guy, and I didn't know the man, the Warriors assistant coach, and you find out at 46 that it's just you're having a family team dinner, and then 9 minutes later, 2 minutes later, whatever, it's over. That to me it's a hard one. Even whether you know somebody or you don't, and and it prompted me to call both my kids today, and I'm just fresh off the phone with both, and not that I'm worried about them or me, but just that thing, and you have those moments of like, my God, because I'm not 46. I wish I was 46, but I'm 46 plus almost 10, and so you think about if it can happen to somebody who's 46, probably healthier than me, and living their best life. So I'm kind of with you, Goo, in terms of like, having a moment today.
No doubt.
And I know, Mark, you're right there with me because I mean, I get emotional and you are as emotional, and I'm trying not to make eye contact right now because you and I will both burst into tears.
No, it's interesting just what you're saying, and this is not for nothing. I don't know if anybody even wants to hear this today, but like 2 weeks ago over the holidays, I was driving Christy's dad to breakfast. Yeah, it's just me and him, and he's in his 80s now. And we were having this conversation, sort of like he's had one of these lives, like he feels like he's already kind of hit the over.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
So he's happy.
Tons of brothers and
gotcha.
sisters, and they all are gone. He was the youngest one, and they all passed much earlier than he already is in life. And so he was talking about like the way you want to go. And so that idea of the warning, I just put this out there. It's very different when you're talking about a 46-year-old.
No doubt.
This is a tragedy. He had he had kids. And when it's sudden, it's absolutely awful. But sometimes that whole warning that we love is for us.
Man.
Good point.
Matt, wow. I bet your dad didn't enjoy the last year. Right? So the warning is great for us, but one thing I took from this conversation with Christy's dad is he was very, very clear with me. He's like, I don't want to give everybody a lot of warning.
Right.
I would like to go to bed one night and just not wake up. Man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So something just to, I don't know, kind of, that's what hit my head when you were talking about it.
No, real. And that's very real. And you're right about, 80 plus versus 46, where, if I get to, Lord help me, 90, I'd be of the same mindset of I don't want to have like a 2-year inexorable creep toward the inevitable, as opposed to, being 90 and having it just be like, kablooey. But
and Mark, Dibs, you're on fire. I was just gonna say when I see all your guys' posts on IG, especially yours, you're with your boy, you're with your kids, and Norm instilled that with me. So I don't have both parents. I lost my mom, but I'm like, those are moments, man. That you're maximizing the day. I don't care what you guys are doing. You're being with your kids. And Dibs, I'm gonna say this, Donnie, real quick here. Death has no foe. I was in the hospital not too long ago, and pediatric cancer. So you got kids. I don't want to make it dark, but you got youngsters that ain't even had a chance to get to their teens, dealing with stuff we haven't even dealt with. So to hear this news, they're at a dinner and all the stuff that's going, it's just like, man, it can. You never know the script, man.
No, and you had this plane flight last week where this thought went through your head.
I'm going to the doctor at 2:50 today. Hope the knee ain't shattered.
But I also hope you've brought joy to, I would imagine, many people. It certainly has to me. I thought this will stick with me when you said, I don't know if you actually said it for the radio or if you actually said this on the plane, but when you told that lady, I'm a Pirates fan.
I was thinking
you got to have more hope than this. Like she just gave up.
No doubt.
She gave up after the first game of the year. And
but to think that's how my life was going to end, I was like, I didn't have that on the bingo card. And I'm like, they put your seatbelt on the plane. He was telling me, goo. But that's how I was entitled to life. And now I'm thinking, oh my God, seriously, oh my God.
Jim Barnett once told me that nobody's ever died because of turbulence. That there's been injuries.
That's surprising.
I thought so too. Or perhaps nobody's ever died if they had their seatbelt on during turbulence.
Right. Which I didn't.
But I gotta believe somebody
I was
probably
coming from the restroom, dude.
hit their head. Hit their head.
Shoot your shot.
Got a bruise.
Turbulence is the worst.
It's
just
John Madden didn't fly. Man. The great John, I get it now, man.
I ran into the Madden Cruiser one time.
Did you?
No joke. Harris, I was a kid. Harris Ranch, you know the restaurant?
Sure.
Halfway down Highway 5.
Yeah.
We used to blaze Highway 5 every year because my mom's entire family is down in Southern California.
Now you mean driving?
Driving.
Driving. We blazed it a little bit of a different way, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Shout out Snoop.
I mean, I can't speak to what my parents were doing when I was asleep, but they got us there safely. But anyway, we used to stop at Harris Ranch, get a cowboy cookie and lunch every single time. That was childhood. And there was one time that we pulled up at Harris Ranch, and my dad goes, "Whoa, look at that. There's this big bus in the parking lot." And it just said, in advertisements, like Hasselhoff wearing his Baywatch jacket. It's just like, boom, Madden Cruiser. And my dad's like, "I think he's here." And I'm like, "You got to be kidding me." He's like, "Well, that's not anybody else's bus." And then 2 minutes later, here he comes walking right out of Harris Ranch. Entourage, guy is bigger than life, and I mean that literally and figuratively. Boom! Just a humongous human being with this presence walking through the parking lot, big smile on his face. Wow, there's the Madden Cruiser, probably heading to a Niner game. He's probably heading to the stick.
Yeah. Or heading down to a Charger game, depending on which way the bus was pointed,
The Madden Cruiser didn't go to Charger games very often.
Madden Cruiser's got to be at the Hall of Fame, doesn't it? Like it's got to be parked at the Hall of Fame.
Where is that bus?
Dibs, Cliff Clavin would know.
Well, I don't know where the bus is.
I'll Google it.
I heard you call him Cliff Clavin the other day. I said, that's perfect,
got
man.
a lot. I mean, that's what the whole Jeopardy game show is. It's just people with useless information. It's like, you're smart. I don't know when the hell you're going to use that, but you're smart.
I told the kids, Daddy's not smart enough for Jeopardy and just smart enough for Wheel of Fortune.
And Milan, my daughter in college, was in my arms, a youngster, and we watched.
Man.
Daddy, he didn't do well when you rolled a couple.
I took the bronze.
She getting after it down there, Gil?
Oh, boy.
She's in Greensboro, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got that one right.
Yeah,
You doubted yourself. But
I mean, let me tell you
I
something.
share some insight with her.
Confirmed.
She ain't missing the house. Let's just say that.
The bus is at the Hall of Fame.
Now, wow.
The original bus was donated to the Pro Football Hall of Fame by John Madden. I think it sounds like just about 5 or 6 years ago, the Madden Cruiser. So before he passed, but the Madden Cruiser donated to Canton.
Go, you're out?
He's got a doctor
Got that
appointment.
$250. He thought it was my foot this morning. He goes, "How's your foot?" I go, "It's my knee."
Let me tell you what.
Started.
Let me tell you something.
Listen to your partner.
They say that first week of college, that's going to go a long way toward determining success and failure. So,
So is he trolling that I'm
He's
worried
totally
about? That's
trolling.
just what a
He's trolling.
Say it.
What a Richard.
There you go. There you go. All right. Good luck to you, buddy. Buddy, good luck to you.
I bet it's okay. Oh, man. No, you are limping. Good Lord.
see.
Yeah, he's limping. He walked with a limp.
Uh-oh.
Jeez.
I don't know why I didn't take that
It's a rough
opportunity
flight,
to get
man.
out of here. Sorry, Evan.
No, I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah.
Why don't you stay for a while?
Oh, I know. You know what? I did have a little bone to pick with you.
With me?
Yeah.
What'd I do?
It's from last week.
Next question.
I love good-natured ribbing. You know I don't mind it.
Mine's not always good natured.
So before the show, it was 1:30. I walk out, 1:40. Before the crossover.
So this is an off-air bone to pick. I wasn't even on yet.
No, but
okay,
it's spilled over.
Okay.
So I said to Dibs and Mark, I said, hey, guys, I'm going to try to take off at 2 o'clock today. My daughter is flying back to London, and she wants to leave the house at 2:30, 3 o'clock, or 2:30. I said, just wait. I want to say goodbye to you before you get on a plane. And that was confirmed.
Yeah.
And then 2 o'clock came.
Okay.
Do you remember?
No.
And you said, where are you going?
Yeah.
And I said, buddy, my daughter is flying to London.
You didn't tell me that
my,
whole story.
My daughter's flying to London. I just want to say goodbye. Anyway, you made me feel so guilty.
That's my thing.
Yeah, but it was
That's my thing.
This was since I wanted to give my daughter a hug.
Did you make it?
Yes.
Okay, then we're good. We're good. Guru, by the way, he takes the time to text us at like 9 in the morning when he's going to do that. He doesn't need to do that, but I was at the dog park this morning.
Yeah.
And I got a text from Goo. He said, got a dip at 2 o'clock because I got a thing. And
why wouldn't he tell me that?
I don't know.
I didn't get a text from
That
Goo.
sounds like a 10 to 2 problem.
Maybe you haven't earned that trust from him.
That's on me.
I was at the dentist, and I was getting ready for Dr. Cavalli and a...
Gosh, were you at the dentist today?
Yeah.
There's a lot of dentistry going on.
No,
I had the dentist yesterday. I took Christy to a root canal earlier this morning. She's in bed.
Yeah.
Hon, I hope you're asleep.
Yeah.
I hope she's not
me
listening.
Me too. Nothing like going to the dentist
woozy.
and he goes through that initial, he probes. You go through the probe, and then after the probe, it's like, oh, looks pretty good so far. And then we go to the gums.
Oh,
and then he hits me with the same question every time. And Dr. Cavalli, I love you. And I don't know why you keep asking me, are you flossing? And I say, Doc, why do you keep asking me that? You know the answer is no.
You know me, Doctor.
Doc, you know me.
Why?
You can see my gums. I don't floss.
Has he ever asked you why?
Yeah, because
Why don't you floss?
Number of reasons. One,
Okay.
I don't believe in flossing.
Okay.
I think
What?
I think
Is this a bit?
no, I think flossing.
I've actually heard of
I think
this before.
flossing is more damaging to your gums than actually just good old fashioned brushing twice a day.
I've never known you to be someone who ignores Dr. Science before.
Waved him off every time, and he asked
since
me.
2020, you have been believe doctors.
I believe in masking. I think that masking works.
Okay.
And you saw me on Saturday refereeing Was I the only person in the gym in a mask?
Yes, you were.
And I will be again this Saturday.
Dr. Fall.
Yeah.
Dr. Fall.
Exactly.
That's where we heard that over and
actually,
over.
the mask is beautiful because nobody can read my lips if I'm saying something about, I don't know, your kid, for example, or your coach.
Yeah.
So I got 9 games this weekend, and I'll be masked up for all 9.
Okay.
I do like those, the picks. Those little, they could be toothpicks.
Yeah.
Those are legit. Remember when you had to take the string and wrap it around your finger?
What do you mean, remember when you had to do that?
Yeah.
That's what people do.
Not anymore. They
I
used
do.
to pick.
I do.
No, you don't have regular old dental floss.
Absolutely.
Waxed or unwaxed?
Waxed.
It must be waxed.
Absolutely waxed. What,
May
you
as,
think
well
I'm an animal?
may as well take a tug-of-war rope and try to do it.
I have the picks too, though. I have the picks too, though, because I have a wire. Well, I have a wire on my lower teeth on 4 of them, so I can't get regular floss through there.
Oh.
So I got to use a pick. Yeah.
Now, not a water pick. You're talking about the
No, not a water pick. That's what my dentist talks to me about every time. Do you floss? Yes. Have you tried a water pick?
Is there anybody here that
No, Bob. I have not spent the $59 on Amazon for the water pick. And then I'm going to sit there at midnight every night when I'm exhausted, going through each tooth with a little water. No, I have not done that. Well, we're going to see if we can get you to try.
All right. I hope this isn't taken the wrong way, because it's probably of the 6 hosts on this radio station. If you were to say who's got the best dental hygiene, everybody's going to say Willard. Everybody's saying Willard, and they'd be right.
May or may not be true.
Please.
They told me yesterday. Do you know what a deep cleaning is? Do you know what that is now?
No.
But
you need a deep cleaning, sir. You need a deep cleaning. This is when
Like sandblasting?
No, this is two 2-hour appointments where they go in and peel back those gums and go get all the bacteria out of there, and then tape it back up with duct tape and slap you on your back and send you on your way. That's what they've been telling me. I need that.
Yeah.
So
dang,
that might be coming this summer.
I got the pick through, no cavities, and then you get the then they go for the floss, and the dentist, of course, hits me every time with we're gonna let you rinse. There's a little bit of blood. A little bit of blood, Doc. I might need a transfusion,
Seriously,
dude.
You spit in that sink and it looks like you're in a bike.
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
Like you're in a boxing match. Like what the hell's going on in there?
Spitting a Stanford Cardinal uniform. My God,
What
dude,
is Tommy Pham here? What the hell just happened?
Speaking of that color, don't
Tommy
forget
Hearns
to
in the
tease
fourth?
that the Christian McCaffrey jersey you guys are going to be
Good
giving
call.
away a shot at that.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey jersey.
Yeah, the word will be given out. Are we going to go back to the?
I was furious, and actually, a friend. And if you're listening, Jeff, I ran into him at Trader Joe's earlier today, and we had a fun little just catch up conversation.
Okay,
and then he goes check out, buys all of his goods, and then he calls my name across the store.
Hey, Willard!
Hey, Mark, one more thing. I texted Fumble in yesterday. I texted to 20357. I said, you did? And he goes, I'm with you. How the hell are they going to put the word fumble next to McCaffrey's name? I said, exactly. Who the hell are the ad wizards that came up with this one?
So if today's word, and I'm going to use 2 words just to make sure that this is not the word, but if today's word is home loss,
it's 2 words.
I know, that's why I did it, because I don't want the look. You can't give out. You can't give it out.
So in other words,
we're not in the window.
Right. It wouldn't be. You wouldn't
Calamity.
say texting torn ACL.
Yeah, exactly. What's today's word? Ligament. Text ligament to 20357.
Right.
See if you can win yourself a prize.
I mean,
what the hell are we doing? Come on, let's get a little karma going in the right direction, for crying out loud. This is scary. This is terrifying what's about to go on.
Just one thing.
This is as good of a chance as they're going to get. They got to do this.
Warrior game postponed tonight. So are we going to revert back to our normal announce the word window? Because we were going to move
5:30. Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
So we're going to revert to our normal window. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one.
I don't want to leave at 5:30 today. I think that would put you in a bad spot.
Yeah. Well, procedurally, there'd be a lot of as we've seen. Because when you're gone, Lord knows I can't handle it.
Nobody knows what to do.
Yeah, jeez.
Exactly.
All right, gentlemen, will you bring it home today?
It's 2:07.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It is. And
The bag is on the shoulder.
I just feel like
the bag is on the shoulder.
I just feel like we're.
You feel like it ran its course.
Yeah, I really do.
All right.
You know what? The bottom line is, I need Guru. I mean, I'm just nobody without him.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a great show.
Night,
Talk to you tomorrow, man.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let me get a little shout out to the text line. The text line is terrified for your gum health, number one.
Fine.
Number two, how about this from 925? How about if today's keyword is upset? Upset. Text the word upset to 20357.
I mean, don't.
Yay.
That's why I mean, there's a lot of words that I thought I could use, but I didn't want to use one just in case because, calamity or atrocity, shocker.
Exactly.
Whatever. And in terms of my gum health, the majority of gum issues are hereditary, and I've got great dental genes, and so y'all don't have to worry about me and my teeth brushing twice a day. And I think floss is a fool's errand.
That's
my
fine.
thought.
Yeah,
My
it's
belief.
just your life, and you're allowed to live it, brother.
I'm a lot older than most of you, and my gums are doing great.
I will tell you, most things are hereditary. That's true about just about everything. Like anybody out there who's just like, I can eat whatever I want, and cholesterol is absolutely never an issue because genes.
Right.
Blood pressure. Geez, what's the first thing? By the way, those forms that you fill out every single time you go to the doctor, wouldn't it be nice if they just kept those once in a while? It'd be great. So you didn't have to fill them out every time.
Or maybe you had it on your phone. You could just copy and paste.
But they ask for family history. Why? Because that'll tell you what you're going to tell you what you're going to get.
I mean, I don't know if my grandpa on my mom's side had glaucoma or not. So a lot of that is no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
IDK.
That's a no.
Is how
Seriously.
you should answer most questions.
IBS, IDK. I mean, a lot of that is just a complete, I don't know. So I'm going to put no. And if it's a yes, well, then we're going to be both surprised.
That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
Right?
Absolutely. Well, same thing about the Niners in the Super Bowl. Are they going to win this thing? IDK. But I thought
they
this
better.
Well, okay. I'm so glad you said that.
Well, because it's how I feel.
I know it's how you feel, and you're totally allowed to feel that way, and I know you speak for many. So 888-957-9570, let's take your temperature. And I don't mean it the way that the doctor does it. I know there's been a lot of doctor talk. That's enough for today with the doctor talk.
Thank you.
But let's take all of our temperature with the idea of expectations. Because football, in many ways, sometimes NBA is this way too. When you feel like you got the best player and the best team, you go in going, well, we're probably going to win this thing. If we're healthy through the run, we should win this thing. And I would catch myself feeling that and thinking that in the last couple of weeks. The 49ers should win this thing. Is that a fair word to use as we go into this? Before you answer, let me give you this visual. Vegas will tell you right now that the chances of the 49ers winning the Super Bowl are similar to the chances of a great hitter coming to the plate and getting a hit. About 30 to 33% of the time. So Tony Gwynn's at the dish, or Buster Posey is at the dish, and you're sitting there with good seats behind home plate, and Buster strides to the plate, and you look at it and you go, you should get a hit. Hit or bust. Buster, hit or bust. That's something that I want to stop and think about for a second with regard to this 49ers run, because I think a lot of us feel they should win. If healthy, they're the best team. They're going to be favored. They're home. All of these things that are all true, but at the same time, it's technically less than a 50-50 proposition right now.
It's different, though, because...
How so?
It's a situation where you are heavily favored in this game, and if you win it, you'll be heavily favored in the next game, and then you play in a neutral field where you'll be favored, not heavily favored, but in a spot where you probably could win and you should win, you'll be favored to win that game. So it's kind of like being in a 3-0 count right now, and the odds of in a 3-0 count getting on base. It's a 3-0 count, and if you take any good hitter and it's a 3-0 count, should that hitter be able to reach base? Absolutely, and that's where I see them right now. Maybe it's a 2-0 count based on the 49ers and their odds, but against Green Bay, it's a 3-0 count against Green Bay, and you know a fastball's coming. Well, so you have a chance to either swing away or take it, and it's a strike. Now it's 3-1, and you've got another opportunity. That's how I think that this Green Bay game sizes up.
It's interesting you say that, though, because what you did was you sort of created a mutual exclusivity to the entire run. Vegas is saying 33% chance for the whole run. Right. And you broke it down week by week, and yes, week by week, they should win. But what Vegas is saying is each time, each week, that's another set of mathematics, if you will, that have to come into it. So how many times in a row should you say you should win? Because you say, oh, well, they're a big favorite. Well, they have been in every game. They haven't been an underdog this year. So they should be 17-0. And they should be undefeated, and they should win them all. So sure, they should beat the Packers. They should beat whoever's after that. They could/should, but this is, can they do it all? Can they do three in a row without any interruption, which is obviously hard, or else Vegas would not make this a sum gain for the bettors who right now couldn't go bet on the 49ers to win the Super Bowl.
And it's what, plus 150 for them to win the Super Bowl?
I'll look it up where it's sitting right now.
Their odds to win this Saturday, their percentage chance is probably 90%.
Pretty high.
So if they win against Green Bay, and then you go into next week, well, that whole 33% chance or 30% chance for them to win the Super Bowl, that goes up. And if they beat Detroit or they beat Tampa Bay, whoever they face, then that percentage will go up again.
49ers are plus 175 to win the whole
thing.
Banana.
Right. Which is not even 2-1. It's basically 3.5 to 2.
Right.
They are the favorite.
Yes.
So
prohibitive.
If they beat Green Bay, I would imagine that those odds go down even a little bit more, probably to plus 150, depending on who wins in the AFC.
You want to take a gander at in order, top 5? Do you think you could do it?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Let's go, Randy. Come on. Let's rock and roll.
He's not ready for that.
That's okay. He'll get ready. We're radio hosts. We can talk for a second till he is. See?
Are you sure?
I knew we could do it.
Look at Grandy.
You can do it. Just put your into it.
My brain into it?
Let's go.
Well, Niners are the favorite.
Niners are the favorite. Who's the second favorite?
The Ravens are the second favorite.
Second favorite. Who's the third favorite?
Well, here's where it gets interesting because I don't think that it would be...
Ravens, by the way, plus 280. Second favorite. Plus 280.
I think that it would be Buffalo would be next.
Buffalo Bills is a correct answer. Plus 475. Next.
Now it's a coin toss between...
Come on, Ariana Grande. Let's go. Thank you, next.
Thank you, next. It's either Detroit or Kansas City. And I'm going to say it's Kansas City. Then Detroit.
Is correct. Very nicely done. The Chiefs are plus 800. The Lions are plus 950.
Jeez.
Take a gander at the jump from there. The Green Bay Packers are next at plus 2,500.
I was going to say 2,000, but 25 to 1, yeah.
Houston Texans plus 3,300. Tampa Bay Bucks plus 3,300.
Jeez. Tampa plus 33, and that speaks to, I think, Philadelphia. Because Tampa beats Philadelphia, but many people look at Tampa and that win and say, nice win, but you're a fraud. And the only reason why you're still around is because Philadelphia is a bigger fraud.
Let me tell you.
And you had it first.
Well, the thought process is that the 49ers are going to beat the Packers. Could be wrong. But if you go by that thought process, let's say Tampa pulls off a shocking upset. You have to follow that by then upsetting the 49ers.
Yeah.
And follow that by upsetting the Ravens or the Bills or something like that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can make that infinity to 1, and I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah.
The Buccaneers are not coming to Levi Stadium and winning a football game. They're not.
They're probably going to lose in Detroit by 2 touchdowns.
If the Niners beat the Packers Saturday and the Bucks beat the Lions on Sunday, I will make an embarrassing wager that the Niners will go to the Super Bowl. embarrassing. I'm talking naked on the Bay Bridge type stuff.
Jeez.
I'm not saying that because that's illegal and I'm not that good looking. So we'll do something, though. Something absurd because Tampa Bay has zero chance to come into Levi's Stadium and win a football game.
That spread, if it would happen, would be 14.5, I would bet. Tampa and the Niners. The Niners would be favored by 14 and a hook.
Unless something weird, right? Like, what's the reason behind it? Did somebody awful get hurt as the Niners beat the Packers?
Or the Niners get a fluky, ugly win and Tampa rolls Detroit.
I mean, what on earth?
Right? Jake Moody from 61.
Right.
And, they survive. Niners survive. And Tampa puts up a 50 burger in Detroit.
See,
I still think that spread is 14.5.
You might be right. That's why there is a piece of this. And you guys, you call me a wimp. And, here we go, Sally Struthers. There's a piece of this scenario that we're looking at right now that I don't love. I don't love because sports is magical. Okay? The journey, the storytelling is beautiful. We attach ourselves to these guys who we've never met because they're wearing our familiar jerseys and they play within our area. And so I understand all of that. But there's a piece of sports where you want to be surprised. Like, look at the Warrior Championships. We've all said the same thing. The ones with Durant are not as special as the other two because what did the other two do? They surprised us. You didn't see them coming. Sports is not as fun when you're looking at your team going, you better win. You better win or I'm ticked at you. That's not as cool, especially when I tell you that Vegas, which knows all, is telling you there's only a 1/3 chance that they do it. So we're sitting here demanding that the 49ers win when they mathematically only have a 1 in 3 chance of actually doing it. So we are a little bit setting ourselves up for negative emotion, which is A, the Niners don't win and we're angry, or they do win and we're, that's what was supposed to happen.
Football's different.
Is it?
Yes, it's absolutely different. As we've seen here, being 49er fans, nothing's guaranteed for anybody. And you look at Philadelphia last year. Philadelphia, they ran through the regular season, and then they dominated the playoffs, including the 49ers. They knocked out their QB. They went into the Super Bowl. They had the lead, and they should have won the Super Bowl, but they didn't. And now where are you? Now you are irrelevant, and your coach is having a meeting with ownership today to decide whether or not he keeps his job. So nothing in football is guaranteed. Yeah. Even though the Niners, quote unquote, should win the Super Bowl, in football, it does not diminish the accomplishment when you actually go out there and do it because it's an oblong ball and it's 11 on 11. It's tackle football and anything really can happen. And you might go up against, in the Super Bowl, if you make it, against the team that dominated you on your home field and your quarterback threw 4 picks and John Harbaugh has beaten you before in the Super Bowl. So if you get over that team, well, it's real. And if you beat Kansas City and you deny Mahomes a third, that's real. And if you beat Josh Allen, the pride of Fireball, that's real. And if you beat DeMeco Ryans, the student going up against the master,
that would be crazy.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
But no matter what the game would be, it's going to be fulfilling based on the fact that it's football.
I'm not saying it won't be fulfilling. I'm not saying that because I do think that a 49er fan would look at this more as an overall picture of the Shanahan era as opposed to just this year. So sure, it would be fulfilling because it's like you finally, like enough with all the dancing around in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
Right? You finally got over the top. So I get that. I'm not saying it won't be fulfilling. I'm just saying that this is, it's a dangerous emotion that a lot of us are feeling. And I wonder how you would affix the word expectation to what's about to unfold. I go in with a healthy, yes, they should,
right?
For sure. They're the best team. None of us have minced words on that all year. I think they're the best team, but you also understand all of the different things that can happen, all of the good teams that they're about to play on some level or another. These are good teams. You don't get here today unless you are. The Packers are dangerous. Jordan Love is an interesting football player.
Yeah.
Who's playing really, really well. And so I guess that's sort of my takeaway. Like, I want to have enough respect for the rest of the league to not automatically only feel anger if they don't win. Disappointment, that's inevitable.
Well,
inevitable. But
there's no anger.
No,
I'm not. I won't. I mean, people can feel whatever they want to feel. If you feel anger, then maybe you're taking all this a little bit too personally. And if you want to feel disappointment, sure. And I know that anger and disappointment are neighbors, and it's a very fine line between disappointment and anger. And depending on what you do in your life and how much of your emotion is tied in. And I don't have a lot of friends with whom I talk trash to that level where, Steiny was mentioning Dana, his good friend, our good friend. He's from Milwaukee. He flies a Packer flag.
Oh, boy.
He'll be completely decked out in Packer gear. But if the Packers win, he's not going to be in everyone's face, running his mouth. And if the Niners win, we won't do the same. We're all a little bit older. And I think as you get older, you put a lot of these things in perspective. Now, if you're somebody who will feel that anger, then let it fly. And if you're going to feel disappointed, I get it. Because you look at the final 8 teams and you look at the NFC, and you mentioned it yesterday, and you're right. This thing broke your way in a big way. The 2 big teams that many people are afraid of, sorry, Philly, not you, but LA and Dallas, they're out. Yep. And you've got Detroit, the new team. You've got Tampa, the flawed team, and Green Bay, the hot team. And you still should beat Green Bay. So it's okay, in my opinion, to feel disappointment. And if you lose in the Super Bowl, the disappointment to me is lessened. It hurts a lot because you were close. But if you lose this Saturday, the disappointment is far greater, in my opinion.
I completely agree. There's
some people see it the other way.
Well, but there's something to be said for making it to the last game.
I agree.
There's a piece of my fandom. A larger piece is, did the Niners win? But there's a smaller piece, but a significant one, that just wants to experience every possible week.
Yeah.
Like, you know this. We're already making plans for the Super Bowl party. If the Niners aren't in it, I don't even know if I want to go. I'll get over it, and I will. But this is how I felt last year. Last year was different, though, because it fell apart with an injury, and we all felt robbed from even getting to watch the game that we thought we were sitting down to watch. But if the 49ers don't even make it to the Super Bowl, gosh, that's what I'm talking about. Like, at the same time, I can sit here and go, and because, by the way, I wonder what that is. What are the Niners' chances simply to make
to win the NFC?
To make the Super Bowl.
They got to be minus 150 to win the NFC. Odds to win the NFC.
Odds to win the NFC, minus 185.
Even bigger than that.
Minus 185.
So you got to lay 185 to win 100. So they're big favorites right now.
Yes.
To win the NFC. So if they don't win the NFC,
I'll be devastated. However, it's far from a sure thing. Far from a sure thing.
No, but they're odds-on favorite. They're big favorites.
Okay.
There's no Rams. There's no Cowboys.
I get it.
You got a hot Jordan Love.
You know what, though?
A flawed Tampa.
I thought they were the best team last year, and they didn't go. And
for obvious reasons.
Well,
Philly was better. You're welcome.
Don't you do that.
I did.
All right, we've already told you about the Christian McCaffrey signed jersey that we're giving away. We're also giving away a pair of tickets to Friday's Warriors game against the Mavs in celebration of the Warriors' 500th consecutive sellout. We're giving away those tickets in the 3 o'clock hour. So that is coming up soon. Plus, coming up next, we'll tell you exactly how you can win this Christian McCaffrey signed jersey and what exactly you need to do and when you need to be listening to do it. So all of that is coming up next. Plus, we'd love to get to your phone calls. Blend those words together, right? 49ers and expectations. What are they? How are you reasoning with this as the playoffs get started? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. Couple things. It is a difficult day for the entire Golden State Warriors family. If you have not heard, the basketball game in Utah that was scheduled tonight will not happen. It has been postponed. Assistant coach Dejan Milojevic suddenly passing away of a heart attack at age 46. And apparently, I don't really know the entire story as it's come together. I know that this the original event took place at a dinner that was attended by many of the players and coaches and just the whole Warriors family. So this happened right in front of everybody. And so obviously our thoughts first and foremost go out to his family, his wife, his two kids, the entire Warriors family, though. Very, very difficult day, and there will not be any basketball tonight.
Yeah, and it's just so sad.
Yep.
So sad when you think about it in terms of, the young life, 46 years old. And I know you've got a birthday coming up, and you're north of there, and I am too. And Steiny lost his dad, and, we're all being touched here at 95.7 The Game in many profound ways by this, and everybody listening is also surrounded by it. It's the reality that we all face, and to hear about this news so abruptly and so suddenly, it's shocking.
It really is. It really is. So again, there's not much to say other than we send our thoughts out to the entire Warriors family, and we invite you to continue hanging out with us today. We thought we were going to be heading toward Warrior basketball. We'll just keep hanging out and doing what we do, and that includes getting you involved to win a framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you got to do is listen for the keyword. We're doing it every day on every show here on 95.7. Today, on this show, your window is 4:30 to 5:30. At some point in that window, we're going to give you the keyword to text to 20357. Once you do that, you qualify, and you can qualify every single day on every single show. So 3 times a day, and we'll do it all week long, all the way up to the end of the week. So 4:30 to 5:30 here, 7:30 to 8:30 every morning on the roast, 12:30 to 1:30 with Steiny and Goo. So do it every time to increase your chances of winning, and save the number 20357 to your phone to make it easier and quicker each time you want to do it. There's also this. These two fan bases Saturday are obviously, they are large, they are loud, they are boisterous, they are energetic. We know all about the way the 49er fan base has invaded other stadiums throughout the league, almost as if it's their job the last 3 or 4 years. What about this weekend? Because Levi's Stadium once upon a time was a spot where the opposing fans could come in and really have a presence. Courtesy of our friend Nick Wagner at ESPN, he has given out the Vivid Seats projection of the percentage split between Niner and Packer fans in this game this weekend.
I'm excited to hear this.
I'll give you plus or minus 2%.
Man, you're
in either direction.
I'm 1 for 1 right now in your cute little trivia.
I'm going to try to do game show music every segment today.
All right.
We'll keep it light.
Because Grandy knows I've been hot.
So plus or minus 2 percentage points in either direction.
Lord, okay.
So that gives you a window of 4%.
I get it.
And you got to hit it in there. What is the 49er fan percentage on Saturday night?
My gut is telling me 80-20, so I'm going to play it smart and say 79 Niners, 21 Packers.
79-99. Are you out of your mind?
What?
Give that man his buzzer.
What? It's my Willard.
I give you a 3 for your Willard.
Thank you.
You're not even close.
Wait, what? Sorry. Not even close. On the YouTube, Dame, 97%. Dublin Marge, also on YouTube, says 70-30. So I don't know who I should side with in my second guess. What?
There you go.
Thank you.
You should side with the people who already saw this on Twitter.
97-3?
97%. The Niner fans are putting the Heisman on the cheeseheads. You're not coming in here. You're not welcome in this building.
That surprises me. 97?
This is going to be a Niner house on Saturday.
Whose house?
Niner's house. No, I don't like that. Those are the stupid Rams thing.
They didn't make it up.
Well, it's so
just
stupid.
Like the whole thing about Raider Nation. You're not the original nation.
No, I understand that.
That would be the Sioux Nation. You're welcome.
It's hysterical that they yell that inside SoFi Stadium, which so often is filled with the fans of the other team. Like, whose house? Well, it's kind of everybody's, Joe.
Right.
Like, we're a melting pot. That's the way we should answer it. That's not the way they answer it. So I hate that stupid thing.
Yeah, that surprises me.
97%.
Vivid Seats, because you can get seats now on the secondary market.
You ain't cheap.
Tickets as low as $188. Well, cheap if I'm looking at ESPN.
That's as cheap as they are. Nick Wagner's tweet included the average sold price, not available. The average already sold price on the secondary market.
$300.
Keep going, buddy.
$400.
Keep going.
500?
Almost. $482.
Cash me out one
Dude,
time.
Seriously.
Yet the Niner fans are going, no.
Right.
I'm keeping my tickets to this one.
Interesting, because I have a buddy who is in our golf group, Mike Archer, and his son Jared Archer. They live in Tennessee.
Decided that your golf group is 1,000 people.
Well, it's actually Steiny's group. It's the Cal Pacific group,
Yes.
the 37th annual coming up this year in Truckee in July. We have an ongoing thread on WhatsApp, and it's about 50 people.
I like WhatsApp.
Mike Archer and his son Jared will be flying in from Tennessee, and they're Packer fans for the game. So and they were wondering, should we buy them now or should we wait for the prices to drop and this and that? And
wait for the prices to drop.
Right.
Why? Because it's pouring?
Well, it actually might not be raining, as luck may have it.
I would love that.
But I'm
Did
looking
we get
at
an update on the weather. Is that what you're telling me?
I heard earlier that it may not rain on Sunday after all. It could be 60 wet, but clear.
Okay.
I'm seeing section 404, which is upper corner.
That's the worst seats in the house.
185.
Yeah, that's the top of the deck.
Yeah, but you're in the house.
Yeah, you're in the house. But it's the worst seat in the house.
$185, no doubt. If you want to be 50-yard line, section 138, tickets from $7,700 a piece.
Yeah, you're right. The chance of rain went way down.
Yeah.
Way down. It's still higher at night than it is during the day, but I never know what that means when you say evening showers. Is that 5 o'clock or 9 o'clock? Because if it rain like crazy at 9 o'clock, I don't care. Game's over.
And also, to be honest, and this is me, being Cliff Clavin for a moment.
Hi, Cliff.
Hi, how are you? We are now almost 100 hours away from kick. Slightly under 100 hours, right? 4 days would be 96 hours. We are 4 days and 2.5 hours. So to be able to accurately pinpoint the storm and when it's going to arrive, you can't do it. It's all based on how fast this rain approaches and how long it stays.
We're getting closer to being able to actually, we went with this yesterday and it changed. And it will, spoiler alert, change again.
No doubt.
It'll change again.
No doubt.
And by the way, that's the most California thing ever. It's even more true in Southern California than Northern California. But that was a funny thing. I was talking to my folks on the way over, and they're like, we saw your golf picture out there with the boys. Looked fun. I go, yeah, it was a ton of fun, except for it was a complete mud bath.
Yeah.
Mud bath.
Where'd you guys play?
We played up at Bennett Valley.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
We went back to Bennett.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, so anyway, went up there.
Doesn't drain great.
Well,
but beautiful.
We had a great time, but yes, we needed to wash our shoes when we got back.
No doubt.
So anyway, I'm telling them about, we've had some pretty significant storms run through here the last few days. And she goes, well, we're supposed to, but none of them have gotten here. And I go, yeah, that's L.A. That's I used to live there. They tell you it's the whole area it's going to be terrible.
Stormageddon.
And then it's not.
Right.
Even the traffic thing. Armageddon. We're closing the freeway. Don't leave your house. I went out of the house. There's nobody there. It was totally fine.
Yeah.
So it's just all these it's not scare tactics. It's just kind of whatever. That's the culture there. But it's true here too. Like the number of rainouts for the Giants through the years, it would stun you how rare a rainout is for the San Francisco Giants throughout the year. So we can look at this and we'll track it and we'll be fearful and we'll call rain and the great equalizer when it comes to a football game. Oh, you never know what's going to happen. The likelihood is this ain't going to affect the game.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
No, and the Levi's turf has come a long way, baby, to where it used to be a little bit of a sloppy pitch no matter what time of year, but that turf has actually grown in nicely, and it's become a really good, reliable field. So they'll have the tarp on if there's rain Saturday, and if there's rain early Sunday, and if it's not rainy during the game, well, that hurts Green Bay. If I'm a Packer fan, I'm hoping for some rain. I'm hoping for some
snow.
Muck.
Yeah.
Some
Is it good as snow? Let's get some snow up in here. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Dibbs is still going through all of his new hoodies. So you can check those out. Even if he's worn them once before, they're still new. That qualifies. Watch us live. And like and subscribe. All of the 95.7 The Game content all day, every day is right there on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Mark. Ask away. I didn't know we were doing a call and response there.
I was just,
What's the question, Mark?
Dramatic pause.
Okay.
Well, no, I actually was kind of thinking about exactly how to ask it, but I could just be straightforward and see what you do with it.
Be straight with me, Mark.
All
you
right.
know you can be that way.
Jordan Love or Brock Purdy? And then I'll explain.
I mean...
But answer it how you want.
As a quarterback? Or just as a guy?
No, as an usher.
Usher.
Who do you want guiding you to your seat this weekend, you 97 percenters?
In whose system, Mark? I mean, to me, the answer is Brock Purdy.
Okay.
But I know that
Why
it's
do
not
you
a
answer it that
unanimous
way?
belief.
Yeah, why do you answer it that way?
Because I think that Brock Purdy has shown this year to be the most accurate and the most efficient quarterback in pro football. Now, if you want to talk about the last 7 weeks, we can have an argument and more of a debate over who's been better over the last 7 weeks. I think Jordan Love has probably been better over the last 7 weeks.
Probably. I mean, statistically.
He's got an 18-1 TD to interception ratio, and they are 5-2. And Brock Purdy had the calamity on Christmas that cost him the MVP. And, they didn't even trust him to play against the Rams, Mark. Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
You're welcome.
No, they're both really good.
Yeah.
They're both really good. Jordan has been exceptional with that touchdown to interception ratio. Yeah, is it one pick in the last?
I think it's 7 weeks.
9 games? Or
Might be 9. Yeah.
Like if you count the playoff game.
Oh, right.
Right? Like they finished the year 6-2, and then they won last week. And I think I'm gonna pull up the game log here. But yeah, I think that he has only had 1 pick through that entire time and confirmed. Yeah.
1 and 9.
Yeah, he got picked twice by the Steelers on November 12th. November 12th, okay? Since November 12th, yeah, he's thrown 1 interception. 1. It's against the New York Giants on December 11th. 1 time.
Yeah.
1 time. So, yeah, he's been fantastic. Isn't it wild that we would get to the playoffs this year and Brock Purdy's the experienced guy? That's kind of wild. And that's one of the reasons I throw this out there. Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. I don't know where this is going to go. If we learned anything at the end of every football season, it's that next year is going to be different. Right? I don't know. Right? Like even I, look at me now. You know everything I've said all year. Even I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be a Hall of Famer or a 7-year Niner or a $40 million. I don't know. I don't know that. It's not done. And surprising things happen in sports all the time, right? Like the Eagles want to fire their coach. Like a month and a half ago, he waltzed into any room with a swagger and saliva coming out the side of his mouth, and his bleep didn't stink. And he might not make it to February with the job. So I don't know when things are going to take an unfortunate turn. It can happen. It has happened.
Yeah.
So I don't know any of that. But can you see the same scenario that I do see as a possibility? We might be looking at the first matchup of many. Look at NFC quarterback.
Between Love and Purdy.
Love and Purdy.
Yeah.
Love and Purdy, which, by the way, sounds like a great book or a movie or whatever. Like
Purdy Love.
It could be that. If you look at the future of the NFC, Dak Prescott, 1 more year on the contract and all kinds of yelling and screaming and maybe a new coach.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, steady Eddie, but he's never going to be the guy where you're like, dude, somehow you got to figure out how to beat Goff. He's never going to be that guy. Stafford, getting older. Jalen Hurts, really good, but now that whole team's in transition.
Might be a retool. Not a rebuild, but a retool.
But, dude, if half your stats are because of that tush-push thing and Jason Kelsey's retiring, who knows where that's all going to go. And then you look up and down.
We did this yesterday, and you're right, Mark, in terms of the entire conference. I mean, Baker in Tampa, is he the permanent fix? Young in Carolina, off to a rough start.
Nope.
Derek Carr in New Orleans. I mean, you can take the whole South out of it. Kirk Cousins coming off a major injury, and his contract is up. Justin Fields, maybe not. And, Seattle, Geno's got 1 more year if they allow him to stick.
Kyler,
and DeVito living at home with mom and dad. I love him.
Daniel Jones making $40 million.
Washington with a complete regime change on the horizon. Does Bob Myers like the quarterback situation?
I mean, if
Jared Goff, by the way, 1 more year. Next year is his last year.
Yeah.
And then his contract goes from $31 million. If he continues to be this good, he's going to get a raise.
He's definitely going to get a raise. He's definitely if they win the division again next year and they're playoff performers. Jared Goff, who knows where this is going to go? He's favored to go to the conference championship game.
Right.
And something crazy could happen. Who knows? He might end up in his 2nd Super Bowl. I doubt it, but yeah, that's definitely on the table. So, but if you were going to, I don't think there's any question about this. If you looked at it through a certain prism, if I said to you, all right, project out the next 3 years. 3 years. NFC teams only. Whose quarterback situation do you like the best? And I don't mean Packers versus Niners. Take all the teams. Who are you taking? I don't think there's any question this would be 1 and 2. This would be 1 and 2.
I don't know who would be 3. And that's,
good point.
That's where I think it becomes interesting because if the next 3 years, it probably is Detroit. assuming that you've got Jared for one more year, and you would assume that you're going to sign him if he continues to play this well.
There's relative health there.
You sign him, you keep him. But the other situations, Jalen might be number 4 because he's still a really good quarterback.
Totally.
And you hope that, Howie Roseman and company can build around him again.
But he's already expensive. Keep that in mind now. We're talking about Jordan Love and Brock Purdy, both of whom, by the way, is this year 3 for Jordan?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking at his contract right now, and he signed a 4-year deal. And this is
or is this year 4 already? Feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he's got. I'm seeing 1 year, and he signed a 1-year extension for $22.5 million.
So he's not guaranteed beyond next year.
Next year,
beyond
correct.
Next year,
right?
So that means that this guy is extension eligible this offseason.
Right.
Okay. So this is a hell of a run that he's on.
Yeah.
He made himself a lot of money.
For sure.
Made himself a lot of
money.
Well,
the beauty of Green Bay is you can pay Jordan Love. You can give Jordan Love a big contract because, as I mentioned yesterday, all their wide receivers and all their tight ends, which accounts for about 7 or 8 players, Watson and Dobbs and all the rest of them, they're all first or second year guys. So their whole situation, Mark, is kind of the inverse of the Niners, where the Niners have the quarterback on the rookie deal, and you've paid Debo, and you've paid Kittle, you've paid Trent. CMC's got a big contract, and you're going to pay Ayuk. And it's kind of the reverse. Green Bay, well, you're going to pay the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then all these other guys, many of them are second rounders, so they're going to be up sooner because they don't have that first round option and the longevity of the contract. But all of them are going to be on rookie deals for the next few years. Yep. So you can pay your quarterback $40 million and know that all these other wide receivers and tight ends are going to be on those rookie deals.
This is the Niners and the Packers. We don't need to tell any of you that this matchup seems to find a way to happen a lot come playoff time. It feels like they're always around. And we've spent the majority of this year feeling like the Packers weren't even going to be a playoff team, and we had no idea if they had their future quarterback or not. That's really the significance of the last 9 weeks. It's not about whether or not they can beat the 49ers. We'll see if they can. But what's really come into focus in the last 9 weeks is that the Packers do have their guy, ... again, and they are going to be a team that you got to deal with in the NFC in a conference where right now you don't have a lot of teams that you need to deal with. Now, that can change quickly. We'll see how all of these new quarterbacks come into focus and also what happens on teams like Minnesota. Is Cousins coming back? Are you doing something else? Is Fields on the market? How does that all shake down? There's very few teams right now in the NFC where you can hang your hat on them. And you can say, I'm pretty sure that team's going to be good next year. The Niners are one of them. I think the Eagles are another. The Cowboys, to a degree, certainly are. The Lions have arrived in that spot. But now, Green Bay, and looking at this guy over the last 9 weeks, small sample size, Steve, for sure.
Right.
But by the same token, if you asked me, who do you not want to face next year in the playoffs? I'll give you one team that you can remove from this party. I would completely pick Green Bay.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know about Dallas and what they're going to do. And Philadelphia, it feels like, has a number of holes that they need to fill. Forget the South. And Minnesota is a team. They've got some good weapons, but who's their quarterback? Chicago, I still think, is a year away from probably being a year away. Detroit would be the other team that I would worry about, but you're probably right in terms of Green Bay. It wouldn't be the Rams, the Cardinals, or the Seahawks.
Definitely not. I mean, the Rams will still be – Stafford's not going anywhere yet. Still totally viable. The receiving core is terrifying. Good young running back, all that. I still would hang my hat, though, on one thing, which we can talk about coming up next, specifically to the San Francisco 49ers. Of all the reasons why we think they're probably going to the Super Bowl, there's one to me that stands out. You can hop in on this, 888-957-9570. Your expectations, what word would you use? They should, they must, they might. We could take your calls on that. Mike Golick's going to join us in 20 minutes. It is also a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Get your berry fix at Whole Foods.
95.7 The Game.
It's 3 o'clock, Tibbs.
All right, what does that mean? Are you? Oh, yeah, that's what it means. This guy's got a real drinking problem over there.
Cheers, buddy.
You and them sodas, Sody Pop, flavored water. I see you.
It's not soda pop. It's a cucumber melon Soleil.
That's the Safeway brand, right? Safeway Select.
You're damn right it is.
And hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Yeah,
Whenever
exactly.
I'm trying to steal Mark's endorsement, I drink. What is it? Safeway Soleil.
Soleil Moon Fry.
Yeah.
No, just Soleil.
That's that watermelon.
Cucumber melon.
Cucumber melon.
It's delicious.
Refreshing and delightful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to drink it.
Yeah.
How do you avoid like the belching that comes with that sort of a don't do it situation?
I don't.
You just.
Yeah.
Because you don't
swallow them.
Yeah. Got that. Okay.
No, I mean, come on.
What is going on here?
There are cultures where it is offensive if you don't burp after a meal.
Right.
No?
Yeah.
So this is not one of them, but that's
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
Hey, framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you got to do is listen. That's it. You listen for the keyword. Between 4:30 and 5:30, we'll give you a word. Then you text the word to 20357. Mark that down, 20357. And poof, you're qualified. And then we do it all week long, every day from 4:30 to 5:30. And then also you can do it in the morning with Bonte and Joe, 7:30 to 8:30. Do it with Steiny and Goo, 12:30 to 1:30 in the early afternoon. So you can do it each time. That increases your chances of winning for sure. 20357. So in about 90 minutes, we will get that all started. Make sure that you are with us. Have you ever heard of, am I pronouncing this right, Lucas? Is this Gabe Neitzel? Is that how we do it? Is it Neitzel? All right, let's go with it. Gabe Neitzel, Dibs.
Yeah.
He is a radio professional. Radio professional.
I apologize to Neitzels everywhere if I
Yeah.
say that I've never heard of him. But it sounds like he's from either Minnesota or Wisconsin or one of the Dakotas. Neitzel. Sounds like he's named after a pretzel. Hi, can I get some extra salt on my Neitzel?
A little Neitzel.
Yeah.
So Schnitzel works for ESPN Milwaukee.
There you go.
Okay, ESPN Milwaukee. This is from the Jen, Gabe, and Chewy show. Okay.
Your Chewy's really good.
Except for in this case, you know who Chewy is? It's Mark Chamorro.
Oh, I thought it was Chewy Gomez.
No.
Guy doing radio next door to us.
Mark Chamorro used to be a Green Bay Packer tight end.
I've heard of him.
Then for a while he was accused of something awful, and then he came out of that.
Acquitted.
And he got a job at ESPN Milwaukee.
Acquitted by a jury of his peers.
Yes.
We actually were Googling it earlier.
Yes, he was.
Because I had the same reaction you did of,
well, they played
an ISDN behind bars?
Yeah, they played this. They played this morning, and I'm listening to Joe and Bonte had the same reaction I did. Here, like Mark Chamorro said something. He's like, Mark Chamorro's in radio? That's not what I thought happened to Mark Chamorro. And I'm like, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I can't believe this guy's just hanging out in Milwaukee doing radio. But he
Acquitted.
is. Yeah.
Acquitted.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Well, that's the dangers of stuff like this, right? Once you hear it, then you don't necessarily hear the follow-up story, which is not as much of a headline grabber. But anyway, back to Schnitzel. Here's Gabe telling everybody who the best quarterback on the field is going to be on Saturday.
After that 2010 run that Aaron Rodgers had, as a Packers fan, you knew you could win any game when you had the best quarterback on the field. The Packers are going to have the best quarterback on the field on Sunday or Saturday night. If they win that game, they'll have the best quarterback on the field, NFC Championship game on Sunday. Like, anytime you have the advantage at that position, it makes you feel great. Now, it's not the end-all be-all because the 49ers have a really damn good roster, but when you start at that position, and as important as that position is, as slanted as it can become, I mean, we've been talking about field tilters all season long. At that position, to have the best one, to have the field tilting in your direction because of that guy, it makes you feel like you got a chance. I understand they're 10-point dogs, but when you've got the best player on the field, hell, man, you got a chance to pull it off.
Wow.
Best player on the field.
Best player on the field.
So there's two things. Best quarterback, we can have that discussion, but best player on the field even when they're on offense, he might be the third best player on the field at the best, because he's going to be on the field with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And I think those two players are better players than either quarterback. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So, I mean, Bosa and Warner greater than Purdy and Love. So he won't be the best player on the field when he's on the field.
I mean, it's a matter of perspective. I totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah. That's my perspective.
I've argued a lot that it's not a fair argument. Like, if I said Christian McCaffrey is the best player on the field, no one's going to get at me. But I would still, and I'd argue this till the end, and we don't need to do it today or ever again for that matter. Hopefully they win the Super Bowl. But I'd argue until the end of the day, every day, that if I had to play one of these playoff games without McCaffrey or Purdy, McCaffrey is sitting down, because I think you got a better chance of winning a football game with Purdy and Eli Mitchell than you do Darnold and McCaffrey. You can argue that. I get it. I totally hear your point. That's me. That's the importance of the quarterback position. So from that perspective, Neitzel has a point. He's got a point. But his premise is wildly flawed. Not that you can't have the opinion. If you work for ESPN Milwaukee, of course you think Jordan Love is the best quarterback on the field. And if you work for 95.7 The Game, maybe you think Brock Purdy is the best quarterback on the field. But to speak to this the way that he did, where it is such a foregone conclusion, to the point where the man, and I'll play it again for you, he can't even acknowledge the presence of Brock Purdy. Listen to his opportunity and how he passes on it. He had the opportunity to at least respect the man who's going to finish top 3 in the MVP voting. He had an opportunity to at least respect him, and he passed on that opportunity. Listen to it one more time.
After that 2010 run that Aaron Rodgers had, as a Packers fan, you knew you could win any game when you had the best quarterback on the field. The Packers are going to have the best quarterback on the field on Sunday. Or Saturday night. If they win that game, they'll have the best quarterback on the field, NFC Championship game on Sunday. Like, anytime you have the advantage at that position, it makes you feel great. Now, it's not the end-all, be-all, because the 49ers have a really damn good roster.
Boom.
But when you start at that position, and as important as that position is, as slanted as it can become, I mean, we've been talking about field tilters all season long. At that position, to have the best one, to have the field tilting in your direction because of that guy, it makes you feel like you got a chance. I understand they're 10-point dogs, but when you've got the best player on the field, hell, man, you got a chance to pull it off.
The field tilting in your favor?
He's a field tilter.
Okay, hold on a second. Gabe, you're right. Jordan Love's the best quarterback in the NFC. Let's go there. The field, therefore, is tilted in your favor.
He's a field tilter.
When the guy that has the ball on the other end of the field had, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks, 4,280 yards, a completion percentage of 69.4, and the 5th highest quarterback rating in the history of the NFL. There's two different things going on here. You can think Jordan Love is better, but to decide that you have some clear edge at the position, and then even when you had your opportunity, look, it's not the end-all, be-all, because the Niners have a really good quarterback too, is not what he said. It's not the end-all, be-all, because the Niners have a good roster.
They have a good roster. Yeah.
It's never going to end?
No.
It's never, ever going to end until he shoves it up everybody's wahoo.
Well, because you look at just the numbers, and if you don't watch Brock Purdy all year, and you look at the numbers between the two, you look at the touchdowns, and Jordan Love had more, and the interceptions, they had the same number.
One more touchdown, by the way, just so we have it. 32 to 31. It's almost identical.
I'm laying out the facts from the Neitzel side of the ledger.
Fire away.
When you don't watch Brock Purdy, and you do watch Jordan Love, and you watch what Jordan Love did over the last 9 games, 7 wins, 2 defeats, 1 interception, and you look at the yards, and he only had 121 yards fewer than Brock Purdy. Forget the fact that he threw 135 more passes. That doesn't matter if you're trying to make the argument for your guy. You look at whatever numbers you want to look at. You don't look at QB rating. You don't look at TD percentage or interception percentage. although Jordan Love had a better interception percentage than Brock Purdy in terms of number of throws versus number of picks. You look at what you want to see, and yeah, Jordan Love is playing great. But the thing that always cracks me up about these arguments is when you try to compare quarterback versus quarterback, because these two gentlemen will not go head-to-head for even one snap. So if you want to talk about Jordan Love against the Niner defense or Brock Purdy against the Packer defense, that really is what matters. So when he's on the field, Jordan Love, he's not going to be the best player on the field. And if he is under the kind of pressure that I think he's going to be under, I don't think that he's going to have the day that he had in Dallas.
If we count the game at Dallas, and I don't know why we wouldn't, but if we go ahead and count that, his record on the road this year is 5-5.
Right.
So do whatever you want with that.
Yeah.
5-5. Mike Golick is going to jump in on this conversation next, and then we'll continue to take your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus, an incredibly sweet, easy-to-peel, nutritious mandarin. Available.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Mike Golick Sr. expected here momentarily, and we'll keep going with your phone calls. And I want to correct myself, and thank you, Dibbs, for pointing it out. Accuracy matters.
Okay.
In some forms.
Sure.
Not everywhere anymore. But I said that Brock Purdy had the 5th highest quarterback rating of all time this year. It was the 14th.
Okay.
The point I was trying to make stands, but he was not 5th all time. He was 14th all time in terms of QBR.
You know where Jordan Love is all time? He is 222nd.
Okay.
His season.
That's higher than 14th.
Yes. His 96.1 quarterback rating, right behind Ken O'Brien and right ahead of Dan Marino.
Okay. Winner.
Rookie Dan.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Look, nobody's saying he's not good. And Mike Golick Sr. knows that. With Westwood One, he was there doing that Cowboy-Packer game over the weekend. Got to listen to it a little bit. Mike sounded great. Appreciate you coming on, Willard and Dibbs. What were your impressions of Jordan Love, and have they changed a little bit here toward the end of the year?
Well, I don't know about change. I think Jordan Love, even though he's been in the league a while, he's still a first-year starter. We've seen kind of a maturation with him, and I think the biggest thing is patience. A lot of times with young quarterbacks, you'll see their feet start to move a little quick, and I think the game is starting to slow down for him a bit, which helps. He's sliding in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield instead of on the rush. So I really think a lot of it is that because, and also you have to realize he's got, nice receivers to throw to, which amazingly enough, 4 are rookies and 2 are second-year guys. So they're the youngest team to win a game in the playoffs in years. They're the youngest team to be in the playoffs in years. So maybe they're a little early to where they are, but a lot of that is because of Jordan Love. Aaron Jones is running great as well, but you need that quarterback to be calm in the pocket. He's been showing that.
How were they able to just completely hot knife through butter against a Dallas defense that was supposed to be more vaunted than that? Were you surprised at how easily Green Bay made it look?
Sometimes we look at season stats, and I think we need to look at what have you done for me lately stats in some things. I'm not saying in everything. But for the Cowboys, the last 3 regular season games, they were giving up 160 yards on the ground a game. And that was where Green Bay, now all the things I said about Jordan Love obviously are true, but it helps when you have a pretty good running game. The last 3 regular games of the season, Aaron Jones went for over 100 yards. So the running game was going. And I think one of the great moves they did, and you don't see it a lot. I mean, in NFL games, when the coin toss hits, if you win the toss, normally you defer. Matt LaFleur won the toss. Green Bay did, and they took the ball because they wanted to set the tone. They didn't want Dallas to get the ball in front of that home crowd where they were undefeated and get a score early and kind of really keep the momentum. And it worked to a T. 12-play drive, 75 yards, almost 8 minutes. 8 of those plays were run, 7 to Aaron Jones. It worked great. So I think that was the big thing is they were able to establish the run against that defense. And you start to do that, and it really helps your quarterback, especially a young quarterback, in play action to be able to spread it around to those different receivers.
Mike Golick Sr. with us here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Mike is also doing the game this weekend, Niners and Packers. So let's go with what you were just talking about, end of the season stats. The Niners have actually not been up to their standards against the run last few weeks. Do you think that was more of an Armstead is missing thing, or do the Packers have a little bit of a shot there too?
Well, I think like any answer like that, I'm not going to sit there and say it's Armstead back and all of a sudden the run defense is solved. It doesn't work that way because you're not running right at them all the time. So, there is something to the fact of how you're playing at the end, and Green Bay is going to test that. They would rather not, even though Love is playing well, and the biggest thing about him is the last 8 regular season games, he threw 1 touchdown to go with 18 touchdowns to go with 1 interception. So a young quarterback not turning the ball over. So they're going to want to run the ball against San Francisco without question to try and control the ball. So just like the Cowboys were good all year, and then toward the end they started faltering a little bit against the run, Green Bay is going to try to exploit that. Getting Armstead back is certainly going to help, but it's an area that they're really going to try to exploit because it's going to help that short passing game.
How much does the three wide receiver approach for Green Bay match up with the 49ers, who may be a little bit more vulnerable in the secondary? As much as Green Bay wants to establish the run, do you think that they try to air it out a little bit more and get the 49ers into more coverage situations?
Well, I mean, I think game will dictate that. If you run, I mean, especially if you run on first down, what's the situation? Are you gaining 4, 5, 6 yards now? Are you in second and 6, 5, and 4? That's offense dictating the defense because they're ahead of the sticks. So I think a lot depends on that. But if you start having early success running the ball on first down, what you start doing then is you start play actioning on first down because the opponent has seen the run. So you get your linebackers to step up. And you saw Romeo Doubs had 3 big catches, in the middle of the field, down the field, over the linebackers, in front of the safeties. They exploited that very, very well. So they like these receivers, sometimes deep, but we're in a world now of shorter passes, yards after the catch. And like I said, between Jaden Reed, Tavian Wicks, the 2 tight ends, now that they got Musgrave back, he and Tucker Kraft, throw in Watson, throw in Romeo Doubs, who had the monster game last week. And there's a lot. You can't just key in on one person. That's going to be one of the issues for the 49ers is you got a lot of guys to deal with. That's why the pressure from that front 4 or the rush is going to be so important for them as well.
Mike, you're a trenches guy, so I got a question for you. It's making a little bit of the rounds out here today. Mark Chmura, the ex-Packers tight end, went on his radio show, and I'll just paraphrase. He advocated the idea of an early 15-yard penalty, late hit on Brock Purdy to set the tone. A lot of people are arms up about it. I sort of look at this and go, look, you football players have a little crazy in you. That's why you're able to play this game. But I'd love to get your take on that. Is that something that actually makes sense to you and is talked about in locker rooms before a big game?
No. I mean, listen, the way I was raised to play the game by my father who played football and my brothers played football, my brother was in the league for 14 years, is you hit a guy as hard as you possibly can legally. If he gets up, he gets up. If he doesn't, that's part of the game. But you don't try and do it. You're not trying to hit someone late or trying to hurt somebody. If they get hurt through the course of the game, which we know happens in football, it's not if you get hurt, it's when you get hurt and how bad you get hurt. I would not. I mean, listen, and I understand this coming from a guy who played in the 80s when the hitting was a little bit different and, there were, hey, if you knocked the guy out of a game, you got some money, the whole bounty thing. But honor amongst thieves, you had to knock them out in a legal way. It couldn't be a penalty. I'm sure that makes people kind of cringe and still think we're all jerks for it. But I would never advocate doing something illegal just to try and, A, knock somebody out of the game, or B, set a tone. I mean, we saw what happened, unfortunately, to the 49ers last year when Brock Purdy got hurt on a clean hit on his arm. No, that's not something I would do. The Green Bay defense has been playing well. So I don't think that's something you want to resort to at all.
In terms of legal physicality, Trent Williams is the guy I immediately think of, and that running attack when the Niners go to the left side, you add in Debo and Ayuk and George Kittle. Is that ultimately where the Niners can make their most headway on the ground, running to the left side with Christian McCaffrey?
Trent Williams scares me. He's a big, large, mean human being. I mean, that dude is, yeah. I'm just telling you, he does, man. He does. That dude is looking. He plays like he's picking a fight, and that's the way you need to play. He plays aggressive. He's not going to take any crap from anybody. We know he's an All-Pro a few years in a row now. So yeah, I mean, you got Banks, who's a big guy at left guard. So I think that's certainly the way you go. But don't discount a play to the right and a cutback. Because the one thing Trent and Aaron can do as well is can cave down a line of scrimmage. They step right and cave it right, and now you open a bit of a cutback lane. So a lot of times it doesn't have to be right at the best lineman. Maybe in short yardage you would like to do that, but you can mix it up, and they can cave a line down so you can have a cutback. But for the most part, I'm going to trust going behind Trent Williams, and then I'm going to buy him any kind of drink he wants.
Mike Golick Sr. with us here on Willard and Dibs. He's doing the game this weekend, Niners and Packers. This is what we do. We talk about quarterbacks and flavor of the month. But it's been suggested that the Packers have the quarterback edge in this game. You buy that?
Well, the way Jordan Love is playing now has been incredible. For all the great Brock Purdy has done, let's remember he's just in his second season as a starter. And make no mistake, he has been playing great. I mean, he is anybody that is trying to downplay anything he's doing because of the talent that's around him. I don't want to hear it. Or the Kyle Shanahan, type of offense is very quarterback friendly. He's stepping in there and getting the job done. I covered him when I was calling college games, and he was at Iowa State. And I remember saying about it then, dude can play from the neck up. He knows where to go with the ball. He's a smart player on there, and he's been showing that here as well. But Love has been playing well. And the key, again, he's not turning the ball over. And the one great thing I always say about San Francisco is their depth of talent on the offensive side of the ball and playmakers. And while Green Bay doesn't have the names, they've got, like I said, 4 rookies, but they're setting all kind of rookie records together cumulatively on what they're doing on the field. So they're actually getting it done. Again, not the name San Francisco has and not the longevity that they have shown with the San Francisco offense, but the bottom line is you're getting it done. And all you worry about as a professional football player is get to the dance, get to the playoffs, and then you never know what happens. How is your injury-wise? They're doing well injury-wise. Jair Alexander did tweak the ankle again last week, so we'll see how good he is this week. But how well are you playing, and are you turning the ball over, and how is your injury situation? And Green Bay is sitting pretty good now. I don't know if I'm going to sit here and say I would take Love over Purdy at this point, but, I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to do and getting help by a really good run game.
And it's been a masterclass of drafting by Green Bay the last couple of years. All those skilled guys you talked about, so many different draft picks that have borne fruit this year. Mike, if Green Bay is going to pull off the upset, what do you think is the one thing they have to do to make this happen in Santa Clara?
So here's the matchup that I cannot wait to watch. So as I said, we're kind of in an era of we're in a short passing era. Obviously, we'll take it down the field some, but we see more of those short passes, get the ball in the hands of your athletes and let them make the plays. So what Green Bay did so well last week, and their defense has not been great all year, but toward the end of the year, like I talk about, what do you do for me lately? They've been playing better. In the game against Dallas, gang, passes were getting caught in front of them, the short passes, and they were making the open field tackles. I can't tell. We can talk about all the strategy you want in football, but it basically comes down to one-on-one plays. Can a DN beat an offensive tackle? Can a guard beat a D tackle? Can a linebacker make a play over a guard? Can a cornerback cover a wide receiver? And one of those is, can the defensive player make a tackle in open field? Green Bay did that so well. Now, San Francisco, for the last how many years, has been the leaders in yards after the catch. All these guys catch the ball short, and they turn it into a big game. So the task for Green Bay is, again, what they did last week. Now, they beat the hell out of the Cowboys a lot of ways, but one of the ways was making tackles on short passes. And San Francisco, we know, lives on making big yardage on those. So that, to me, is one of the great matchups to watch in this game.
Okay, so that's what you think has to happen. But let's get to it, Mike. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, listen, I can't say because I'm calling the game. I can't pick a winner in this game.
We won't tell. We won't tell.
He's a pro.
We're not going to tell.
I have to be professional about this, so I certainly will not pick a winner. Like I said, I think that the biggest thing for Green Bay, because they're young, is don't give a team like San Francisco any extra chances, meaning don't turn the ball over, which they haven't done, because San Francisco will big-time take advantage of that by getting extra chances. But I have to say, Green Bay was so efficient. They ran 35 less plays than the Cowboys last week, and were obviously efficient with their plays. So to me, as I said, that comes down to on that defensive side for Green Bay and the short tackles, and for San Francisco, stopping the run and forcing, no matter how well Jordan Love has been throwing the ball as of late, he's been doing it off of a really good run game as well. So how well does San Francisco try and shut down this run from the Packers? That's as far as I'm going, guys. I'm not making a pick.
No, 31-14 Niners.
Yeah,
I heard it.
That's what I heard, too.
I heard it.
Thanks, Mike.
And
appreciate it.
I just tweeted it. I hope you're okay with that.
I love it because, man, when I was doing shows like you guys, that's exactly what I would be doing. So good move.
I love it.
No way. You used
not
to
what
do
you
radio?
said. It's how you said it. Yeah. You had a show?
Mike, great stuff, man. It's an honor to have you on, man. Thank you so much. Have a great call.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there it is.
That's so funny.
Mike Golick Sr., Niners 31-14.
That was Mike Golick Sr.?
That was him.
Man.
That was him. I love that his son has done enough now that he's got to add the senior in there.
I was thinking
for
the same
years,
thing.
He was just Mike Golick.
Right. And then Mike Golick Jr. became, hey, Junior.
Yeah.
Became more than just Junior, so now you got to put the senior on it to let people know.
One of my first jobs in radio, I was a little cub reporter. I was out and about gathering sound, and one of the shows I was gathering it for down in L.A. was the all-new Myers and Golick, which was Chris Myers and Bob Golick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, his brother.
Mike's brother,
who
yeah.
he referred to.
Who I think was more accomplished as an NFL player.
That is correct.
Yeah. And his older brother, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
I'm hoping.
I think.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
you're
going
right.
to say that
I
he is
think
the
you're
older
right.
brother.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Great guy. Great guy.
Yeah.
Humongous human being.
Mike.
Bob.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mike's actually lost a bunch of weight.
Correct.
So he's not.
When
he's
I
not
knew
as-
Bob,
yeah.
he had not.
Gotcha. I don't know if Bob has or
no
hasn't.
idea
but-
where he is now. Yeah. But an incredible man. Yeah. Really like salt of the earth dude.
And Mike is largely the same. I had a chance to meet him at a couple of the Super Bowl radio rows, and he's just a good guy. Even when he was at his peak of the Mike and Mike days.
I'm telling you, offensive linemen are good dudes.
By and large, yeah.
Well, think about what they do for a living. Protect other people.
Right.
And get no attention for it.
Yeah.
Good dudes.
Yeah. And like
They're
you
like
say,
firefighters of sports.
that's actually a good
Protect
comp.
people, and they want no attention, and they're all nameless and faceless.
And they will run into that building at a moment's notice.
Totally.
And in this case, it's like, like he said, they had 90 plays Dallas did on offense. That's 90 times you got to protect a guy who's doing nothing but throwing pick sixes. Yeah. And yet you're going out there and you're in the trenches yet
That's right.
again.
That's right.
Yeah,
those numbers were skewed, by the way, by game flow.
Of course.
Not only were the Packers so far ahead the whole time, but he's right. This is the word we love to use. They were efficient. No, they weren't efficient. They blew them off the field. The Cowboys couldn't stop them on any play. I wonder, man. This is what I think. I think Green Bay's dangerous. I think Green Bay they've become a pretty good team. I think the current perception of the Packers is a little off because of what we saw last week. If you think that that's just who they are on the weekly basis, well, we can stop playing now. The Packers are going to win the Super Bowl. That's done. That's done. If they play like that, if they just look like that every time they touch the ball, this puppy's cooked. No one's stopping that.
Right. I liked what he said, though, about
that's our perception because that was playoffs, national TV, standalone, Dallas, Jerry's World. We watch that and we walk away with, well, that's them. Well, no. Everybody looks different every week, and every game's got its own flow.
Right.
And I got very little reason to think that the Packers are going to come into Levi's looking like that on Saturday night.
And the big reason that I would agree with you is what Mike said about the run defense. And if you look at the recent days, Dallas's run defense had become porous. And so Green Bay came out and they pounded the ball. And you asked a good follow-up to his answer, which was, the Niners' defense against the run hasn't been as good as it was earlier. Is it an Eric Armstead thing? And he didn't really answer it saying, yes, it is, and they'll be fine. But what I see from the Niners' run defense is a much more stout and sturdy unit, and I do think that Green Bay is going to look at it, Armstead or no Armstead, they're looking at it the exact same way. They're going to get the ball first if they can. They're going to try to run the ball with Aaron Jones as they did against Dallas, and they're going to try to keep McCaffrey and company off the field.
You're exactly right. To me, and by the way, that means I don't know if LaFleur is going to play it the same way, but if he is, sweet. Packers get the ball first. Doesn't matter who wins the toss.
Right.
Maybe we could even petition this thing to have no toss. Hey, refs, just give the Packers the ball.
Right.
That's what they want. That's what the Niners want. Let's start with the Packers having the ball. And for me, if someone wanted me to boil down the key to the game, the number one thing to watch, you stop Aaron Jones, you win the game.
No doubt.
That's it.
No doubt.
That's it. The Packer offense is not going to be able to function if they are not able to get 5, 6, 7 yards on first down. But the Niners have not been as great as you might think, not as good as advertised with regard to stopping that in the last 4 or 5 games. They have given up the least amount of rushing yards all year, but that's because they've also had the least amount of rushing attempts against them because they play from ahead so much, and they're up by 10, 17 points so often. If you boil it down to yards per carry, they're middle of the pack. They gave up 4.1 per carry. I think they got to hold the Packers to under 4 a carry this weekend, and if they are able to do that, I think you are talking about your comfortable 17 to 20 point win. But if Aaron Jones, and I don't even know where A.J. Dillon is health-wise, but if they're both in there and they're gashing and getting 5 to 7 yards on first down, that's what's going to make Jordan Love so damn scary. I think it starts with the run game, and then it comes after that. But if it's 2nd and 7 and 2nd and 8, then Love simply becomes a young quarterback who's facing the best pass rush in the league.
Right.
And he's in trouble.
Well, they've got great weapons, but a lot of those plays, as Mike Golick Sr. was laying out, were off of the play action. And Dobbs was able to get behind the linebackers in front of the safeties repeatedly because of that very thing. Aaron Jones went 21 for 118. Emmanuel Wilson, 8 carries for 20. They were able to establish the run, gash Dallas, and then they crushed him with the play action.
We got a lot going on right now. We have a lot to give away. You know about the CMC jersey, signed jersey, framed, matted, beautiful. If you don't know about it, then listen to us, okay? Between 4:30, 5:30, you get a keyword. You can text in that keyword, and bang, you're qualified for that beautiful Christian McCaffrey piece. But we're also giving away a pair of tickets to Friday's Warriors game against the Mavs, and that is to celebrate the Warriors' 500th consecutive sellout. And we're giving those tickets away next. Okay? Coming up next. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And it is also a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. All our content is there, so like and subscribe, and you can check out all of the content from all of the shows every day. All of that is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. In our conversation with Golick, we referenced the comments made by ex-Packers tight end Mark Chmura, which are making the rounds a little bit today and have caught some people off guard. I like the way Golick answered the question about it. But if you're wondering exactly what it sounded like, we'll also play that for you along with those Warriors tickets, all coming up next on Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy.
Swallow them.
What? Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's chewy, double chewy.
Yeah, we'll get you some chewy here in just a sec. All right?
Good. Never tell me the odds.
Stupid human tricks. Framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's got 2 action shots of C-Mac. Red jersey, number 23. He signed it right on the 2. If you're on Twitch and YouTube, we'll show it to you here in just a sec. But all you got to do is listen. Listen for the key word starting at 4:30, okay? About 45 minutes from now, the window is open. And once we give you the keyword, you text it to 20357 and poof, you're qualified. And you can do that every show all week long. Bonte and Joe, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibs. Our window's 4:30 to 5:30. Morning show 7:30 to 8:30. Middays 12:30 to 1:30. You got a chance to qualify each time to up your chances. 20357. So make sure that you are tuned in at that time. Warriors tickets coming up in just a few. I promised the Mark Chmura, and it's back to our friends with the Jen, Gabe, and Chewy show on ESPN Milwaukee. And here's what he said about basically targeting Brock Purdy.
But, Gabe, I go back, and it's little things like this. And the reason we won in 95 when no one gave us a chance in San Francisco is because we intimidated them. I mean, and I always revert to Wayne Simmons. Wayne Simmons kicked the crap out of Brent Jones. And then it got contagious, and then it carried over. That's why, you guys are going to think I'm crazy.
Well, we already think that, so go ahead.
A 15-yard penalty, and I don't condone this, but I kind of do in the playoffs. A 15-yard penalty for a late hit on Brock Purdy is not a bad thing as long as it's worth it. I'm just saying, this is the mindset you go into when it's battle, and it's kind of like the reverse of hockey. What don't they do in hockey in the playoffs, Joshy?
Shave their beards?
That and one other thing.
They don't fight.
They don't fight.
Correct.
They don't fight, right? This is kind of like sometimes a 15-yard penalty is worth it early in the game if you knock the living crap out of the guy. And then he kind of like sticking your helmet in the ribs of Nick Bosa is like,
but that
I'm hearing ghosts.
Couple things.
Many things. First of all, you don't hear ghosts. You see ghosts.
That's right. Ask Sam Darnold.
Right. I mean, unless you hear the ghost go, ooh.
Which maybe you do.
Normally the expression is you see ghosts, but.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Never.
Okay. You ever heard one?
No.
Okay.
I've heard some creaking in the house, and, I don't think that they're ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts. Rose? I don't believe in that.
I never know if I've seen a ghost, because aren't they invisible? I figure if you see him, I'm like, what are you doing?
Right.
You're doing it wrong.
No ghost.
Yeah, you can't just become visible all of a sudden. Now you're not a ghost anymore. Like, what does it mean to ghost someone? It means to not be there.
Right.
To be invisible. So how do you see a ghost? All right, rant over. Go ahead.
I mean, that's one of the. No, you said there are many things.
There are.
Well, and the other thing is, we beat up the Niners in 95.
Oh, stupid.
What happened the next week? Chewy? Oh, that's right. Dallas took you apart.
Well,
so it's not like that that desecration of Brent Jones led you anyeanywhere.
You know what that would be?
It would be a desecration sensation, Mark.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So,
no problem.
Well, here's the thing.
Chewy.
Even if what he's saying is true, it's not applicable now. Go ahead. Try to intimidate Dre Greenlaw and Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Knock yourselves out. Bunch of little pups, 22-year-old. My name is Wicks, Jalen Reed, Romeo Dobbs. You've all been in the league for 37 seconds. You're going to walk into Levi's and intimidate Trent Williams and Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner and George Kittle. That's your plan? Go right ahead. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious that idea even exists. But the other side of it, and it's kind of the obvious response to it, is, yeah, this stuff's not good. It's just not good. It's not good to be like, I don't condone it, but I kind of do. It's like, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You condone it. And here's the thing. People will wag their finger at this like, oh, this guy's some sort of a crazy rogue individual.
He's a monster.
He's not. This is real now. Jalen Rose has admitted that he tried to hurt Kobe Bryant in the playoffs. He's admitted it. So you're going to tell me that football players, you've watched this sport, you've watched these people, you think that they're well-adjusted when it comes to how to treat other people within the framework of a game? Like, this is absolutely maniacal. So the idea that someone wouldn't do this is crazy. However, my take on it is a little bit different than that. It's not, that nobody would ever do that. And that's not, but it's not good to say on the radio. It's not. It's irresponsible.
Well, he's not a player, so it's just his opinion.
Yeah, but he was.
Right.
He was. And I do think that stuff like this, maybe it's not talked about. Like, okay, here's our game plan. We're going to go injure someone. But to think that these guys in their hyped up state don't sort of have that mental approach out there, I think a lot of them do. I think that's the way defensive players are wired.
You mentioned Dre Greenlaw. Just watch him play.
Exactly.
He's not playing to injure, but he's definitely playing to intimidate.
He's not playing to not injure either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And think about the famous Niner playoff moment of Dante Whitner against Pierre Thomas, and that goal line hit that changed everything.
Yep.
That was a hit that had impact. Now, that hit nowadays is illegal, 15 yards and maybe an immediate ejection and an incarceration sensation, but
tarred and feathered.
Exactly. In that moment, that was a hit that had purpose behind it. And you watch Dre Greenlaw and you watch all the fellas on defense, they're going to be trying to make those sorts of hits, not to injure per se, but they're definitely going to be trying to lay the lumber and make their presence felt in this football game. And that goes both ways. And I agree with you, Mark Chmura, as a former professional football player, should not be advocating that, but we've had the same thing uttered on our station in the past. We had Bill Romanowski, who used to appear here weekly, and he would talk about taking a 15, okay?
And what are we talking about with Bill Romanowski?
We're talking about a guy who would advocate taking a 15-yarder.
A crazy person. And I say that.
That's Mark, Bill.
No,
it's not me.
Yeah.
It's not your boy, the Dibber.
Bill would admit it, I bet.
Yeah,
Bill, like I've talked to Bill. You think Bill would be like, no, I'm not aggressive. Bill and most linebackers are cut from a completely different cloth.
Especially in that era, no doubt.
That's the way it is. But here's why I would further the conversation about how irresponsible, and maybe not irresponsible, but just, quite frankly, unkind it is to say this. You're talking about a player that had this happen last year. I mean, it literally led to a change in the rules in the NFL. It's not good for the league. It's not good for a young player's career. It was not good for the 49ers. It was not good for the playoffs as a whole. It's just bad. It's just bad all the way around. If you look at what the league is trying to do, every year there are rule changes. Why? To keep the quarterback healthy.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of stuff. In fact, if you want to know why someday that tush-push thing might get banned, it's not because the Eagles are really good at it. It's because they don't want their quarterbacks swimming in arms and legs. They don't want them doing that. Because when you end up with the New York Jets, what do you get? Not a good TV product. Oh, this week our quarterback's name is Tim. Hi, Tim. Good to meet you. Can you complete a pass? Not really, but I'll try. That's not what the league wants. So to be out here talking about 15-yarders specifically against one player who was already knocked out of the playoffs last year.
With a clean hit.
Clean hit, no doubt. But it led to a second half where the 49ers could only run the ball. Don't do that. Don't talk about that. In fact, it's only going to put you center stage if it were to actually happen. Like, how would you feel then?
Oh, he wouldn't care.
Well,
I'm
then,
sure
then he's a bad person.
Well, you don't say what he said unless you are looking to win this game by any means necessary. He doesn't care He probably doesn't even know Brock Purdy.
Of course he doesn't.
So, I mean, he wants to just see his Packers win, and he speaks from a place of experience in terms of teams that are willing to do anything to go out there and win the football game. And if that means trying to knock somebody out of the game, that's what you're going to try to do. But the fact that he put his name to it and said it out loud, it definitely doesn't sound good. And it's classless is what it is, but it doesn't take away from the reality that, both teams and all these playoff teams are trying to get some sort of an edge. And if it means, you get a clean hit on a guy and he happens to not be able to play again the rest of that game, that's a good thing for your chance to win.
Yeah. I just like, how about this? What would you say to him if he were on the show right now? What would you say to him?
I would say you're a donkey. You got no clue.
You won't.
Call him. Get him on the phone. Get Chewy. Get me Chewy. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a clown take. It shows no class.
I wonder how he would feel because this is his next Packer. Maybe he does know Jordan Love.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, think about us saying the exact same thing back to him, and what would that sound like? Like, it's almost different because he played. So we sort of accept it. Like, oh, well, he's a football player. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe this is CTE talking for all we know. This guy's not even a defensive player, though. This guy played tight end. I'm sure he's tougher than me. There's no question about that. So that's not what I'm getting at. But think about if we said that. Yeah, you know what Greenlaw should do? Yeah. Give me a little 15-yarder on Jordan Love this weekend.
Talk me through that, Mark.
And then that'll stop all of this yippity-yap about the Packers having the best player on the field. You don't even know who their backup is. Who's the backup quarterback for the Packers? Let's see if we can get him in the football game this week.
Billy Blue Tent is what it is. Yeah, Jordan.
I actually don't even know.
See how much you love being in the blue tent.
Who the hell is their backup quarterback? Oh, my God. I'm looking at their roster.
And?
I haven't even heard of either of these dudes.
Give me a name.
Sean Clifford.
Whoa, you've never heard of Sean Clifford?
I've not. I've heard of Clifford the Big Red Dog. I read those books.
Read.
Those were
read it about 7 times this morning.
And then is this pronounced Alex McGaw?
McGaw.
Yeah. Let's get him in the game.
Who are you?
Let's take him out.
Get me McGaw.
Joe Shasky. Take him out. Let's do it. It's ridiculous, man. Who's talking about this stuff on the radio? Get off the radio.
First time Jordan Love drops back to pass, we got to dive right at his knee, Mark. Plant leg.
Come on, man.
Lead leg. You know what? Both his legs.
It's so funny because we're oh, these guys, they played, and there's a mentality you have to have when you play. Well, then what are you doing at midfield after the game's over, hugging people, asking about their kids, and praying together? That's how this goes? You're telling me that's just a big charade? If the approach before the game is let's take him out? Come on, man.
Well, you're praying after the game that he gets better soon after you took him out. That's the way that goes.
Nice.
That's nice.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Speaking of super simple, what about this? Who wants to go to the Warrior game on Friday night?
I do.
Pair of tickets. Let's go. All of us here at 95.7 The Game. We want to thank Dub Nation for making this the 500th consecutive sellout dating all the way back to 2012. But what was it that happened in 2012? Why did things suddenly get hot? That's weird. Fifth caller on the contest line. The contest line. Here we go, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Call the caller line and you lose. So call the contest line. 415-523-4652. Caller 5, pair of tickets to Friday's game against the Mavs.
I love it. It's going to be a big game. Warriors need to have it.
They all are.
Without a doubt, yeah.
They all are. Yeah. By the way, while we're on this, and we'll keep it Niners and get back to it, but I wanted to take one moment while we're on the Warriors. Well, first and foremost, if you're just joining us, the game tonight, that was scheduled at 6 o'clock has been canceled. Warriors assistant coach Dejan Milojevic has tragically passed away. Heart attack while the team was having dinner last night, and at age 46, and the father of two and a husband, he has passed away. So our thoughts, our emotions, our tears, our everything is with his family, is with the whole Warriors family, with what took place last night and into this morning. And so there will be no Warrior game coming up tonight. They will next play at this game that we were just referencing, which is Friday night against the Dallas Mavericks back at home at Chase Center. But I also wanted to mention this, listening to Steiny and Goo earlier today, and they had a little Warrior conversation, and Steiny was going off on this new NBA stat of clutch points.
Yeah.
Did you hear this?
I did.
It made me laugh. But then it made me disagree with him on something. And he was talking about how it was a cockamamie stat because Curry leads the entire NBA in clutch points. But there were a couple things that he was really ticked off about. One, he goes, 4 of the 5 players who lead in clutch points play for teams with a losing record. So how clutch really are they? You could also argue it's out of whack because if you can't blow people out, you have more chances to score clutch points. And the Warriors blow every lead that they've ever had. Therefore, everything coming down the stretch is, in theory, clutch points, games that are somewhat close in the final 5 minutes. The other thing he was pointing out, though, is Curry's percentage during clutch points time is not anywhere near the top. So how can he be the leader? It's a made-up stat, he said, based on individuals. And man, NBA, you got to stop making it all about individuals. It's about team. And I sat there and I immediately thought to myself, Steiny, you know who would disagree with you? David Stern. The league basically...
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. But the league basically rebirthed itself because of the marketing of individuals over teams. They're not called Air Bulls that are on your feet.
Right, right.
They're called Air Jordans. And for years, Christmas Day, LeBron versus Kobe. I never heard Cavs versus Lakers. LeBron versus Kobe. And I can also tell you, having young NBA fans in my home, they are not wooed by the Bucks. But do you know what my son will wear to practice tomorrow night? His Giannis's. He will wear his Giannis shoes. And so I totally get where you're coming from. And in a milk and cookies world, Steiny is right. I would love for it to all be about team and strength in numbers. But this is marketing. It's marketing 101. And the players are godlike figures to young NBA fans. And that is exponentially more interesting than the idea of TEAM, team.
Sure.
So anyway, how that relates back to Curry, is Curry bigger than the Warriors? Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, and he leads the NBA in clutch points because they lead the NBA in clutch games.
Right.
They've played 26 clutch games.
Because he can't shake anybody.
He scored 113 points in the clutch. And his percentages are pretty good in the clutch. 51.6 from the floor, 50% from three, yet they're only 15 and 11 in those games that are considered to be clutch. And the whole marketing plays right into what you were talking about with the Warrior tickets and the sellouts, because before the sellout streak began back in 2012, going back to the 00s and even before, you could buy a 5-game Kobe Bryant mini pack, or you could buy your right. Michael Jordan mini plan where you get the Jordan visit and then 4 other games they would throw in. So the Warriors would market the visiting team, but they would market the visiting player more than they would market the visiting team. And that's been the case, like you said, ever since David Stern took over and going back to Magic versus Bird. And yeah, it was Lakers and Celtics, but...
Which was maybe, in my lifetime, the last time and the only time where team felt bigger than player. There was Magic versus Bird, but it was, right. It's like I grew up, I started watching the NBA when it was Lakers versus Celtics.
Right, and the Lakers were, it was Bird, McHale, and Parrish, and
Magic, Kareem,
Jerry
and
Sheesting
Worthy.
and Danny Ainge and Dennis Johnson, and you can name almost the entire rosters because it was team versus team. And then Michael came in, and he had Scottie Pippen, but nobody knew about Scottie Pippen until they started winning. It was Michael, and it was Dominique, and even before that, it was Julius Erving, and it's always been about individuals.
Well, and that was strategic by David Stern. That was purposeful. They changed the marketing strategy to sort of make those players exactly what I called them. Godlike figures to young fans. San Francisco Giants, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, we're a good team.
God, they have figures.
We got a guy from the right side, and then we've got a guy from the left side.
They just spent millions in the international pool, Mark.
Yes, they did.
On a couple of teenagers that, darn it, in about 8 years, they might actually show up and be major leaguers.
Darn it, I hope so. We've got a guy who pitches the first inning, and then a different guy comes out of the second. Want to buy a ticket?
Right.
Everyone's like, dude, do you have any good players?
Don't miss Zach Littell get 3 outs Tuesday night against Milwaukee.
Exactly.
Baseball's never been able to market the individual that way because even if the Giants had Mike Trout, you might get 4 Trout at-bats, 5 if you're lucky, and in the field, he might catch 3 or 4 fly balls and throw the ball effectively once or twice. That's it. When you get to watch the chef, for example,
come on,
you're getting 34 or 36 minutes of he's at least running around out there and shooting the ball and maybe throwing one of those ill-advised hook passes that gets turned over. But in the clutch, there's no one better than Stephen Curry.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it always has been. Think of Barry Bonds and what he was to this entire project. They don't build that stadium without that individual.
Right.
Forget your team that did have some good years. Yes. Now, the Giants of 2010, 12, and 14, maybe in some minds is an example of team. And sure, the Warriors and the way their beautiful basketball would accentuate ball movement and strength in numbers. I'm not saying that the team idea, look at the Niners this year. I think that they're a wonderful example of team. But when it comes to stats, popularity, marketing, the way we watch things, my gosh, we've been sitting here for years screaming about individuals and the need. We need someone whose jersey you want to buy. Okay, that's got nothing to do with team. You need to have exciting individuals, and that was completely the strategy of David Stern, and it brilliantly worked.
Yeah, and it still works today because, as you mentioned, the Bucks, they have Dame Lillard now and Giannis, but the average NBA fan, somebody maybe not in your household, you'd be hard-pressed to come up with the other 3 starters, let alone depth pieces on their team.
Yeah.
And you can mention any NBA team, and you could probably pull a name, a marquee star, or a guy who's their best player, and that's by design. So even when Atlanta comes, you're getting Trae Young, and he may be wildly inefficient, and he may not be elite, but he's at least somebody that they can market, and the Warriors can market, hey, it's Steph versus Trae coming in February or whenever that game is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get back to Niners and your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Tashawn Gibson said something real interesting about Kyle Shanahan that if you haven't heard it yet, you're going to want to hear. We'll play that for you coming up next. Also, relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthethides.com. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me.
Lucas got served.
Oh, he got so
You
served.
got served, Lucas.
He got served by the.
Yeah, he did.
Damn. I was never,
Who can boss around Lucas?
Well, that's the thing,
The Grandy man.
Our listeners are sitting here going, how does like a radio pecking order work? Like, who's in charge of who?
Yeah.
But because Lucas is a producer.
Lucas is like number 2.
Yeah.
Like,
wow, that was offensive.
He's numbered like Nahigian's the boss, and if Nahigian's out, then Lucas is
right.
Lucas is the guy,
right? But Grandy is the technical director.
Correct.
He's also got a substantial on-air role here at 95.7.
Great presence,
and he just yelled at Lucas,
and Lucas responded.
And Lucas slumped out of here with his tail between his legs.
Grandy said jump, and Lucas said how high.
Yeah, and there you go. And look at them in the other room right now. Grandy is standing over him, looking down on him.
And that
is a wee little man.
And Grandy chastising him is born out of weeks and weeks and weeks of frustration. Because Lucas, a man after my heart, it's a frustration sensation. Is that what you're saying? Lucas will peck. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts with Grandy.
New definition of pecking order.
Thank you. And I love it. And Mark is doing it for those of you on YouTube. You can see it. For those
I'm doing it live.
Lay out, Mark. I'll handle it.
I'm out.
He's holding up the McCaffrey jersey, autographed, framed, resplendent, and beautiful. One jersey, two. Don't drop it. 2 pictures. One slight issue with the plastic because Mark's manhands. He manhandled it, but the jersey itself is fine.
They're over the plastic. My hands are on the plastic.
Didn't you rip the plastic yesterday?
No, it was already ripped. That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
That was a funny joke.
Yeah, hilarious. One of the funnier things he's ever said.
That's what I do.
What? Yeah, so your chance to qualify to win this framed autographed jersey is still to come here on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be with you all the way up until 6 o'clock when the Grandy Man takes over.
Yeah, is that what's happening? Are you? Yeah. You on? You leading with Golick?
Best of.
You leading with Golick?
We'll find out.
Too early to tell.
Look at you.
He's still deciding.
Yeah.
There's been some good stuff today here on 95.7 The Game.
The window is open in 10 minutes.
Oh, in 10. Okay, 4:30 to 5:30.
4:30 to 5:30.
And what are you going to do about it when the window opens?
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to sit here and...
I'm going to eat it.
I just have my soup. Delicious.
Yeah, swallow them. Thank you. So what we'll do about it is somewhere between 4:30 and 5:30, we'll give you a keyword. You text it into 20357, then you're qualified. It's a qualification sensation.
Cha-ching!
And then once you're in, you have an opportunity to keep qualifying, right? Every show. It's not just, hey, I've qualified, I've already done it. No. You will increase your chances if you qualify every show. And so we're going to do it every day, 4:30 to 5:30. Roast from 7:30 to 8:30. Steiny and Goo, 12:30 to 1:30 every day. Rest of the week, qualify 20357, and you may walk out of here with that Christian McCaffrey signed jersey, framed, matted, beautiful.
Would be great to have that in your fan cave as you're watching the 49ers make their run through this postseason. A game this Saturday with a win. A game next Sunday with a win. In 2 weeks after that, the Super Bowl.
I'm telling you, man, I'm big into visualization.
You know what that makes it, right?
I do. It's a visualization sensation. I try to do that with golf. Like there's a pre-shot routine.
Yeah.
Which is, right? Visualize it.
Yep.
Nice. And here's what I'm visualizing right now. I love that the Niners play on Saturday night. Sunday sounds so damn relaxing.
Man.
If the Niners have already put the biscuit in the basket. I don't know what the Ravens and Texans are going to do early in the day. Watch out for that game, by the way. Watch out for that game.
Just speak to that.
Just watch out for that game.
You can't just say watch out for it.
I will speak to that.
Put your name on it. What are you calling here?
I'm calling
A Texans cover. It sounds like they're getting the 9.
I'm calling a Texans cover, yes.
Current weather is 28 degrees
That's
at
fine.
M&T Bank Stadium.
Yeah.
Frosty, partly cloudy.
I think
with a chance of Lamar.
I think the Ravens will win. I think the Ravens will win by 7. But I also think it's going to be enough to where it is in doubt at the 10-minute mark of the game. 10-minute mark of the game, you still got a 1-score football game that could go either way. I think the Texans are a little young. This is a little bit of an assignment that's probably more than they can handle, but I think that they are 1 or 2 good bounces away from putting the scare into the Baltimore Ravens. The Texans defense, led by someone we very much respect in DeMeco Ryans, has been playing opportunistic football, ball-hawking football. You saw it against the Browns last week. Now, Lamar and Joe Flacco are 2 completely different animals, obviously. Lamar is much harder to defend. But if Houston can get a turnover and really do something with that turnover, I am such a believer in C.J. Stroud and those young weapons that he has, even with Tank Dell out. Nico Collins is a future star in this league. And the weather, sure, outdoors, that's a thing. The Texans have played, we were going over this yesterday, their outdoor games this year, mixed bag. They've had some games outdoors in the division where they scored a ton of points.
Loss at Baltimore in the opener, 25-9.
Right.
J.K. Dobbins torn Achilles.
Right.
Season over.
C.J. Stroud's first ever game.
Correct.
Yeah.
Win at Jacksonville by 20. Loss at the Panthers, 15-13.
Weird one.
Bit of a stinker. Divisional. Win at Cincinnati by 3.
30-27.
Yep.
That was a game where they had to keep scoring, and they did.
Loss at the Jets, 30-6.
That one was, that one got sideways.
Win at Tennessee, 19-16.
Yep.
And then that's it.
But similar to what we say about the Green Bay Packers, I think that the Houston Texans have become a little bit of a different team here in the last 4 weeks or so. And there is something to be said. A lot of times when we get into this rest versus rust conversation, here's what we're actually talking about. When a team has had 3 or 4 straight weeks of we got to win, you can get on a roll. And that is Green Bay and that is Houston. Like they've essentially been playing playoff games already for a month. And they've been on a roll. And I do think that matters. Baltimore's the better team, but a couple of bad bounces from this one being even, Steven, in my opinion. And I do think we're looking at a 1-score football game.
Yeah, I wonder how the Texans respond to the conditions because it will be cold and there'll be a little bit of wind. And I think this is the first game that we mentioned that they've had these adverse circumstances. And I think that Baltimore, they might get Andrews back, the tight end. I don't think they're going to need him. This feels like it's going to be a 2-score victory for Baltimore. I think Baltimore's real, and I think that the Texans, their chariot turns back into a pumpkin in the frigid climes of Maryland.
AFC's Final Four, it's all 4 division winners, and it's going to be tough, man. That is going to be a slog to come out of that Final Four.
You mentioned Sunday, and I think you're right in terms of how the Sunday could be. If the Niners win Saturday, then you wake up Sunday and you handle all your business, and even if it spills into the Tampa-Detroit game, that's fine. 3:30, Kansas City at Buffalo.
That's a moment, yeah.
The first game is great. All 4 of these games, I think that this is the best weekend in pro football, better than Super Wild Card Weekend. I prefer this weekend because you've got the 2 best teams, and every other team has won a game. Mm-hmm. So you've got the real 8 playing for a spot in the conference championship. So you get to that Sunday spot, 3:30 our time, and oh boy, that game is as much of a watch party game as the Niner game.
No doubt. And I invite all of our listeners to do a little bit of a Manning cast type of a thing if you want for the second half of that football game. It'll actually be me and Ephraim Salam.
Ephraim.
Yeah, Ephraim is back just for this weekend. Back. Yeah. Kyle's got to take the day off. And so Ephraim Salam and I will take you through the second half of that football game right here on the air. And that'll be a whole lot of fun. But listen, if the Niners go ahead and win, that Lions-Bucks game, I know it's not like sexy on paper, but I love that vibe. Like just that's what I'm trying to visualize.
Right.
Like you're chilling. the Niners won by 14, and your feet are crossed, and you got Daisy Dips out, and you're sitting there with your chips and your beer, Farmers Brewing Company, and you're sitting there.
Sell it all, Mark.
Right? You got
You got it all at Safeway.
It's all set. Yeah.
Sure.
You bought it at Safeway. Your feet are crossed. And hell, let's get some more sponsorship. You're sitting there with a Nike on one foot and an Adidas on the other foot, and you're just sitting there watching who's going to come here next weekend, and that's that feeling that I want, because man, the opposite would be a disaster.
Yeah, you don't even maybe watch the game.
It'd be a disaster.
I mean, if you watch it, you watch it, and you know that no matter who wins that game, they're not going to be coming to Levi's, and whoever wins that game would get a chance to host, because the Packers are the 7.
Correct.
So
that's correct.
If Green Bay were to pull off the shocking upset here, it's either another Detroit home game or, God forbid, Tampa Bay.
Host Green Bay.
Battle of the Bays in Tampa.
Get out of here.
It doesn't seem plausible.
Jared Goff's got to come home. That's got to be the NFC title game. It has to be.
You'd figure.
It has to
Detroit by 6.5. It feels like Tampa Bay. I talked about the Texans' chariot turning into a pumpkin. It feels even more the case with Tampa Bay to me, a team that, I think was maybe the least of all the playoff teams, and yet they got a great matchup against a Philadelphia team that had shut it down.
All right, so where's the upset this weekend? Or do you not see one?
I think it's Kansas City at Buffalo.
You think so?
Yeah. If I was, and there, it's the smallest spread, so that's the safest pick.
Sure.
But something about Patrick Mahomes, and I know he's never done what he's going to have to do: win a playoff game on the road.
Play a playoff game on the road.
Well, he's never done either.
Yep.
So you have to play one to win one, and he's never played one, so he's never won one. And right now, the weather at Highmark Stadium is 20 degrees, even colder than in Baltimore. So you're going to have another cold one. Something about Josh Allen and the giveaway against Patrick Mahomes and a Chiefs team that's just found a way to get it done time and time again. I would tab Kansas City as the most likely team to pull off the upset.
I mean, I think you're right, both by math and emotion. But I'll tell you this. I would put a healthy amount that the 4 home teams are going to win these football games. But if there's one that really, really wouldn't surprise me, my answer is going to surprise you. It's Houston.
Yeah, I can see that.
That to me is the game that feels a little wobbly as far as the flow and the matchup. Houston's got a little something going now. And you look at what they did last week. I know it was weather controlled and it was a home game. I understand all that. But I just keep in mind what people were saying about the Cleveland Browns at the start of last week. I heard a lot of people not only think that Cleveland was going to easily win that football game, Joe Flacco, bee's knees, best defense in football. They're going to go to Baltimore and give Baltimore everything they can handle. I knew a lot of people who thought the Cleveland Browns were going to be in the Super Bowl. And they got torched, and run off of the field. Houston can play. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, I do, Mark.
Do you know what that means?
I know what that means, yeah.
The window is open. So here we go. If you want to win a framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, you got to stay locked in right now. Right now, because we're giving out the keyword real soon. All you're going to need to do is text in that keyword once we give it to you to the number 20357. So mark that number down, 20357. That's where you send the text. We'll give you the keyword shortly, and text it in, and you're qualified. You're qualified to win at the end of the week.
It's exciting, and I can't wait to hear what the word is and when it rolls out, and also hear you criticize the word, which hopefully it's a word that is going to be beyond reproach today.
I haven't looked at the word. Let me look at the word.
You okay with it?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good.
That's better.
In terms of your Houston-Baltimore prediction, and Baltimore being maybe the most vulnerable, I look at Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, and I think that is
1 and 3.
It's a good reason. 1 and 3, and 5 interceptions, and 3 touchdowns throwing the ball. And you look at him running it, he's only rushed for 1 touchdown. So his TD to interception ratio, not good. And he only reached 200 yards passing in 1 game. And that was the loss to Tennessee back in 2020. So Lamar Jackson in the postseason has not been good. And he's been prone to the turnover. And you mentioned 1 bad bounce, could be a pick. And if it's a lower scoring game and it comes down to Lamar Jackson having to do something he's only done once, I don't think that they necessarily have a big decisive edge in the quarterback position because Lamar struggled in January.
Well, look, Baltimore is really good. Baltimore's obviously really good. That's an easy thing you look at what they did coming down the stretch. Obviously, there was the loss to Pittsburgh last week. Lamar didn't play, so forget that. The Steelers needed it, and the Ravens did not. But if you look at what they did in December leading up to that, it is a hell of an impressive run, okay? They defeated the Los Angeles Rams, albeit in overtime, and then they beat Jacksonville by double digits, and then they beat the 49ers on the road by double digits, and then they took apart Miami to the point where they may have ended their season. They demoralized them. They injured them. The Dolphins walked out of there 56-19 defeat. But what do we also know? Miami doesn't play well against good teams. They haven't been able to do that all year, and they got very, very banged up. What do we know about Jacksonville? Actually, they fell apart down the stretch. Rams kind of had the Ravens, to be honest with you. And here's one thing I'm scratching my head about, because I'm not like the guys who go in there and just study tape all day, watching film of games after we see them the first time. That's not my jam. But from the Greg Coselles to the Brian Baldingers and more, we've talked to how many people who've come on and said, we did film study on Ravens-Niners. And damn it, the Niners were just going up and down the field. Like, again, I didn't do this. These aren't my words. But these are people who are like, if these tip balls hit the ground, you're talking about a completely different football game. The Niners had open space, wide open spaces, all over the place when they had the ball on offense. And so I wonder, because Houston's offense is really humming. Stroud is humming, and they're moving the ball. And that Ravens defense had some moments in December where they looked like they were willing to give up some chunk plays, and chunk plays is exactly how Houston got it done last weekend.
Yeah, and that's how the Niners were getting it done against Baltimore in the opening drive. Purdy to Kittle for 58, Purdy to Kittle for 13, and then Brock Purdy throws a ghastly interception. Not tipped. No, it was
a terrible pick.
Just a straight-up giveaway at the 15-yard line, and that was the one that probably changed the game, because then the Niners get the safety, they get the ball back, and they drive down again, to your point about what the experts say, and they settled for 3. So now you're near the end of the first quarter, and you're up 5-0, where it probably should have been 9-0, but or maybe even more, because you had to settle for the field goal, and you had a touchdown that you should have scored. So you could have really been in control of that game, and you weren't. The thing about Lamar Jackson and Baltimore, if you go back to one of his playoff losses, it was in 2020, the 2019 season. They were 14-2. They were very similar to this team.
Yep.
Best team in the AFC. And then they had a home game against Tennessee after they had to bye, and they lost 28-12 to Tannehill and Vrabel and company. And that was a game where Lamar ended up throwing it 59 times in a loss. And, that's the kind of game that if you're Baltimore, you don't want to get into this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I look up and down the board, and I think it's a difficult week to predict an upset. And I'd argue that Chiefs beating the Bills is only barely an upset. I don't even know how much to what level that actually qualifies. But man, doesn't it feel like when you go into every weekend, you're like, there's going to be a surprise somewhere.
Yeah.
Where is it? Obviously, like you technically had 3 favorites and 3 dogs win last weekend. But it really only feels like there was one surprise, one shocker. It was Green Bay.
Yeah,
Green
that
Bay.
was a shocker.
Houston was only a 2.5-point dog.
But surprising in the way that they dismantled
the ease.
Cleveland.
The ease with which they won, yes, I'll agree with you.
2 pick sixes for the Texans.
2 pick sixes.
And
an absolute Ottoman game in the fourth quarter.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, I was I was refereeing. I got in the car and I was listening to the broadcaster. I think it was Ian Eagle, and he hadn't yet given the score, but they're just, they're going back and forth and they're having fun. And
it's like, you like hot dogs.
Totally.
And
I was like,
a sandwich.
ooh, I wonder what the heck's going on. And here comes Davis Mills onto the field.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, geez, I wonder what the score is. And then 41-10 or whatever it was at that point. I was like, my God.
Right. And the Bucs being a 3-point dog was just a perception error on the part of humanity.
Sure.
Like, there was absolutely...
Well, it was a resume spread, and people bought into it, myself included.
Except for the last 5 weeks are also the Eagles' resume.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I get it. It's hard for us to imagine. It still is. Hard for us to figure out what happened. But that spread came down to whether or not you believed the Eagles were actually broken. Peter King will be on this show tomorrow. Do you remember what he said? He said this to us, I think it was last week. So the Philadelphia Eagles look like a broken football team. And they were. They completely were. And so if you expected the Eagles to come out and win that game simply because, A, they're the Eagles, and B, the Bucs are nothing to write home about, it was like, yeah, neither are the Giants, neither are the Cardinals, neither are all the teams that busted Philly in the mouth over the last few weeks. So that one didn't surprise me at all. Even the fact that it was a blowout. The Eagles were totally and completely broken from the inside out.
That one, to me, was they can't possibly lose to Tampa Bay game. I mean, they can't possibly be that broken to lose to that Tampa Bay team because Tampa Bay, they're not very good. But apparently they are that broken because that game was never in doubt for Tampa.
I mentioned the Tashawn Gibson comments. We're going to play those here in just a second, and then we can react to them as well. Would love to take some calls at 888-957-9570. I do have one question about the Lions also. That was very, very emotional, what they went through last weekend. Jared Goff against McVay, first home playoff game in 30 years. You win the game. Goff is in tears. Crowd is chanting his name as he walks off the field. Boy, then you get another home game, and it's Tampa Bay coming in with a 9-8 record. It is so classically an emotional letdown game. That's the only thing that scares me about them. Is like, dude, you guys aren't going to come out sleepy, are you? It might come out sleepy. Because they got it. They did it. They beat the Rams. They got their home playoff win.
Right.
Oh, and now Tampa's here. Well, we'll win that. That's easy.
We're going to bite a kneecap.
Yeah. I like the fact that Dan Campbell is their coach.
Right.
He's perfect for this kind of a game.
No doubt.
But, dude, perfect emotional letdown game.
I think in a normal circumstance, maybe, but knowing what Detroit as an organization and as a city has been through, I don't think that the fans are going to allow the team to come out sleepy.
I hope you're right. I'd love to see the Lions and the 49ers play in a week and a half. Tashawn Gibson was on the Richard Sherman podcast, Through the Volume. Take a listen to this, talking about Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle's probably my favorite coach I played with, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here, but, man, just the way that he take care of the players, that open door policy, man. Like, he's a straight shooter. And you gotta respect that. You've been around long enough, man. Some guys that'll tell you one thing, and it's just like it's always somebody else's. It's like, hey, well, it's not my decision, but this Kyle is a straight shooter. What he say, he mean. John been nothing but a straight shooter to me, man. And the older you get, the more you can respect that. I can respect that, man. Like, yeah, man, tell me what it is. And besides that, it's just like he take care of his players, and that's why you see so many guys that got nothing but love and respect for Coach Kyle, man. Is everything perfect? No, Coach is. Everybody gonna have some complaints. You've been in a locker room before. Complaints is always heard in every locker room, man. But I tell you what, man, it's a locker room full of guys, man, that run through a brick wall for Kyle, man. He's just that type of guy, man. He command that type of respect, and, man, the guys rally behind him, man, and I'm proud to be a part of this for sure.
That's from Tashawn Gibson. Interesting moment to ask. Like, where were you on Kyle Shanahan before the year versus where are you on Kyle Shanahan now? We'll get to that coming up around the bend, 888-957-9570. And then also coming up on the other side, here we go. We're going to give out the keyword that you need in order to qualify to win the framed, signed Christian McCaffrey jersey. We're also presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs. All right, it's Willard.
And Dibs.
For Safeway. Head to Safeway this week. Amazing deals. Can we start, Dibs, with the USDA Choice New York Strip Steak? Medium rare, please.
Love it. Medium rare, the only way to cook steak. And I love to get that USDA steak from Safeway. And Safeway's become my happy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, we got a development.
Yeah?
To tell you about. We got a development to tell you about. It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And in about 10 minutes, just before the top of the hour, we're going to tell you what the keyword is that you need to win the signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey. So once we give you that word in 10 minutes, all you got to do is text the word to 20357. Again, we give you the word, you text that word into 20357, and bang, you're qualified. That is coming up in 10 minutes. Don't move. Don't move. And this just in. Cowboys are not firing their coach. Mike McCarthy will stay as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Take that, Belichick. Mike McCarthy will coach the Cowboys next year.
Maybe it's because Belichick made it be known that he didn't want to go work for Jera and his son Steven. And so they immediately decide, well, if we can't have Bill, we might as well stick with Mike. Why don't you come out immediately and debunk that? Why does it have to wait until Wednesday for that news to come out that you're going to keep your head coach?
Well, they probably
to me, it's not much of a vote of confidence.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I mean, what's to talk about? You saw what you saw.
Apparently there was a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I think that if you're that upset by it, then you make the move. And you make the move if you are going to be able to get a guy that you really, really want, which is Belichick.
Maybe
and
they don't
you
want
can't
him.
get Belichick. So then you decide a couple days later, well, we're not firing Mike McCarthy.
Well, like I told you a couple of days ago, I think that the Dallas Belichick marriage always had a very large bugaboo stuck into the whole thing, which is who's got the power. You had two sides there. Neither one of them are going to relinquish the power, and so it's not going to happen. Belichick to Atlanta sounds like a real possibility, to be honest with you. And Harbaugh to the Chargers, those are the two things that if I had to bet on them, I would bet on those right now. The Dallas thing, that's the question from the beginning. But I didn't have this on my likely bingo card. I didn't think they'd keep him. But, yeah, I get it. Look, you let the emotion die down. You talk about it. You see where your players are at. Your quarterback came out and said, if you're mad at him and you think he should go, then I should go too. So McCarthy stays. I'm surprised.
I am too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, but not shocked, because if you're going to make that move, you would have made it, I think, out of emotion, and you would have done it right away. And I do think that, if they were going to try to make a run for Bill and they found out that he's not going to be available or he doesn't want to come there, then maybe you make that be known here on a Wednesday, darn near 5 o'clock. But it's probably the right move, I think. I don't know if bringing in a new head coach is the answer. You tried to bring in a new offensive coordinator, and it seemed to work up until January, but something's wrong with the roster or the coaching staff or ownership or all of the above in Dallas, because you sure looked like one of the most talented teams in football most of the way through the year.
Yep.
And then you got absolutely rolled at home by Green Bay.
Buzz I'm hearing out and about also suggests that Nick Sirianni is very likely to be safe in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So these two high profile, oh my gosh, we got to freak out because we lost in the playoffs. I think they're both going to stay. The Sirianni one, that made sense from the beginning, quite frankly, unless you're a caller to sports radio in Philadelphia where Rational goes to die.
What are you supposed to do if you're Nick Sirianni other than win the Super Bowl? He goes 34-17 in 3 years in the regular season, makes the playoffs all 3 years, and not a lot of coaches can say that they are 3 for 3 in making the playoffs. You made it to a Super Bowl, and you lost a good, hard-fought ball game. I don't know if you can say that Sirianni gagged it away. You had a defensive player make a mistake, commit a penalty. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you were right there against the Chiefs, and you could have won it. And this year, it was a collapse. But, you put that all on Sirianni?
No, but I mean, look, this is the way it goes. It was a total collapse, and it's trending in the wrong direction. They've got a lot of transition now. So I think that the feeling amongst Philly fans is we might have missed our window. And that's what shows you the door sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, let's pick up what Tashawn Gibson said on the Richard Sherman podcast. We played it for you about 7 or 8 minutes ago. If you weren't with us, this is what Gibson said about Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle's probably my favorite coach I played with, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here, but, man, just the way that he take care of the players, that open door policy, man. Like, he's a straight shooter. And you gotta respect that. You've been around long enough, man. Some guys that'll tell you one thing, and it's just like, it's always somebody else's. Like, hey, well, it's not my decision, but this Kyle is a straight shooter. What he say, he mean. John been nothing but a straight shooter to me, man. And the older you get, the more you can respect that. I can respect that, man. Like, yeah, man, tell me what it is. And besides that, it's just like he take care of his players, and that's why you see so many guys that got nothing but love and respect for Coach Kyle, man. Is everything perfect? No, Coach is. Everybody gonna have some complaints. You've been in a locker room before. Complaints is always heard in every locker room, man. But I tell you what, man, it's a locker room full of guys, man, that run through a brick wall for Kyle, man. He's just that type of guy, man. He command that type of respect, and, man, the guys rally behind him, man, and I'm proud to be a part of this for sure.
You know, I mean, we had these conversations at the beginning of the year, and there are plenty of 49er fans like, I can feel this. You can feel this. You all can feel this. And this is part of what I was getting at off the top of the show with why I think that this is not the most comfortable place to be. The comfortable part of the Niners situation is they're the best team, and they've got everyone coming to their building. So that's comfortable. The uncomfortable part is it's way more fun when sports can just be light and fun. And if you win, you celebrate. And if you lose, it's like, shoot, good try.
Next year, yeah.
But nobody's feeling that way right now. This is a you better win. You better do it. And you know damn well who it's coming down on if they don't. You know damn well who it's coming down on if they don't.
Depends on how it goes, but most likely it comes down on Kyle.
I don't really think it is. It does depend. I think all roads lead to Kyle. Because even if, let's say, Brock Purdy goes out in the playoffs and does what he did Christmas night, where do you think that lands? On Brock?
Sure.
You think everybody's going to go, oh, your career, which has spanned 20 games, is now over?
Well, it's going to be Brock as the fraud that we thought he was.
And?
That's it. Depends. If he throws 4 interceptions like he did on Christmas, was that Kyle's fault that those passes were tipped and picked?
Yes, because he
I don't
picked
think
him.
so.
He picked him.
Well,
he picked him.
That ship has sailed.
I don't think it has.
Because he was Mr. Irrelevant.
No, but we're going to go.
He picked him, but he didn't. It's not like you picked him first overall.
No, but I don't mean he picked him in the draft. I mean, he picked him in the whole Trey Lance saga that took place over the last 2 years.
And led you to the number 1 seed and a bye. I don't think that in that scenario, Kyle gets the same amount of blame that you think.
Well, I really do.
If it comes down to a tight game and there's a couple of play calls that are controversial, then yeah. Or clock management, then heck yeah, Kyle gets the blame.
But the perception has been that Kyle Shanahan is a really good play caller and coach and has had a wonderful window here with the 49ers that's never quite gotten over the top because you couldn't quite figure out the QB spot. And now we've arrived at this time where it's like, oh, okay, he's finally got his QB. And if he goes out there in playoffs and lays a complete egg, well, now I completely think there's a very large faction of the fan base that's going to throw its hands up and go, you still haven't found that dude. Despite the fact that he'll finish second or third in the MVP race. I'm not telling you I think that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that Kyle Shanahan is the one that has had multiple shots at this and doesn't have the ring. And this feels, can we all agree, this feels like his best shot.
Absolutely. But
Okay.
I don't think that the criticism, if it comes down, will be on him picking Brock. I think the criticism comes down on him, and the label of can't win the big one is what sticks with him more than it being, well, you should have stayed with Trey or you should have kept Jimmy. Brock, it was a mistake to have Brock be your QB. I think the majority of the fans, if it goes down the way we're saying, with a loss short of winning the Lombardi, I think if it comes down in a regular way, it's Kyle just can't win the big one. And you can talk about the blown lead in Atlanta when he was a coordinator, 28-3. People still hang that around his neck. Even though he was an offensive coordinator, They blame him for not being able to close the door. Even though you and I have had this conversation, that game went sideways a number of different ways. Most notably, the fact that their defense couldn't stop New England, and Matt Ryan had a fumble inside his own 30-yard line that gave New England an easy score. There were crazy plays all over the board, but people still blame Kyle for that, even though he was a coordinator.
But let me ask you the definition of the big one. What does that mean?
The big one is the Super Bowl.
Okay, well, then he's only had 2 tries.
Right.
So if he doesn't even get to this one.
That's even worse.
Well,
because this team.
But you can't say then he doesn't win the big one because he's.
Well, this is a big one.
I know, but he's won those before many times.
Right, but
He's
he
won
hasn't
playoff
won the
games
big one.
repeatedly.
But he is in a situation now where you have a home game and you're a huge favorite. And if you win, you'll have a home game and you'll be a huge favorite. Maybe not a 9.5-point favorite against Detroit, but I bet you'd be 6.5, maybe sniffing 7.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And then, you go to the Super Bowl against a team that you'll probably be favored against by 3 or 3.5. So this is a thing where you got to get it done.
That's what I hate. And you're not wrong.
You got to get it done, Kyle. I mean, if something happens like it did against Philadelphia, let's take that as an example. Does any 49er fan look at the Eagle game and say, Kyle, that was your fault?
Absolutely they did.
Well, that's ridiculous.
You did.
No, I did not. I did not say it was his fault that they lost.
You have torched that play call for a year.
It's a bad play call, but it was a better defensive play.
Okay.
That play call was not why they lost. They lost because their defensive player knocked your quarterback out. That's why. It wasn't.
But those are the same thing.
Well, your tight end got beat.
Yeah.
And that's football.
Exactly.
That's the way it happens.
Yeah. That's not what you've said all year.
That's exactly what I've said. I didn't say it was Kyle's fault.
No, you said it was a bad play call. And that he never should have left a backup tight end on Hassan Reddick.
Well, it's hindsight's 2020.
Which is a play call that is used all the time.
Right.
And had worked very effectively time to time.
With better tight end now than they had then.
No, even with that one.
Yeah.
Like with their backup tight end. Like that's a chip block. And he whiffed. You know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying, but by the same token, it's like, yeah, we do this where you're going to spotlight one play and then use a premise to explain a result, none of which really have anything to do with each other, which is the bad play call, if you even want to call it that, or simply bad execution by a player, leads to a sack. The injury, in my opinion, is sort of parenthetical. That's like bad luck. That's bad luck. Sacks happen every single game. Brock Purdy's going to get hit this weekend. It's just a matter of it's like Mike Golick said when he was on our show a couple hours ago. It's not a matter of if you get hurt, it's when, and it's how. You know what I mean? What's the injury? Is it something you can come back from? But come on, you heard that many times all year long. Trey Lance was Kyle Shanahan's fault when he got hurt, and so was Brock Purdy. We heard it repeatedly.
Right. I think that the coach is always going to be the one who is going to get the lion's share of the blame no matter what.
Which is my point. That's my point with Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think that it's going to be because he picked Brock Purdy. There will be other reasons if it goes south.
Whatever they are, I think that if in some way this doesn't go right, that's who it's going to be hardest for is Kyle Shanahan. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And here we go. If you want to win that signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey, beautiful matting, the picture's right next to it. Here's today's word, offsides. Offsides. It is one word, by the way. Offsides to 20357. Text the word offsides to 20357. Go ahead and do that now. And as soon as you do, you're qualified to win the jersey. Make sure you've got that number ready because we use it all week long. 20357. You'll have another opportunity tomorrow, Friday as well, and that's true for all 3 shows. Text right now, offsides to 20357. Your chance to win the signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey.
There you go. Not to be confused with encroachment.
No.
This is offsides.
Or false start.
Right. And we learned this year more than ever before that offensive players can be offsides.
You can line up offsides.
And this, in fact, was a point of emphasis this year in the National Football League, which many people didn't know until it became a thing with Kadarius Toney, right? Who lined up.
That is correct.
Offsides.
Yes. And he lined up very offsides.
Right.
He's had a rough year, Kadarius Toney.
That was a tough one. And the next week, he had a huge drop, did he not?
Well, he had
multiple drops.
That was
same game.
He's had multiple drops this year for sure, but I think the headliner was in the opening game. Remember, it turned into a pick six for the Lions.
Oh, that's right.
And they won by 1 point, and the pick six was a ball that was thrown right at his face mask. And it just bounced off his hands, landed right into a Lion's arms, and off he went, and Detroit won the game. So, it's been a weird year for Kansas City. I wonder, that game Sunday night. 2 odd journeys to the same place for the Bills and Chiefs, the 2 favorites in the AFC. And both of them have had what they would consider a rough go, yet here they are.
Yeah.
Here they are with another experience between these 2 QBs.
Chiefs rattle off 6 in a row after losing that game to Detroit that you just laid out. Then you lose at Denver, which was a stinker then, and it looks even worse now. You beat Miami. Okay, they're back. You lose to the Eagles. You beat the Raiders. You lose to the Packers. You lose to the Bills. Kansas City has been maddening in terms of, I don't know if you're a survivor pool person, but they would have been a tough one to, I'm saving Kansas City for that Bronco game or that Raider game. You know, they were maddening down the stretch of the year.
No doubt. Well, I mean, you look at some of those games and you can think back to the moments. Their loss against Philadelphia, shouldn't have lost that football game. The loss against Green Bay, that was the non-penalty call, and the drop by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. You lose by 3 to Buffalo, you lose by 3 to Buffalo. That happens. The loss to the Raiders, strange. Raiders scored defensive touchdowns on back-to-back plays. So in some ways, I look at their losses and go, it's kind of quirky. It's actually still a really good team, kind of quirky. But what stands out to me, the number of times Kansas City's been able to score 30 points this year.
I'm looking at it, and
it'll stun you how few.
3 times. I see 3 times, Mark. I see 3.
I concur.
You beat the Bears 41-10.
Mm-hmm.
You beat the Chargers 31-17.
Yep.
And you beat the Raiders 31-17. That's it.
That's it.
Man.
That's Mahomes Chiefs.
Niners were 30 every single week.
They started calling them the 30 party.
Right.
Yeah. And that's it. And then like a lot of games where they couldn't even get past 20. You know, they lose to the Raiders 20-14. They lose to the Bills 20-17. They lose to Green Bay 27-19. They lose to the Eagles 21-17. Even some of the games they won, they beat Miami 21-14. They beat the Broncos 19-8. They beat the Jaguars 17-9. This is a team that's had to grind them out in ways that they've never had to do before. I give credit to their defense. They've been better this year, but Buffalo is going to come in hot and home in this one. Obviously, they've won 6 in a row when you add in their playoff win last week. I think that's going to be a hell of a task to ask the Chiefs to win this football game if they can't get at least 24 points on the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be, to me, a matchup of Josh Allen's legs against the Kansas City defense because, well, not just because he went for 52 yards and a tud in this last weekend, but his ability to pull it down and his willingness to pull it down and run it and the design runs that they use. Buffalo can run the ball in a number of different ways, and being at home and in the cold, I think that this is going to be less of a Mahomes-Allen shootout as it will be a grinded-out defensive kind of game.
Totally agree with you, and I'll take your Allen point a step further. Turnovers.
Yeah.
If Allen doesn't turn the ball over, the Bills will win. But Allen has turned the ball over like crazy this year. Like crazy. What are his fumble stats, by the way?
I was just looking at that.
Because he led the league in interceptions, right?
No, Sam Howell had 21.
Okay, how many did Josh have?
Only 18.
18. Only 18. Did he have any in the playoff game against Pittsburgh? That's when I was on the golf course. We were watching on the phones. Did I miss any in there?
Against Pittsburgh, no.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns, no picks.
Okay.
And he has, I'm seeing 7 fumbles on the year.
But how many fumbles lost?
Yeah, I don't know if those were all lost or not.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, 7 fumbles is a lot, but it's not a ton as much as he carries the ball.
Anyway, you're talking about north of 20 turnovers for sure for Josh Allen this year.
Yeah.
And a Kansas City defense that, as we just talked about, has been pretty good. So that's kind of the key there. But anyway, 888-957-9570, kind of getting back to the Kyle Shanahan thing. I mean, I was listening to Steiny and Goo talk about this a little bit earlier, kind of where's the pressure point in this football game between Brock and Kyle. And I thought they both had some fair points, but here's kind of how I see it. Like, Steiny was saying the pressure is much more on Purdy. Guru was saying it's much more on Kyle. I look at Shanahan and I go, because Steiny's point was he's like, look, Shanahan, if he wants to be the coach for another 7 to 10 years, he will be. Right. That, to me, doesn't necessarily answer the question, though, of where's the pressure, or in other words, if you walk out of here, if the next 3 weeks don't go well, Niner fan, you walk out of here mad at who? And I firmly believe that number one answer on the board is going to be Shanahan. Purdy is still a young quarterback who, in theory, can and still and should get better and grow and is making $800,000 and has never, by the way, he has a sum total of 0 disappointments. He's never gone into the playoffs and gagged. He went in and got hurt, but he never went in and gagged. Now, Shanahan's got a completely different resume, and we've had a very different experience watching him. I know that this is asking a lot of fans, and so I won't ask it. You can watch the game and have your opinion and think any way you want, but it's important to me when I hear people like Tashawn Gibson, a veteran in this league, say the things that he said. He said, we've got a room full of people who think he's a straight shooter.
Yeah.
His honesty means something to us, and we want to run through a wall for that man.
Well, the 2 things he said were takeaways for me. One, straight shooter, and the other one is he takes care of his players, which tells me that he doesn't force you or pressure you to play when you're hurt. When you're hurt, you get to stay hurt, and if you're a little banged up, you get a day at practice, you get a veteran day. He cares about the players, and he wants to take care of them. The fact that he said he's a straight shooter, that's hard when you got that many grown men, that many alphas in a room. And if you have to tell a guy, hey, you're not starting, and I need you on special teams, and that's it. That's going to be it from you for this game. Those are hard conversations, but he has them, and guys respect that.
Well, I think back to the comments made earlier this year by Jimmy Ward, who ended up with the Houston Texans. And Jimmy and Kyle had an uncomfortable finish to his time with the Niners, even though Kyle and John Lynch, man, they repeatedly had Jimmy Ward's back when no one wanted them to. Niner fans, you remember when you wanted Earl Thomas. You wanted them to sign Earl Thomas in free agency. And Kyle and John were right. They're like, we're not doing Earl Thomas. We're doing Jimmy Ward. And people were like, Jimmy Ward? He's always hurt. How the hell are you going to sign Jimmy Ward back? And they did. And he was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And it's interesting that we're having this conversation from Gibson, because Gibson's the one who came in and took Jimmy Ward's job. And Ward had to transition in a free agent year to a different position in the defensive backfield. And Ward went into his office, as Tashawn said, open door policy, straight shooter. Now, that goes both ways. Ward walks into his office and goes, I don't want to play there. That's not my position. Kyle looks at him and goes, so you don't want to start? That's a straight shooter.
Yeah.
It's not the answer he wanted, but he's like, dude, this is what we got. I can put you on special teams, but that's going to make it worse.
Yeah.
And you're Jimmy Ward, and you're talented enough to do this. And so Ward, I'm sure, has his feelings about it to this day. But as you pointed out, he's got like 60 guys to keep happy, which is never going to happen.
No.
But so all you can do is throw honesty at it, be straightforward, let people know where they stand. In other words, the opposite of what the Giants have done with their players for the last 2 years.
Well, and Gabe Kapler's no longer here.
There you go.
I think it goes higher than Kapler, and we'll see organizationally what changes with Bob Melvin here, an old school baseball guy. But I think about Kyle Shanahan in the quarterback position and how he had to deal with the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. And, I'm sure he was honest with Jimmy at every turn, as honest as he could be, starting with, hey, Jimmy, we're trading up to draft your replacement, a guy named Trey Lance. So just want to let you know that and stuff, because I'm a straight shooter, and that's what they did. And then Jimmy, we don't need you. Jimmy, we need you. That whole situation, I don't think was born out of dishonesty. It was a little sloppy the way it ultimately went, but I think about the Trey Lance ouster, the exodus too of Trey Lance, where he goes to Trey, and Trey even spoke to this, where, they had a conversation, and Trey said, I want to be somewhere else. And Kyle said, okay, we're going to make that happen for you. And he did. So that sort of thing, I think, reputationally becomes a reality league-wide, and it helps you when it comes to free agency.
So here's a question, I guess, because this is where I am. I know he's already got an extension, but prior to this playoff run starting, if I said to you, would you sign up for another decade of Kyle? Right now, you do not get to know the results of this year. Would you do it?
Of course.
Yeah, so would I.
Of course. And I'm looking at...
Without even blinking.
I'm looking at the list of coaches in the NFL, and there are 3 coaches with a longer tenure than Kyle Shanahan.
Ooh, could I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, you
3 coaches
you got
with a longer tenure than Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Mike Tomlin.
Correct, since 2007.
Is one of them. John Harbaugh.
Since 2008.
Is one of them. And the last one should be, let's see. Carroll's gone and Belichick is gone.
Gone.
Is it, I would imagine that it's Andy Reid.
Correct,
Okay.
you ran the table.
All right.
What do those 3 coaches have in common in terms of this year?
What do those 3 coaches have in common?
Thanks, Grandy. Keep it rolling.
They've all won a Super Bowl?
That's correct.
Okay.
In terms of this year.
It's
a little too esoteric of a
They all went
question.
to the playoffs?
Correct.
Okay.
And Kyle is tied with McDermott. Playoffs.
No, I'm not Brian Nagel on YouTube. He goes, Mark is looking. No, I'm not.
You don't.
Yes, I am
You're
looking.
not a cheater.
I am looking at
the team,
at
the
the
list of
NFL
teams.
standings. Yes. I am not looking. Anyway, go ahead.
Kyle is tied with Sean McDermott and Sean McVay in terms of tenure, and those 2 teams also made the playoffs.
Also in the
And I
playoffs.
think you're seeing where my point is, and thank you, Grandy, for the game show music. You want to keep your coach because when you find a coach who's good, he's not perfect, as Tashawn Gibson said in the Richard Sherman podcast.
No one is.
Nobody is. But you look at this list of coaches, they are all in the playoffs, and I don't think it's by accident. And you look further down the list, you get to Zach Taylor, who has been to the playoffs a number of times. They've been to a championship game. They lost their quarterback. Matt LaFleur, who has a great winning percentage, and they're back in the playoffs. And Kevin Stefanski, who got his team to the playoffs. He's next on the list. So you see the pattern here. You find a coach who's good. You keep the coach. You let him build it. So, yes, Mark, no matter what happens on Saturday or next Sunday or, God forbid, 3 weeks from Sunday.
Or next year.
Yeah.
Or next year.
No, he gets.
Or next year.
Kyle, what's his contract now? He's got 5 more years, I think.
He went through 26. Is that right, Grandy?
Might be longer than that because he got extended.
Right. Well, no, I think that was that the extension? Through 26? Through 27? It's only 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be through 27, 4 more years.
I'll look it
But
up.
point being, he's going to be around through that contract and probably another one after it.
Kyle Shanahan, contract extension. Kyle Shanahan received multi-extensions. Lynch was previously signed through 24. Shanahan was inked through 25 pre-extension. So I don't think they announced the number of years, but you got to think it's at least 27.
Right.
At least 2 more.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with 4 more for Shanahan minimum, and probably it'll be more than that.
Yeah.
And, you look at everything about it, what players say, what his record has indicated, what he and John have done with the roster, I think that he gets to be here as long as he wants.
So say it with me. Super Bowl.
Or else.
Or try again.
Super Bowl or else.
Or else what?
You're getting ripped, Kyle.
You think he gives a rip about that?
I don't care if he cares or not.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm telling you what the
he's
fans
the head coach
think.
of an NFL team. Of course he's going to get ripped.
Super Bowl or else.
There is zero chance that Kyle Shanahan does not get criticized on these airwaves over the next 3 weeks. Zero. I don't care what the hell the final score is.
Even if they win the Super Bowl, he gets criticized.
Absolutely.
Because that's the way it goes.
I mean, what did we do? They blew the Packers off of the field the last time they were at Levi's for a playoff game, and half of you came in here and went, he didn't throw it.
He doesn't trust Jimmy G.
He doesn't trust Jimmy.
Turned out
by the way,
that's true.
You might have been right. But is that a criticism?
Turned out to be genius.
Turns out it was genius. Which, by the way, I would argue is usually the case when you come at Kyle Shanahan. ... Turns out he was right. That dummy would not let Jimmy cook. That guy never let Trey Lance have a chance. Mm-hmm.
That guy can't win games in February. Oh, boy. Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
how many has he played in February?
Well, there was the Atlanta debacle.
He wasn't the coach.
He was a coach.
Yes, he was.
He was a coach. Just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
It's Super Bowl or else, Mark, is what it is.
Super Bowl or try again.
That's too soft. Fans don't want that. But it's Super Bowl or else.
You don't have any choice.
Or else.
You don't have a choice. What do you mean fans don't want that? Fans
don't have that genteel perspective, that mature viewpoint that you have.
No, but I'm not trying to be mature and holier than thou.
I know.
I'm telling you what is.
No, I know, and they will try again.
Oh, yeah.
But if they win, it's Super Bowl and try again.
Fine. Yeah,
they're going to try again.
Absolutely.
Kyle and John and Brock.
Totally.
And all the fellas.
As they should. Like, they'll be the favorite again next year. They might be the favorite again next year even if they lose.
You could probably get some Jimmy Shapiro futures odds right now. Check your inbox.
Jimmy's been emailing me like crazy.
Yeah, the great Jimmy Shapiro.
Yeah, Jimmy's got...
Noted media connect.
Let's see.
He'll get you a guest at the Super Bowl Radio Row, but you gotta eat a couple guests to get the good guest.
Niners Ravens is 9-4.
Okay.
That specific matchup, 9-4.
Oh, right now.
You to bet on both of them to make it.
Okay.
9-4.
Which is only basically 2.5 to 1. That's plus 225, Mark. If I can put a number on it for you.
That's exactly what it is.
Thank you.
Plus 225.
It's 2.25 to 1, not 2.5 to 1. That would be 2.5 to 1 would be 10 to 4. Yeah.
Does this make anyone feel good? If you want to go bet on the exact matchup in the Super Bowl, the top 3 answers on the board.
Number 3.
Thank you.
All
the
include
Niners,
the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Most likely, Niners Ravens. Next most likely, Niners Bills. Next most likely, Niners Chiefs. You got to get all the way down to 10 to 1 plus 1,000 till you get to Lions Ravens.
Lions Ravens
as a matchup.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way,
what do you have for Tampa Texans?
Yeah, Lions Ravens, then Lions Bills, then Lions Chiefs. Then we're circling back to the Niners again. Niners Texans.
Oh, geez.
Is more likely than any matchup that includes the Packers or the Bucks.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the next one after that is the Packers and the Ravens.
Okay.
You got to go all the way down to 22 to 1 before you get to Bucks Ravens. Your boy Baker Mayfield's about to take an L.
What's the longest of the long on there? Texans Bucks?
Yes.
And it's got to be 100 to 1.
It's 165 to 1.
Jeez.
And it's tied with Texans Packers.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the longest odds.
Well, that does make you feel it makes you feel good, but it also makes sense because if you look at the two conferences and if you want to rank the teams 1 through 8 and you give the Niners the 1, well, Baltimore's the 2 and Buffalo maybe the 3, Kansas City the 4, then Detroit is the 5, then the Packers would be the 6, and then you can go Texans 7, Bucks 8. And I did that loosely, but the point is the AFC has number 2, number 3, and number 4.
Correct.
And they might have number 1, depending on who you ask, because they did beat the 49ers out here.
But not Vegas.
I know.
Depends on who you ask.
But I was just saying,
if you ask John Harbaugh, then yeah, the Ravens are the best team in the NFL. If you ask Vegas, it's the 49ers.
Well, if you asked Chewy and Schmaltzy out there in ESPN Milwaukee, they probably would go Packers 1.
You're close.
It's Schnitzel, right?
Schnitzel.
It's
Neitzel.
It's Neitzel.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
Thank you.
Yeah. But by the way, when we played that stupid Chewy thing,
thank you.
He referred to another guy and he didn't call him Gabe or Neitzel.
It's like the producer.
Yeah, he called him something else.
I don't know. I'm not an
Bobby or
you're no Neitzel, Grandy.
Yeah,
you
Sammy
get love.
or something. He goes something. I didn't know who he was talking about.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Moral of the story is the Niners the best team.
Well, and I think the point that I was attempting to bring home is that it makes sense that the Niners would be the favorite in most matchups because they have the easier road. You've got a Green Bay team that is a nice surprise, good story, but they're a 7 seed. And then you've got an unproven Detroit team that would have to go outside and come here. Baltimore, no matter what, if they win this game, and they have a tougher first round or divisional game than the Niners do, I would say. It's arguable.
Yeah.
It's arguable.
Yeah.
The spread would tell they're close.
They're pretty, yeah. They're exact same spread right now. 9.5. 9.5.
But no matter what, if Baltimore wins, they've got a monster coming. They've either got the two-time Super Bowl champ and the best player in football, or the hottest team that is everyone's darling, and the team trying so hard to make it back there. So whatever game comes next is also going to be harder in the AFC.
In theory.
Yes.
In theory. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's it. Like when we talk about what we said off the top, that the Niners' chances to win the whole thing are similar to a great hitter coming to the plate and getting a hit, about 33%. That is largely based on the Super Bowl game of the 3 games. The odds for the Niners to make the Super Bowl are overwhelming, 1-2. So Vegas is telling you, like, depending on this is what's fascinating to me, the words that we want to use. The Niners should win the Super Bowl. Well, no, not by percentages. But, boy, they should make it. They should make it. The percentages are telling you that the 49ers should, and you can use the word probably, be in the Super Bowl. That's what Vegas is telling you.
Right. And that is where, getting back to your conversation that you started this with about what Steiny and Guru were discussing, where's the pressure? To me, it falls then squarely on Kyle Shanahan. If you make it to the Super Bowl, Brock Purdy has never been there, Shanahan has. And the knock on Brock is, he's just a second-year guy. He's Mr. Irrelevant. At that point, he would be 4-1 in the playoffs and really 4-0 if you discount the Philadelphia game that he didn't really get to play. So you could rightly say this guy is playoff built, he's playoff ready, but still, he's a second-year QB. And then you have Kyle Shanahan. Can he win the big one? So if we get to that point, yes, the should becomes less of a should because you're facing a very good team in the AFC and you won't be heavily favored. But then it all eyes on Kyle Shanahan. It goes from should to can. Can Kyle win the big one?
Quick aside, because I'm scrolling through what Jimmy Shapiro keeps sending us.
Love this man. Content king.
What do you think the odds are of the San Francisco Giants making the playoffs?
Making the playoffs? Well, I would put it at 50-1. I'm a Giants fan. I'm trying, Grandy.
It's not 50-1. Relax.
Well, you're laughing. You're over there cackling.
Yeah, but 50-1. You make them sound like, sorry, the A's.
The A's are probably 200-1.
I have it right here in front of me. I can tell you exactly what they are.
The A's are north of 100-1 for sure.
You want to bet on the A's to make the playoffs? The answer, yes, is 25-1. 25-1.
For the A's?
For the A's. I'm looking right at it. Plus 2,500. 25-1. Yep. But the no is 1 to 200 odds. And then what he does is he gives you a percentage that then attaches to those odds. So he says the odds imply that there is a 99.5% chance that the A's will not make the playoffs.
Oh, S.
Not 99.9, like people always say. 99.9%. No, 99.5 for the Oakland A's, that they won't make it.
So you're saying there's a chance.
The Giants have a 69.7% chance to not make the playoffs.
Okay.
So just over a tick over 30% chance to make the playoffs. Oddly, or coincidentally, the exact same percentage chance that the Niners win the Super Bowl.
So that means they're 3-1 to make the playoffs?
The Giants are, well, the way he writes this, it says that they're 10-10 to make the playoffs, but he calls it plus 190.
Okay.
Plus 190. And then minus 230 to not make the playoffs.
Gotcha. So
it is pretty similar. So the Niners are plus 185 to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The Giants are plus 190 to make the playoffs. So isn't that interesting? To me, this is so fascinating.
So shoot your shot.
Look at the way we just reacted to that. If I go out on the street right now and I go, you think the Niners are winning the Super Bowl? Yeah, we're going. Okay, you think the Giants are making the playoffs? No way, you idiot. Same chance. Same chance.
We have 6 teams make the playoffs now, right? In each league?
Yep.
You got 3 divisionals and then 3 wild cards, and the top 2 get a bye.
Correct.
So you just need to be one of the 6 best teams out of 15. 6 of 15. So your implied odds are quite good because that's basically 6 out of 15 is, that's what, 40%? 40% of the league make it. So you got a 40% shot just by showing up that you're going to make the playoffs. Niners are 1 of 8, which would be a 12.5% chance if you consider all teams even that they win the Super Bowl.
Which they're not.
Correct.
Yeah.
So as you look at that, and then you look at the teams who really could win the Super Bowl, maybe it's 1-5 or maybe it's 1-4. Go Detroit and the Niners and the 3 best of the AFC. So that's a 20% chance versus the Giants, who have a 40% chance just based on showing up. Yet we all believe, and I think you'd rather, if you had to bet $1,000, Giants make the playoffs or the Niners win the Super Bowl, where are you going with your grand? Not your grandy.
Well, the Niners.
What's your grand?
The Niners. But that's because I'm going to default.
Damn it, Farhan!
Yeah, I'm going to default to a couple of things
coming out.
I'm going to default
Damn it, Farhan!
to A, when there's 2 things sitting in front of me and I want to know which one I'm going to push, my chips in that corner.
Yeah.
I'll go with the better team. I'll go with the better team. Like when I'm making the weekly picks in my brother-in-law's pool, and it's a confidence pool, which means you affix a number of points to each team, 1 through 16, no spreads. If I've got 2 games where I'm like, ooh, I'm not very confident in this right now, I'm going to default to the better team. I'll give more points to the better team, even though they might have a tough matchup. So same thing here. I'll default to the better team, and I'll default to the fact that the Niners are 3 wins away from winning the Super Bowl. The Giants are like 86 wins away from making the playoffs.
Right.
So there's all these things. I would argue there's more time for bad things to happen to the San Francisco Giants than there is the San Francisco 49ers. We got a small sample that the Niners need to achieve here. Make it through 3 games. Stay healthy and play well for 3 games. But for me, this has been a fun exercise.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was going to go there.
No, it was
but
wonderful.
I wonder how that sits with all of you. The chances for the San Francisco Giants to make the playoffs are the exact same as the chances for the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. And does that affect the way that you look at this on the way in?
It shouldn't. I mean,
why not?
Because the Niners are good. They're the best. They're at home. And they absolutely should win the Super Bowl. And on the other side, what you said about the Giants is true in terms of, look at the roster and then look away from the roster and then look back at the roster and think, okay, this roster, what kind of a team is this? Are they 70 wins? They're better than that. Are they 80 wins? Probably in there. Are they 90 wins?
Well,
maybe they're not that good.
So throw in the fact that we don't even know who's on the team yet.
Well, this is who they have right now.
Right, I know, but you're having this conversation with any team, any baseball team where you're having this conversation. You're doing it while Blake Snell's not on a team.
Sure.
Cody Bellinger's not on a team. Matt Chapman's not on a team. There's a bunch of stuff still to go on out there.
But I'm living under the assumption that they're not going to do much more.
Okay.
Because they tend to not do much more. But I also look at the National League, and I count 3, if not 4 teams that have already basically given up. They are terrible, and they will be terrible. So really the Giants just have to be 6 of 12 or 6 of 11. So just by the very nature of baseball, the Giants aren't going to be a 70-win team. They're probably going to be about 80. So the Giants, you said the Niners only have to win 3 games. The Giants really only have to be about 5 games better than expected.
Yeah.
To make the playoffs.
Right.
And I know it's 162 to play, but so I do think it's a smaller margin for the Giants than we would think based on 162 games.
Can we make a side wager?
Sure.
Just because even in my state of frustration with the San Francisco Giants, you're never going to remove the optimist from me. It's impossible. You know this. You've been trying for 2.5 years.
I've not been trying.
Yes, you have. You cannot kill my optimist.
I might needle you here and there. I'm not trying to kill your optimism.
My optimist has a metal chest. You cannot
Couple
penetrate
dents in there from the dibber.
Absolutely.
Couple dibber dents.
Couple dents in there from Farhan, too, by the way.
Damn it, Farhan.
Farhan. Trade him! If I pick 4 players and I win the bet, if any one of them end up on the Giants this year.
It depends who the 4 are.
Well, okay, I'm going to offer them to you.
Number 4.
Thank you.
Corbin Burns, pitcher, Milwaukee Brewers.
Is he a free agent?
No.
Okay.
Maybe next year.
Okay.
Been the subject of trade rumors.
Okay.
Number 1. Number 2, Blake Snell.
He is a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Okay.
The rest of them are all free agents.
And he's going to command a high
big number
price. Pretty penny.
Boris client.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one.
Number 3.
Thank you.
Cody
Dress it up.
Bellinger. Outfield, first base, free agent.
Still a free agent. Who's his agent?
Boris?
It's not that important. Just trying to see how deep you want to go with this.
Number 4.
Bellinger, Burns, Snell.
Matt Chapman.
Matt Chapman?
Matt Chapman.
Free agent. Matt Chapman.
Baseball. Third base.
Cody Bellinger is a Scott Boras.
Okay.
Matt Chapman is not. Is that accurate? I think Chapman is not.
Googling.
Bellinger,
you gotta
yes.
Google it.
Snell, yes. Jung-Hoo Lee, yes.
Oh.
Matt Chapman, no.
You think they're getting one of those 4?
I didn't even say what I think. I would like.
No, you're offering that as a wager.
I would like to place a wager, and I win the wager if any of those 4 end up on the Giants this year.
Well, by when? Because if one of them gets dealt in June before the deadline.
Well, okay, I would say by the start of spring training, except for Boris clients sometimes can go into spring training.
I'll allow for that.
Opening day.
Okay.
Opening day.
What are your terms?
Cheers.
What are the stakes?
You pick.
I'm just curious what you're thinking. Like, what's your confidence level?
Matt Chapman is also a Scott Boras client.
Chapman. They're all Boris clients.
All right.
I don't know who Corbin Burns' agent is, but he's not a free agent. He's on a team. So those 4 players, and I mean, we can do something simple.
Sure.
Box of doughs.
Let's do it.
Box of doughs.
I'm in.
All right.
I'm in.
I'm going to eat it. Yeah.
It's a lot of Boris clients.
Yep.
A lot of Boris there.
I already signed one of them. Signed one of them last year, too.
Corbin Burns also Scott Boras.
Scott Boras.
Jeez, this
Corbin
guy.
Burns. There it is.
Who'd they sign last year?
Conforto.
Oh.
Boris.
Okay.
And
Boris.
they sort of signed
don't do that.
Correa.
Don't do that.
Boris client.
They didn't.
Who the hell's not a Boris client?
Seriously.
Anyone? You're not with him? It's a mistake, Lucas. That's why you keep getting yelled at by Grandy. You don't have good representation.
Good point. I got none.
Anyway, so
Giants over under 81.5 according to DraftKings.
Which is interesting. DraftKings says they're going to have a winning record.
Yeah. They're daring you to bet that they will.
Yep. Anyway, I don't even know if that's interesting to all of you. That stuff is interesting to me because it plays with our perceptions about things.
Totally. And you would take your 1,000 and bet on the Niners
to
win the Super Bowl.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I've said all year I think they're the best team, and I think they're going to win.
What if I threw the quick curveball of Niners win the Super Bowl or the Warriors make the playoffs? And that would be...
Oh, God. I think it's way more likely that the Niners win the Super Bowl.
Wow. I
threw that out to you 3 weeks ago.
Oh, boy,
and
what did I say?
It was laughed off. No, he said Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Which was a rational thing to say then.
Man.
Now we're here now.
4 games below. And, if they get in the play-in and they win a couple of games as a 10 seed, then they make the playoffs.
Then they're in the playoffs. You got to get to the final 8.
Right.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
Yeah. But, I mean...
Warriors make the playoffs or Giants make the playoffs?
Giants.
Wow.
That's a great question.
That surprised me. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, the big trade of the day, we haven't even talked about it, but Siakam is a Pacer.
Done deal, yeah.
And if you want to, how does that resonate with a Warrior fan? Based on our conversations, I think most of you will like this, but I think there is a takeaway for the Warriors, which is if you think or you were worried that the Warriors were going to go all in on trying to make this year's team better, they're not. That was the guy, in theory. That was the guy that you're like, we can go get him for right now and try to salvage this year. And we can give up Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and a number 1 pick, and Wiggins, and get Pascal Siakam, and we can try to rally the troops. I think the Warriors thought that was a fool's gold.
Yeah.
And I think that most of our listeners are probably happy about that. I think whatever move is coming is going to have a little bit more of an eye on the future.
Yes, and I think that eye on the future will be the eye on the draft picks and the eye on keeping the young players that you have, which is Pods and Kuminga and maybe Moody as well. That's why I think more and more that they're going to wind up standing pat in 22 days as the deadline approaches 3 weeks from tomorrow.
You think no deals at all?
I think no deals at all.
Yeah, I think there'll be something. I think there'll be something for sure. But yeah, we'll find out. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And speaking of the Warriors, if you're a fan of this team, if you're in any way aware of what has taken place today, and you know the name Bob Myers, then you're going to want to hear what we have to play for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So tomorrow's going to be a hell of a day here at 95.7 The Game. First off, I want to let you know about Saturday, kickoff show, okay? Larry Kruger, O'Neill, 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Santa Clara for their delicious food, their great drinks. And then Larry and Lowe, best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Tomorrow, check this out. If I were you, especially with this Christian McCaffrey jersey, text opportunities out there, just lock it in and leave it there. Lock it and leave it.
Break the knob off.
8 a.m. morning roast, Bonte and Joe. Greg Olson, who's calling the game for Fox.
I think he does a nice job.
I do too.
Really nice job.
Yeah. 1 o'clock with Steiny and Goo. Ross Tucker. Excellent podcast. Former NFLer. Also a good analyst.
Friend of the program.
Okay. 2 to 6 is the Willard and Dibs show. And those two guys have a 1-2 punch that'll really make you smile.
Number 1.
3:15, Peter King.
My guy.
Football
Number
morning
2.
in America. And then at 5 p.m., Mooch, Steve Mariucci, joins us on the program.
Love it.
Yeah.
That's quite a strong lineup. And interspersed throughout all those great guests, great conversation, and your calls at 888-957-9570.
Thank you for saying that, Dibs.
You're welcome.
That's right. Wonderful points made by 6 seasoned radio hosts will also be made throughout the day on 95.7 The Game. Greg Olson at 8, Ross Tucker at 1, Peter King at 3:15, Steve Mariucci at 5.
And we get one day closer to what we're all anticipating, what we're all waiting for, and that is Saturday night and the Packer game. So now we're at 3 more sleeps tonight, Thursday and Friday. We're 3 sleeps away, Mark, from waking up and getting ready for the Packers and the Niners. Couple of old rivals reconvening down at Levi Stadium.
Lucas is mad at me because I didn't say what's happening Friday on the roast. What Lucas may not realize is it's hard enough for people to know what the hell they're doing tomorrow. Friday's 2 days from now, for God's sakes. As Kyle Shanahan would tell you, we don't even know if we're going to be alive by then. But if you want me to tell you that T.O. is going to be on the morning roast at 9:20 on Friday, I will. I'll do it. Don't say you won't. I did.
I heard a great interview with Mike Holmgren this morning.
Yes,
the
he
fellas
was
were
great.
killing
Yeah,
it.
they did a good job.
I was on my way to the dentist, so I got a rare chance to catch the roast and interspersing stories of San Francisco and trips to Green Bay and Holmgren's thoughts on Jordan Love. Great piece.
Well, and word on the street suggests that that Mike Holmgren interview, that portions of it will lead off Best of the Game with Mark Grandy, which is a mere moments away. Now, Dublin Marge is at the front of the line on YouTube with what's a very fair question. Hey, Willard, your freaking Bob Myers tease. What was it? All right, we're going to play this for you, and it is emotional. Okay, we'll just let you know right now. It's been a hell of a day for the Warriors family. Assistant coach Dejan Milojevic passed away after a heart attack last night and emergency surgery at age 46 today, leading to the cancellation of tonight's game and obviously leading to all of our emotions and tears and everything heading to his family, a father of 2, and the whole Warriors family. They have been devastated by this. Bob Myers, of course, knew him well, and had this to say on his broadcast on ESPN.
It hurts. It's just hard because when you work with these people, especially for coaches, Malika, people say it, but you see them more than your family. You do. You develop a closeness, and it's just hard because he was this bigger-than-life person, and he would light up a room. And it's such a loss because he's gone. And I just feel so bad for his children and his wife and the people that work with him and know him and knew him. He left a huge mark on everybody that he crossed paths with, including me. I'm lucky I knew him for the time I did. And it's just life. You know, you hear that news. I walked in here to work and I see it on the ticker, and it just took me back. I knew it had happened, but sometimes there's a shock to it. There's a disbelief. These things happen and you can't process them. But I've talked to some people with the Warriors, and it's hard right now. Yeah. It's really hard. And I know they canceled the game. There was no way they could have played that game. And it's just, it's awful. And we're all worse off that he's not going to be here in this world. It's sad.
Yeah. That's from Bob Myers on ESPN. Bob, who, we've come to know through the years, has the ability to speak to an audience when he's in such a state, but at the same time also is someone who puts his heart right there on the sleeve and then shares it with everyone. So, I certainly appreciate his ability to share that with everybody so that you get a little bit better of a sense, because let's be honest, I know this may sound insensitive or crass, but it's like, you're a Warrior fan, you're cruising around, and there's a high likelihood you've never even heard this name before.
Right.
But that gives all of us a sense of what things are like inside the Warrior hallways today.
Certainly. And we think about our organization and the people who listen to us and those on YouTube and Twitch, and they probably don't know all the people that are here behind the scenes. And we mentioned Grandy and Lucas, and about Sam Lubman and Spadoni, and JT Lucan off the bench, and Evan, and all the great producers and technical directors and all the rest of it. But we have a more extended family here, and I feel for all the players and the coaches and everyone else who was affected by that, because this is not something that you can just shake off and get over anytime soon. And yet they have to go out and play basketball on Friday, and then again next Wednesday. And the schedule is somewhat relentless when it comes to, games coming one after the other. And when you go to that workplace, you're going to be reminded about this tragedy each and every time you go to work.
It's just such a cold reality too, with what the Warriors are dealing with, and then something like this happens. I mean, the conversations that Mike Dunleavy and the rest of the staff have been having have probably, quite frankly, already been hard enough. Like the Warriors are staring right down the barrel of like the dynasty is over, and we're open to trade conversations that may include people who have statues outside of our arena someday.
Yeah.
And then this happens, and as you say, you have to find a way to pick up the pieces and play basketball on Friday night in 48 hours. So
yeah.
I'm glad that they're not playing tonight, but at the same time, it's right back to work on Friday, and the trade deadline is coming, and there are difficult conversations to have, and this is only going to make things that much harder for everybody who's involved with that organization.
And maybe it is a blessing that they have that 4 days off. We asked Steve about that, and he said they're going to have some time off, and we're going to practice, and maybe this is a time that they need after the Friday game. They don't play until Wednesday, so they will get a break, and maybe that helps them to, move forward the best way they can. And this really kind of puts into a great perspective, Mark, exactly what you were saying in terms of this season and the losing record and the Draymond saga and what's wrong with Wiggins and why doesn't he play Kuminga more and he can't play with Wiggins and why is Looney so stiff and all of the what looks like stupid, pedestrian sort of things in comparison to what they all experienced today.
Well, and the reality is, though, that we will get back to that.
Yeah.
And that is the fan experience. But this gives everybody the opportunity to pause and just think about who these people are. These people are who play basketball on our televisions and our radios, and for the most part through the years, I think sometimes times like these hard to remember. For the most part, all of these people have brought all of us so much joy.
Yeah, good point.
So much fun. So many respites from all the other pieces of real life, which now just landed in their lap today.
Yeah, and as fans, it's hard to grieve at the point where it's like you said, it's a coach you probably didn't know, and you just think about his family, and you think about all the Warriors, and my God, what it must have been like to have to experience that firsthand too. If it happened, at the dinner that they all were at, it's going to be traumatic and something that they're all going to have to deal with going forward.
Do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It is the best of the game. Full hour with Grandy coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Normally, I would say something to end our show. We'll do it a little bit differently today. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, and for the family of Dejan Milojevic. May he rest in peace. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers 24/7 virtual care through One Medical, I decide when our visit starts. It seems we're not so different, them and I.
Mom, I think it's supposed to be they and I.
I think you're supposed to be resting while I text with the doctor right now. Smart little minion.
Your care team on call. A new add-on from Prime.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
As an MVP's Pro Rewards member at Lowe's, you can get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Lowe's Pro Desk, because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Brandon from San Leandro. Marcellus and Willie just came out and fixed our overhead door with ease and provided great same-day service. They were both professional, friendly, and solved our issue. Thanks, RNS. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people like you get and pay for health insurance. With financial help to lower the cost of health coverage, you could get a quality health plan for less than $10 a month. Every plan covers preventive care, doctor visits, emergency care, and more. If you have questions, we're here to help every step of the way. Cover California, this way to health insurance. Enroll by January 31st at coveredca.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you as we recap what was a really heavy football day here on 95.7 The Game as we get ready for 49ers and Packers Saturday. 5:15 from Levi's Stadium as the Niners hope to advance to the NFC Championship game. A lot of really good guests and good conversations today around that game, and we begin by going all the way back to the morning roast. Bonte and Shasky, of course, they were rolling today, and they welcomed on longtime NFL head coach Mike Holmgren. Of course, a Bay Area kid born in San Francisco. He was on the Niners coaching staff for a while as well, in the late 80s into the early 90s. And then, of course, he was the Green Bay Packers head coach in the 90s, Seattle Seahawks head coach for about a decade in the early 2000s. He's been everywhere, and he's been successful everywhere that he's gone. And, of course, a well-respected football mind. So the guys wanted to pick his brain about this matchup, about Brock Purdy, about Jordan Love, and tell some stories about Niners and Packers through the years as well, because he's been involved in a number of high-profile matchups between these two franchises. So who better to talk about Niners and Packers than Mike Holmgren, longtime NFL head coach. He joined Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast earlier today, and that's how we kick off Best of the Game on this Wednesday, right here on 95.7 The Game. Here is the head coach, Mike Holmgren.
I do want to ask Mike Holmgren, a city boy question. He's a city guy, and he's got a lot of city connections, and a family that's near and dear to my heart, the Fahey's. There was a bar on Terraville called Fahey's. It is now Carl's Beacon, and I know the guys that run it. But back in the day, Mike Holmgren invited a bunch of his buddies from Fahey's to go out to Green Bay. And apparently there's a story connected to this, and I'd love to ask Mike about it.
All right, well, you can ask him right now as he's on the line, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest line. Of course, Mike Holmgren, former assistant coach with the 49ers, offensive coordinator, won a couple of Super Bowls in, and, of course, the Packers head coach, where he became the enemy. But they had some great teams. Won a Super Bowl in Green Bay. Also did a hell of a job in Seattle, and they got close to knocking on the door. And, look, man, now that Mike Holmgren's on the line, I'll never admit it anytime else. And, Mike, I don't want you to get fined, even though you're retired. I got jobs in that Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know what those referees are doing
Jeremy
in Detroit,
Stevens.
Michigan that day. Gosh, Mike. Oh, I'm surprised you kept your composure that day.
No, you know what? I've said to many people I'm over it until it's brought up again. So thank you.
So you know what? Let's just bring up the bar on Terraville then, Mike. Let's do that. Let's continue to keep it moving.
Yeah, Mike, you know Fahey's Bar on Terraville. I heard a story from a friend that they asked me to ask you about the time you invited some of the hooligans from Fahey's to come out to Green Bay. What happened?
Well, those are my guys, you know, and growing up in the city, and so I knew a lot of the guys, and so I invited them back to the game in Green Bay, and I think they had a blast, as the guys in Fahey's would, and so it was really nice to see them, and we had a party at Gil Haskell's house that evening. Oh, wow. And if you know that name, Gil coached for me, and he went to St. Ignatius, and longtime NFL coach, good friend.
Yeah, the Gil Haskell Trophy.
Yeah, I have pictures of them all asleep on the couch at about 10 o'clock after the game. So, but you know, look at San Francisco. Still, I have my home in Santa Cruz, and I always take the kids up, my grandkids up. We go up to the city a couple times during the summer and take them for a tour. And then last year, I drove them by Lincoln High School, and I hear from the back seat, Grandpa, we saw this last year. You know? So I do the same stuff all over again.
You had to remind me that you went to Lincoln. I went to Washington, Coach. So.
Oh boy, yeah, Washington. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. You had that experience, but you know, the city is. There's nothing like the city.
No, you're so right. You're so right. And by the way, Coach, we didn't lose a bell game during my time there. Although Lincoln, I think Lincoln is won like 11 straight or something like that. But anyway, they're on a roll. You know, Shasky was asking me earlier. You know, the contrast and just the cities, Green Bay and San Francisco. You would know more than anybody being in Green Bay. And I'm looking forward to the schedule being released for next season because I want to make my first trip to Green Bay. I love the history of the game, love the history of the NFL. And just when you see Lambeau Field and the history behind it, can you explain the difference in Green Bay and how that stadium's just in the middle of the neighborhood and how that fan base just, I think they're America's team, not the Dallas Cowboys, Midwest, Vince Lombardi, Mike Holmgren, all the great quarterbacks up there. Can you explain what makes Green Bay so unique?
Well, guys, you know, when I went there, and I remember flying in to my interview there, and it was cold, obviously, and there was some snow on the ground, and I'm thinking to myself, is this the right thing to do? Because it's a very unique place. You could never do that again in today's NFL, where the city actually owns the football team. You know, and I mean, I have certificates of ownership. I have for all my kids and grandkids. Wow. I bought shares in that too. But you get in there, and I have my home. I lived a few blocks from the stadium, and I could jog to work and things like that. And but the people, you know, you go there if you're visiting. This is what impressed me, among other things. If you're a visiting team rooter, like say you guys came in and had San Francisco jerseys on and sat in the stadium, you know, they tease you a little bit, but they love football and they respect the opponent, and it was just a different place that way. But you know, people ask me, did the pressure of the NFL, does it get to you and all that kind of stuff? And I said the games didn't. In Green Bay, what was hard was I felt responsible almost for the mood of the entire state because it's the Packers. You know, it's important to everybody in Wisconsin. And when we lose, which fortunately didn't happen too much when I was there, but when we lose Monday, it was really everyone was in the tank. I mean, it was just so you had to kind of bring them out of it again. But I love those folks, and it was a great time for my family and me.
You know, when I look at these two teams, I'm looking at the two quarterbacks, obviously. You've talked to us at length just about how when you're a head coach, when you're an offensive coordinator, you're a teacher, and you're trying to teach these guys. And both these guys came into the league very differently, Jordan Love and Brock Purdy. Just your thoughts on Brock Purdy, though, to start with. I mean, he feels like a guy you would love to coach.
Oh, no. I mean, I watch him play, and you know, everyone knows his story of being the last kid drafted and all that kind of stuff, so there was a reason that happened. You know, I used to analyze quarterbacks as my job, and, you know, there's certain things you look for, and so there's a reason he was picked later. But, you know, it was the perfect fit, I think, with Kyle and the people around him. But then now he doesn't get enough credit because he's a very accurate passer. He's a tough kid mentally, and he's just going to get better. I mean, I always said that a quarterback, if he can stay with the same coach and the same coordinator for a couple years, he hits his stride in year 3. You know, it takes that time to mature and to get ready to play. Well, Kyle, and the connection there between coach and quarterback and the rest of the guys on the team, it's happened sooner for them. But, you know, I love the young man, and, you know, his record speaks for itself. They don't lose games.
Yep. No, you're so right. Mike Holmgren, Super Bowl winning head coach, Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator. Of course, we love him. He's a city guy, former coach of the Packers, Seahawks, and of course was with the 49ers with Bill Walsh and all those great teams in the 80s. He's here on the Morning Roast on the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line. Now, look at the other side here. Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love. And midway through the year, there's a lot of rumblings coming out of Green Bay, a lot of rumblings nationally like, boy, is Jordan Love the guy? Is LaFleur any good? Is he a good coach without Aaron Rodgers? I think they've proved that they have something cooking up there in Green Bay. Discuss the job LaFleur has done to get Jordan Love up to speed, especially within the season. They're rolling right now.
Yeah, no, you couldn't have said it any better. And listen, I think I was one of the guys that also thought that about midseason. I'm going, you know, because to be honest, I haven't seen Jordan Love play a lot, but you know, you're wondering. You follow Aaron Rodgers, you follow Favre, and that tradition in Green Bay for so many years. Now, can they do it again? You know, and it appears as though they did do the right thing. This young man, particularly last week, my goodness, against a good Dallas team that it just blew my mind what happened in that game. And so, yeah, give credit to LaFleur, give credit to their Packers and just how they do things. The challenge, I think, of course, they went into Dallas. I think the 49ers can feel good that they don't have to go into Green Bay and play.
Right.
I think that was always a tough thing to do, but. No, I think it's the connection between LaFleur and the quarterback appears to be working. The throws he made, some of the throws he made, he's really athletic. Yep. He's really athletic, and he's just what you want that way in a quarterback.
Yeah, throwing off the back foot, some of those throws was like, wow, this guy's got it all here. But, you know, when we talk about patience, Coach, I don't know if it was always like this in the NFL, but it seems like in today's day and age, like Nick Sirianni, the Eagles just lost, and he's led them to 3 straight playoff appearances in his first 3 seasons as head coach. And all you hear is like, boy, he may be on a hot seat. The Eagles are going to have to decide. Is there too much pressure on head coaches to win the Super Bowl this time around? Was it like that? Because it took you 6 years to win one in Green Bay, but you guys were knocking on the door. But I never heard rumblings about you being on a hot seat, you being fired. You guys obviously ended up winning a Super Bowl. Shanahan's in the 7th season. They haven't won a Super Bowl yet, but they've been knocking on the door. But it's to say, today's sporting society, are we just too impatient now with quarterbacks and head coaches?
You know what, guys, it's funny. Kathy and I get up every morning, we have coffee, a little devotional, and then just go about our day. And the other morning we were talking about, and I said, you know what, I know I'm old, but it seems different now for the very reasons you just said. I'm worried about all these coaches and some very good coaches, and they're on the hot seat and this and that. It just seems like it is different. It seems different to me. Owners have less patience. Now, the thing in Green Bay, you know, you don't have an owner, so it's a little different. And in San Francisco, the ownership there is really solid. You know, Jed and those guys, they understand what they have there, and John Lynch, and they understand those guys. But a lot of places don't, I think. You know, and then a lot of places have a very successful, obviously a very wealthy owner who has made his money in another business, comes in, buys the team. And then I'm not sure, it's a different business. It is a different business. It's very much a people business. And sometimes they don't have the patience. I think it's different now. I agree with you.
You know, I'm looking at this 49er team, and they've been a juggernaut all year. And it feels like they're as healthy as they've been, and they've got home field advantage, and everything's set up. And Bonte started off the show like, man, if they find a way to lose this game this weekend, it would be one of the biggest disappointments in like 40 years. And we've been talking a lot about this game over the last couple years. 88, the playoffs against the Vikings. You're a part of that 1987 season, January 88. You're a part of that team. Wade Wilson and Anthony Carter going absolutely berserk against the 49ers. Looking back on that game, was there something that the Niners didn't do or prepare themselves for? Was it just an outlier game? Is that the playoffs? Like, I'm just worried about the Niners in this matchup. They were an 11-point favorite in that game. They're almost a 10-point favorite in this game. And I'm worried about us maybe not being ready for this Green Bay team.
You know what? That game, I do remember that game. And I remember, we had the first round bye. Minnesota was the wild card. And Minnesota was coming in. So we were feeling pretty good. But I remember Coach Walsh for 2 weeks. We started practicing 2 weeks, and we banged it for 2 weeks. We really did. And I thought one of the reasons in that game is that we were ready to play the game on Wednesday, but we still had to practice 2 more days, and that's the way he approached that game. So, I mean, that's one thing. The other thing is Minnesota. I remember early in the game, Anthony Carter was running a slant, and Ronnie Lott usually lights that up. Usually just lights that guy up. And he caught a pass, and Ronnie just kind of tackled him. And I'm going, that's different. That's different. But that was that game, and it was a close ball game. But they, and then right after that, Coach Walsh was very upset with everybody, and he wanted the consideration of trading Joe. Yeah. I'm going, I'm the quarterback coach. I'm going, what? We can't, please, come on, we can't do that. And so we went to the combine, talked to a bunch of coaches about trading. They didn't believe it either. We didn't. Thank goodness. Yeah. We didn't. But, that was the reaction. Very, very, you're right. They should win this game on Sunday. When are they playing? Saturday?
Yeah.
Sunday? Saturday.
Saturday night.
Saturday.
Yeah, they should win the football game because of all the reasons. They are really good. Yeah. They are really good. And so it would be a disappointment.
The only thing around here that even comes close is, like Alex and Kaepernick, but the Montana and Young thing and just the dynamic of that, of one guy trying to ascend who was a number 1 overall pick, Montana who had already won 2 Super Bowls. You were there. You had a front row seat to the entire dynamic. The coach, I'm sure you guys are part of the staff, are debating this in the room. The Niners just went through this with Jimmy G, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy. Walk me through these conversations when you're talking with Bill Walsh. Like, what did it look like with Shanahan and John Lynch and even Jed York, the owner, and part of the staff? What do these conversations look like to us fans when you guys are breaking down who is advocating for who in the room as to who the starting quarterback would be? Because I find it hard to believe all these conversations of Tom Brady and this, and they stuck with Brock, and they hit a grand slam here. And I don't think enough credit is given to the dialogue behind the scenes.
No, I know, and if people really knew the real dialogue, there was one evening when we were not playing well, and it was my last. We wound up. That was 1980 when we went to the Super Bowl. We wound up going to the Super Bowl. We had just lost to the Raiders in a stinker, 9-3 or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Bill, you remember that game? And then, so Bill, Monday night we had dinner, tables, wine glasses, all this stuff in Mr. DeBartolo's office. It was all set up, and I go, what? Because normally we're paper plates, and you're in your coaching shorts getting ready for the next week. We go in there, and Bill went around the room to each guy, says, what's wrong with the team? And they went, and guys would say, well, the left guard, I remember Bob McKittrick, the left guard pulled, and then someone with the receiver dropped this ball. And I'm thinking, no, because Steve and Joe were going back and forth during the games. Bill was playing them that way. And I finally got to me, and I said, Coach, I think you're the problem. And the room stopped. And the coaches looked at me, and I said, they listen to me, but they hear you. So I think pick one, and then we'll go. And he slammed down on the table, and he walked out of the room. And I'm going, and all the coaches, they start throwing rolls at me. They're yelling at me. They're swearing at me. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? And so then he comes back and he goes, Mike's right.
Yep. We're
going to go with Joe.
Yep.
But he goes, Mike, you know what happens if this doesn't work? I'm going, oh, gee whiz, I got little kids.
Right.
I go, what's going to happen here? But we wound up we beat Washington in a big game.
Yep, Monday Night Football, yeah.
Yeah. And then the next morning, Coach Walsh gave me the game ball. And that's the one football thing I have in my cabin in Santa Cruz on the mantle. Yeah. So it's just sometimes you have to be honest and hope it works out for you.
So I want to know, because Don Majkowski, a lot of people forget the Magic Man. And he was up and coming in Green Bay. And I remember he came to Candlestick Park with the Green Bay Packers, and they beat the Niners like 21-17. I'm not sure if you were in Green Bay yet. I'm not. Maybe you're still the OC with the 49ers. My memory's a little foggy there. But Don Majkowski, the Magic Man, he was supposed to be the guy. When Brett Favre took it kind of, Brock Purdy, the way he took the reins last season, does it kind of remind you of the way Brett Favre took the reins out there in Green Bay when you're coaching?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Now, when I got in there, I was not. I was still in San Francisco. When I got in there, Don had hurt his shoulder the year before. Yep. And so when I got in there, and he was the quarterback. He was the starting quarterback. But then Ron Wolf said, I got a chance to get Brett Favre. What do you think? And I said, I'm not sure, because I ran his workout in college. And he's I don't know if he can fit into the offense I want to run, and be disciplined enough. You come from Montana and you go to Favre. I mean, it's different. So I go, but then Ron does the thing. We trade number one to get Brett, and then so he's on the roster. Don, we almost beat Minnesota in the first game, which would have been a huge upset. Don comes and throws a bunch of interceptions early in the second game against Tampa. I remember this stuff. So I started Favre in the second half. Majkowski was upset.
Wow.
Third game, I said, okay, Don, you're coming back in. You're starting. And then he gets hurt. Don got hurt in the third game against Cincinnati. Favre went in. We win it in the last 30 seconds. And the rest is history. And then Brett played for the next 16 years.
Wow.
So, but that was what happened there. Don got hurt. But eventually, you spend a number one draft pick on a quarterback. You're telling your fans, you're telling everybody that's your guy. And at one point, it's going to happen. And it happened rather quickly for us in Green Bay.
Coach, you've been around the game for so long. Your brain and your eyes have seen so many things. So I want to ask you about two players on the Niners. And obviously Reggie White, Roger Craig were guys that you were with for a long time, and you saw them up close and personal. I'm not comparing the guys currently to those two legends, but when I watch Christian McCaffrey, I go, man, there's not a hole in this guy's game. Just like he can do everything, and we underrate every aspect of it. And the other guy is Nick Bosa. To be one of the legends like a Reggie White, you got to do it in the playoffs. Break down those two players from a coach's perspective.
Well, I'll start with Christian. I was out there. I visited down there when Dwight Clark had a Dwight Clark fundraiser recently, and Brent Jones asked me to come in. So I got to see the old guys, and then Christian showed up. And so I talked to him because I knew his dad, and I agree. When I watch him play, I have no idea why Carolina traded him. That's the first thing. And he can do it all. Yeah. He can catch in the way he does. He's a leader. So he's as good a back as I've seen in a long, long time that can do everything. As far as Bosa, same thing. If I am playing against a Nick Bosa, then you have to take a couple of guys to block him because he can disrupt you by himself. And so, yeah, he's a little different size than Reggie was, but he's a great pass rusher. He's relentless. They're great football players. That's what I mean. The 49ers, Deebo Samuel. You go through the roster. Kittle. I mean, they got guys that are really arguably the best at their position in the league, and they have more than a couple.
Wow. Coach, we could talk all day long. You brought up Reggie White. During the holidays, Shasky, I just watched Reggie White's 30 for 30 because I don't think people remember how good he was. And look, Mike, Coach Holmgren, we're in our early 40s, man. So we grew up watching the late 80s and the 90s, and Reggie White seemed like he always dominated with that club move. But just courting him to Green Bay, I thought was fascinating. And I had no idea the finalist for Reggie White was the Cleveland Browns.
It's insane.
The San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. And I didn't realize how sophisticated Reggie White was with his religious beliefs. Yes. But you guys let him do what he did. And what a dominant player, man. So, no, we're not going to compare Bosa to Reggie White.
I wanted to know because Reggie was the differentiator in a lot of games.
I got to see that. I've heard a lot about the 33rd. I haven't seen it yet. But he made me laugh. He was really – I didn't think we could get him there. Yeah. He was going on the Goodwill tour of getting fur coats and all that stuff. And I made a comment to Ron. I said, what are we going to give him, a block of cheese?
Yeah, I remember that. They mentioned that, Coach. Get him here? They mentioned that in the 30 for 30. Michael's like, well, I guess we'll just go to a bar and just have a beer or something. This is all we have to offer in Wisconsin.
No, but he was a special man, and I missed him, and I still miss him.
That's the great Mike Holmgren. A really fun conversation there on the Morning Rose with Bonte and Shasky. Bonte's right. I mean, you could just sit there and pick the brain of someone like Mike Holmgren for hours. He's got endless stories to tell about the NFL and specifically about his experiences both with the 49ers and with the Green Bay Packers. He had a ton of success in both places. He also was the longtime coach of the Seattle Seahawks as well. Successful everywhere he went, and he is a San Francisco kid, a Bay Area kid. And who better to talk about this matchup, Niners and Packers, than Mike Holmgren himself. All right, time for a break here on Best of the Game. When we come back, more on the Niners and the Packers. That's coming up on the other side of Best of the Game right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Safeway has exceptional deals this week. USDA Choice New York Steak, $5.97 per pound. Red cherries, $3.77 per pound. And Lucerne cheeses, just $1.97 each. With digital coupon. Restrictions apply. Sincerely, Safeway.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Anjali.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just got an alert for a strange charge on my card.
No problem. We make sure you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card. Let's see. Did you purchase something from a t-shirt cannon store yesterday?
Absolutely not. No, I already have like 3.
$0 fraud liability guarantee. It pays to Discover. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility named one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News and World Report. Visit us at lifegen.net or call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
At Merrill West Credit Union, we're working towards a brighter financial future for both our members and our community, knowing that when you succeed, we all succeed. Let's get acquainted with our Premier Savings for new members, now paying over 20 times the national average. Another great reason to move your money to a credit union. Learn more at merrillwest.com/Premier Savings. Merrill West Credit Union, working for you. Today, tomorrow, together. Insured by NCUA.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's our quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. We just heard from Mike Holmgren on earlier today with the Morning Roast. Now let's fast forward to the midday show. Steiny and Guru, the guys that welcomed on Chris Rose. Of course, you know him. You've seen him all over the place. But for our purposes, we're going to focus on what he does with the NFL Network. As we get ready for Niners and Packers on Saturday, Chris Rose joined Steiny and Guru earlier today to talk about Niners-Packers and the NFL postseason as a whole. Here is, again, Chris Rose of NFL Network.
When we talk about the Niners, they feel like overwhelming favorites to get to the Super Bowl. Is that a good thing?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I understand, guys, like why fans hate it. You're like, oh my God, now there's so much pressure on us. We just saw what happened with Green Bay and Dallas and all that sort. Like, I understand that. I don't think that has any effect on players. I really don't. I don't think they sit there and they go, oh, yeah, we're the huge favorites. Like, yeah, of course. Well, we're just going to waltz through. I mean, they don't think that way. They really don't. I think for the most part, they do not think that way. I think they are singularly focused. My guess is, if anything, because they didn't play Green Bay earlier in the year, but they had played Dallas, they probably now know how impressive that young group, particularly on the offensive side of the football, is. So I think I really don't think it matters that much.
Hey, Chris, I was telling my co-host and the listeners here, I think the world of, Kyle Shanahan. I think he should have had a Super Bowl in 19. I criticized him for his play calling at the end of that game, up 10 against Kansas City. And I know he's got the contract to where he's not going anywhere anytime soon. But when you look at the landscape, Chris, of the NFL right now, and what they have at their disposal, offensively, defensively, as a fan, can I say, you know what, Kyle? If you don't get it done here, when will you get it done? Is that fair?
Yeah, I do think that part is fair, and I'm a huge Shanahan fan. I mean, you guys know it. I'm a Browns fan, but I love watching the Niners probably more than any team out there. I just think that he's so creative. I love the way that he utilizes every playmaker that he's got. But yeah, if they don't win it this year, then I do think that at some point it's time to start thinking a little bit about it, right? I mean, they moved on from Jimmy G, and they drafted Trey Lance in part because they felt like they were a little short somewhere. And now they've got a guy who a lot of people think is pretty good, right, at quarterback. Is he Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Josh? No, he's not that. But he's pretty damn good in a really, really fascinating system. But you know what? Let's not. I wouldn't go down that road until however it plays out this year. Send those positive vibes.
Yeah, that's the difference between my partner and me. We're very different, and when he panics about, well, if they don't do it this year, then when are they going to do it? I said, well, I'll bet you right now that Kyle Shanahan will win a Super Bowl as a head coach in the NFL at some point. He won't make that bet with me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this is his latest opportunity, but man, it feels like he's going to be a coach for a long, long time, and probably has a few more in him. The one thing I wanted to ask you, we were batting this around today. Is, Kyle Shanahan's kind of proven he's one of the great play callers and offensive minds. The Kansas City Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes. Would you rather have Patrick Mahomes for the next 8 to 10 years as your quarterback, or Kyle Shanahan as your head coach?
Well, it depends who's calling Mahomes' plays.
Shanahan. I guess it can't be Shanahan in that situation.
No, right? So it's like part of the reason, and I'm a huge Mahomes guy. I just love watching him play. I'm just such a fan of his. But he has grown up with Andy Reid, right? How much different would his career be if he was elsewhere? Part of the thing about Josh Allen is that he's now had several different offensive coordinators in his span, and the criticism of him is, well, why can't he just consistently be like Patrick Mahomes, right? Why does he always lead the league in turnovers or is always up there? Why, Mahomes has had remarkable consistency at the most important position in the sport as far as coaching, play caller, right? And direction of the offense. So, and even in a year where things haven't gone silky smooth, here they are. They're one win from being in their 6th straight AFC Championship game. That's pretty remarkable stuff. So to answer your question, I do think Shanahan's I think he's so different. I mean, to be able to get to where he's gone in terms of championship games and a Super Bowl with guys who aren't at the top of the line when you're selecting quarterbacks is pretty special. So, but I'm not moving off of Mahomes. Sorry, guys. You tried to get me off of Mahomes. I'm not moving off of Mahomes.
No, the reason I think we think it's interesting is because they both, in their own ways, seem to ensure at least a certain amount of success.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And that should be appreciated. I mean, I know it's hard because at the end of the day, particularly in San Francisco, when you have 5 trophies up there, that's what you want. That's how you're not measured by 12 or 13 win seasons and NFC Championship game appearances. I mean, believe me, like in my city, we were happy because we won 11 games and made the playoffs with 5 different starting quarterbacks. How we measure success and how you guys measure success are 2 totally different things. So I understand it, but it does have to be appreciated as well.
Chris, I feel like we're family because I've talked to you. I've been following you since Best Damn Sports Show.
Nice.
My dad's from East Texas. I'm a diehard Cowboy fan, born and raised in the Bay, so I'm objective. I don't know who had a worse weekend, you or I, but are you giving the Packers, who shocked me in the world, a chance against the Niners, or was that just a byproduct of bad coaching in Dallas all the way around and the Packers took advantage of them? I just don't see them bringing that against the Niners.
Well, let me start with the easy thing. You had a way worse weekend than I did. Way worse. Listen,
I did.
It sucks when your team loses. So when the Browns, it hurt Saturday afternoon when the Browns lost, but we had a ton of injuries and we led the league in turnovers. The fact we won 11 games and made the playoffs was pretty remarkable. You all had the 2 seed in your hand. In fact, kind of hand delivered to you against Detroit, and you couldn't win 1 game, let alone 2. So you had a way worse weekend. Now, to answer your other question, I cannot believe that Dallas could not score a point before Green Bay scored 27 of them against the Joe Barry coach defense.
Wow.
I'm not here to rip on Joe Barry, but he definitely is. I don't love the way that he calls defenses. And I think that Kyle Shanahan is going to pick that apart.
Yes.
I expect them to run out the gate, all sorts of different formations, some end arounds, get the ball to McCaffrey. And if they don't score on their first possession, I would be shocked and set the tone. And that's going to be the wake-up call to say, hey, listen, you're not in Dallas anymore. You're out here in the Bay Area.
Reality, Steiny.
Yeah, Chris Rose joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's the host at NFL Network and John Boy Media. You can also check out the Chris Rose Rotation podcast. Who's the biggest threat out there to the San Francisco 49ers? Can I assume you think it's an AFC team?
Yes, I do. I do think Detroit's going to beat Tampa Bay. And I think you guys will take care of Green Bay. And I love what Dan Campbell's done, right? Who can't appreciate it? He is real. He is authentic. He is more than the biting the kneecap guy. Right. He's really created a fun group of guys there and they've had tremendous turnover since he and Brad Holmes have joined forces 3 years ago, and they've done a great job. I still think they're a little short against elite teams. I think they're real, but the fact that they were able to dismiss the Rams, I got to be honest with you. I think the Rams are the one team that the Niners didn't want to play.
I agree.
They won't come out and say that, but I think with as frequently as they play them, with as much crossover as there has been with these coaching staffs, with as well as McVay and Shanahan know one another, that to me would have been the possible pothole en route to the Super Bowl. And yeah, I just don't. But I don't see anybody else slowing them down.
Yeah, I'm with you. My partner called the Rams before the playoffs started the sexy pick, and he was right. I thought they might have a little kryptonite. Yeah. But Chris, let me ask you about the Niners D. That was some material, Chris. I got to ask you.
Yeah, thank you. Easy there, by the way. Come on, you know how much.
My producer helped me with that one.
You know how much time I had to spend with my therapist this week based on all that? My God, we made it on Jimmy Kimmel last night.
Hey, dude, it was so great. But walk us through that in real time when you realized, were you mad at Jones Drew? Did you understand?
No.
And had you been there before?
So, listen, when you do these shows and when you fly enough live hours, as I like to say, you're always going to say something
right
where you're like, okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. So the minute he gave me the what look, I was like, and that's why you heard me say on the back end, defense. Right. Like everybody knew what I was talking about. Everybody who is a sports fan knew exactly what I was talking about. Now, should I have completed the sentence with defense? Absolutely. In fact, in the middle of the segment, we went to some interview, and I turned to him and I went, really, dude? And he's like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? I was like, I get it, but you could have just kept going or something. But it was perfect the way it ended up, and it was hilarious. And I almost want to get T-shirts printed with the look on his face.
Oh,
I have
boy.
now that whenever he calls me, that's the picture that pops up on my phone.
That's
is
great.
Stare at me.
Well, Chris, you and it sounds to me like you and I are trying to suffer this infantile sophomoric behavior from people. They read into things. Let's keep it mature. No, hey, that was pretty funny. You handled it great. We appreciate you, and playoffs should be a lot of fun this weekend.
Yeah, this is the best weekend of the NFL because presumably you have the 8 best teams. I still think Dallas was one of the 8 best teams, but whatever. I mean, listen, I'm not going to – I love watching Green Bay play, and I think those kids are great. I just think their time runs out this weekend against you guys, and you should enjoy it.
That's Chris Rose. Great sport, as always. Ton of fun. Chris Rose on with Steiny and Guru earlier today. All right, let's fast forward now to Willard and Dibbs as we close out Best of the Game. The guys had a really interesting conversation about Saturday's quarterback matchup. Brock Purdy and, of course, Green Bay Packers quarterback Jordan Love. Might this be Chapter 1, the first chapter of a rivalry between Brock Purdy and Jordan Love? Might they meet in the postseason a number of times? That conversation from Willard and Dibbs closes out Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game.
Jordan Love or Brock Purdy? And then I'll explain.
I mean...
But answer it how you want. As a quarterback? Or just as a guy?
No, as an usher.
Usher.
Who do you want guiding you to your seat this weekend, you 97%ers?
In whose system, Mark? I mean, to me, the answer is Brock Purdy.
Okay.
But I know that it's not a unanimous belief.
Yeah, why do you answer it that way?
Because I think that Brock Purdy has shown this year to be the most accurate and the most efficient quarterback in pro football. Now, if you want to talk about the last 7 weeks, we can have an argument and more of a debate over who's been better over the last 7 weeks. I think Jordan Love has probably been better over the last 7 weeks.
Probably. I mean, statistically.
He's got an 18-1 TD to interception ratio, and they are 5-2. And Brock Purdy had the calamity on Christmas that cost him the MVP. And, they didn't even trust him to play against the Rams, Mark. Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
You're welcome.
No, they're both really good.
Yeah.
They're both really good. Jordan has been exceptional with that touchdown to interception ratio. Yeah, is it one pick in the last?
I think it's 7 weeks.
9 games? Or
Might be 9. Yeah.
Like if you count the playoff game.
Oh, right.
Right? Like they finished the year 6-2, and then they won last week. And I think I'm gonna pull up the game log here. But yeah, I think that he has only had one pick through that entire time and confirmed. Yeah.
1-9.
Yeah, he got picked twice by the Steelers on November 12th. November 12th, okay? Since November 12th, yeah, he's thrown one interception. One. It's against the New York Giants on December 11th. One time.
Yeah.
One time. So, yeah, he's been fantastic. Isn't it wild that we would get to the playoffs this year and Brock Purdy's the experienced guy? That's kind of wild. And that's one of the reasons I throw this out there. Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. I don't know where this is going to go. If we learned anything at the end of every football season, it's that next year is going to be different. Right? I don't know. Right? Like even I, look at me now. You know everything I've said all year. Even I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be a Hall of Famer or a 7-year Niner or a $40 million. I don't know. I don't know that. It's not done. And surprising things happen in sports all the time, right? Like the Eagles want to fire their coach. Like a month and a half ago, he waltzed into any room with a swagger and saliva coming out the side of his mouth, and his bleep didn't stink. And he might not make it to February with the job. So I don't know when things are going to take an unfortunate turn. It can happen. It has happened.
Yeah.
So I don't know any of that. But can you see the same scenario that I do see as a possibility? We might be looking at the first matchup of many. Look at NFC quarterback.
Between Love and Purdy.
Love and Purdy.
Yeah.
Love and Purdy, which, by the way, sounds like a great book or a movie or whatever. Like
Purdy Love.
It could be that. If you look at the future of the NFC, Dak Prescott, one more year on the contract and all kinds of yelling and screaming and maybe a new coach.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, steady Eddie, but he's never going to be the guy where you're like, dude, somehow you got to figure out how to beat Goff. He's never going to be that guy. Stafford, getting older. Jalen Hurts, really good, but now that whole team's in transition.
Might be a retool. Not a rebuild, but a retool.
But, dude, if half your stats are because of that tush-push thing and Jason Kelsey's retiring, who knows where that's all going to go. And then you look up and down.
We did this yesterday, and you're right, Mark, in terms of the entire conference. I mean, Baker in Tampa, is he the permanent fix? Young in Carolina, off to a rough start.
Nope.
Derek Carr in New Orleans. I mean, you can take the whole South out of it. Kirk Cousins coming off a major injury, and his contract is up. Justin Fields, maybe not. And, Seattle, Geno's got one more year if they allow him to stick.
Kyler,
and DeVito living at home with mom and dad. I love him.
Daniel Jones making $40 million.
Washington with a complete regime change on the horizon. Does Bob Myers like the quarterback situation?
I mean, if
Jared Goff, by the way, one more year. Next year is his last year.
Yeah.
And then his contract goes from $31 million if he continues to be this good, he's going to get a raise.
He's definitely going to get a raise. He's definitely going to, if they win the division again next year and they're playoff performers, Jared Goff, who knows where this is going to go. He's favored to go to the conference championship game.
Right.
And something crazy could happen. Who knows? He might end up in his second Super Bowl. I doubt it, but yeah, that's definitely on the table. So, but if you were going to, I don't think there's any question about this. If you looked at it through a certain prism, if I said to you, all right, project out the next 3 years, NFC teams only, whose quarterback situation do you like the best? And I don't mean Packers versus Niners. Take all the teams. Who are you taking? I don't think there's any question this would be 1 and 2. This would be 1 and 2.
I don't know who would be 3. And that's,
good point.
That's where I think it becomes interesting, because if the next 3 years, it probably is Detroit, assuming that you've got Jared for 1 more year, and you would assume that you're going to sign him if he continues to play this well.
Yeah, there's relative health there.
You sign him, you keep him. But the other situations, Jalen might be number 4 because he's still a really good quarterback.
Totally.
And you hope that, Howie Roseman and company can build around him again.
But he's already expensive. Keep that in mind now. We're talking about Jordan Love and Brock Purdy, both of whom, by the way, is this year 3 for Jordan?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking at his contract right now, and he signed a 4-year deal. And this is...
or is this year 4 already? Feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he's got, I'm seeing 1 year, and he signed a 1-year extension for $22.5 million.
So he's not guaranteed beyond next year.
Next year,
beyond
correct.
Next year.
Right.
So that means that this guy is extension eligible this offseason.
Right.
Okay. So this is a hell of a run that he's on.
Yeah.
He made himself a lot of money.
For sure.
Made himself a lot of
money. Well, the
money.
beauty of Green Bay is you can pay Jordan Love. You can give Jordan Love a big contract because, as I mentioned yesterday, all their wide receivers and all their tight ends, which accounts for about 7 or 8 players, Watson and Dobbs and all the rest of them, they're all first or second year guys. So their whole situation, Mark, is kind of the inverse of the Niners, where the Niners have the quarterback on the rookie deal, and you've paid Debo, and you've paid Kittle, you've paid Trent. CMC's got a big contract, and you're going to pay Ayuk. And it's kind of the reverse. Green Bay, well, you're going to pay the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then all these other guys, many of them are second rounders, so they're going to be up sooner because they don't have that first round option and the longevity of the contract. But all of them are going to be on rookie deals for the next few years.
Yep.
So you can pay your quarterback $40 million and know that all these other wide receivers and tight ends are going to be on those rookie deals.
This is the Niners and the Packers. We don't need to tell any of you that this matchup seems to find a way to happen a lot come playoff time. It feels like they're always around. And we've spent the majority of this year feeling like the Packers weren't even going to be a playoff team, and we had no idea if they had their future quarterback or not. That's really the significance of the last 9 weeks. It's not about whether or not they can beat the 49ers. We'll see if they can. But what's really come into focus in the last 9 weeks is that the Packers do have their guy, ... again, and they are going to be a team that you got to deal with in the NFC in a conference where right now you don't have a lot of teams that you need to deal with. Now, that can change quickly. We'll see how all of these new quarterbacks come into focus and also what happens on teams like Minnesota. Is Cousins coming back? Are you doing something else? Is Fields on the market? How does that all shake down? There's very few teams right now in the NFC where you can hang your hat on them. And you can say, I'm pretty sure that team's going to be good next year. The Niners are one of them. I think the Eagles are another. The Cowboys, to a degree, certainly are. The Lions have arrived in that spot. But now, Green Bay. And looking at this guy over the last 9 weeks, small sample size, Steve, for sure.
Right.
But by the same token, if you asked me, who do you not want to face next year in the playoffs? I'll give you one team that you can remove from this party. I would completely pick Green Bay.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know about Dallas and what they're going to do. And Philadelphia, it feels like, has a number of holes that they need to fill. Forget the South. And, Minnesota is a team. They've got some good weapons, but who's their quarterback? Chicago, I still think, is a year away from probably being a year away. Detroit would be the other team that I would worry about, but you're probably right in terms of Green Bay. It wouldn't be the Rams, the Cardinals, or the Seahawks.
Definitely not. I mean, the Rams will still be – Stafford's not going anywhere yet. Still totally viable. The receiving core is terrifying. Good young running back, all that.
That's Willard and Dibbs from earlier today talking Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. That matchup is on Saturday, 5:15 from Santa Clara, Niners and the Packers in the NFL divisional round. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game today here on 95.7 The Game. But I wanted to let you know what we have coming up tomorrow. It should be a great day as we continue to get ready for Niners and Packers. Beginning in the morning on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Greg Olson, who will be calling Niners and Packers on Saturday for Fox. He joins the guys at 8 in the morning. Ross Tucker, of course, you know him, you love him. Great insight as always at 1 o'clock with Steiny and Guru. And then on Willard and Dibbs tomorrow, the great Peter King at 3:15 and former Niner head coach Steve Mariucci, Mooch, joins the guys at 5. A lot to look forward to tomorrow. And then, by the way, coming up on Friday, Terrell Owens, T.O., going to join Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast at 9:20 as we continue to get ready for Niners and Packers. So a ton to look forward to throughout the next couple of days here on 95.7 The Game. For now, though, this is Mark Randy signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in to Best of the Game. We're back with you tomorrow, bright and early, right here on 95.7 The Game.
At the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf, there's something that binds us all, the collective goal to transcend the ordinary. Introducing the Cobra Dark Speed Driver. Engineered with advanced aerodynamics, power bridge technology, and a large hot face for more speed and consistency.